some fun, you know the good times just begun. Come on, we're gonna have some fun, you know the good times just begun. Come on. Come on. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Come on, let's go. Let's light this up like a fire, hot like a wire, higher and higher. Come on, let's light this up like a fire, hot like a wire, higher and higher. Come on. Let's light this up like a fire, hot like a wire, higher and higher. Come on. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
I'm not a normal person, I'm reminded every day. I'm not a normal person, but what is that anyway? The more I try to fit in, the further I'm pushed out. The more I try to be like them, the more I have my doubts. But I'm a normal person, I loneliness it up. But now I'll tell that bitch inside my head to keep it shut. You do you, and I'll be free. Who decides what's normal in a personality? I'll be me, feel free to disagree, but God was not mistaken when it came to making me. So, what's a normal person, and who are we to judge? If I am on the spectrum, then you are too, my love. 'Cause we are all peculiar in all our little ways. If I am not what you are, then that doesn't make me crazy. You do you, and I'll be free. Who decides what's normal in a personality? I'll be me, feel free to disagree, but God was not mistaken when it came to making me. You do you, and I'll be free. Who decides what's normal in a personality? I'll be me, feel free to disagree, but God was not mistaken when it came to making me. So what's my diagnosis? What's my box of frogs? Label my psychosis and then throw me to the dogs. Mic drop. shell. I took your soul, fed it to a black hole because you find it fun to be overrun. I'm speaking for you now, I'm in control now. Took a pill just to feel, try to heal, but what's the appeal? In losing yourself, you'll hurt yourself. Lost in the moment, here's your condolence. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, whites are slurry. Looks like you're staying out till early. Na 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 na. Sun comes up, smell the air. Life is different, now you're not in there. Thought you'd have your fun, but what have you done? You're on your own now, cold as stone now. Took a pill for a thrill, your free will, and it was yours until you lost yourself, forgot yourself. Just for a moment, now you feel broken. You left your mind at home. I said you'd never dance alone. Eyes are blurry, words are slurry. Looks like you're staying out till early. Na 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 na.
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Can't be without you. I always did the Can't be without you. Always one is always in the mood.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
ここに集まったのはそれぞれが力を試し神殿の巫女の力を最もふさわしく扱えるものを決めるためだ。では前置きはこの辺にしてショーダウンを始めよう。ユナーラのパッシブがクリティカルダメージを出した時にこう追加ダメージで魔法ダメージを与えるっていうパッシブなんですけど、序盤はやっぱりクリティカルアイテムを詰めないので中盤とか2コア3コアあたりの後半中盤後半あたりに影響力が出てくるかなというふうに思います。ユナーラのメインスキルが9でスタックを8個貯めないと発動できないっていうスキルなので、ちょっと連戦とかはすごく難しい印象を受けました。
Theo em thấy ấn tượng đầu tiên của em về con tướng Yunaga này thì lối chơi cơ động và
我觉得他的 Q 在对线上应该会占蛮大的优势吧，因为他可以透过扩散来抢兵线。那在下路其实抢线权是下路最重要的工作。
W やばいよ。イカれてるダメージしてる。なんかゼリーの強化版みたいな感じ。
Em nghĩ là chiêu W của Yunara thì nếu mà ở trạng thái thường thì sẽ phù hợp với ở vị trí ở lane, còn vị trí ở W ở siêu việt, ở trạng thái siêu việt thì sẽ phù hợp ở giao tranh.
比较长，好像在放龟外虚攻的感觉。
ユナーラの E が思ったよりも早く動けるしクールダウンも短いので結構連戦でも積極的に使っていいんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じました。
哎，他们那
不是
你还在睡觉啊？对啊，哦，这里是来了。啊，这第一个走了好不好？啊！哎呦！W。哎，可以直接杀他吗？
でウルトのダッシュの挙動もすごく速いので相手からしたらすごいやりづらいだろうなっていうふうには感じます。
我觉得他的大招有点像，就是他把他的3招都强化了。
まあ個人的に感じたのは、ゼリのウルト中かなっていうふうに感じました。W や E のクールダウンも解消されて Q が15秒間持続で発動するので，
对，他就是开了大来配合他的 QWE 的。
Thì cảm nhận của em khi mà khi mà chơi Yunara là kiểu cảm giác con tướng này đánh tay khá là nhiều nên là đầu game hơi bị khó để đi lane, còn về giữa game và cuối game thì tướng khá là mạnh. Theo em nghĩ thì nếu muốn chơi vị tướng này thì mọi người cần giữ vị trí trong giao tranh, phối hợp với đồng đội.
我觉得对上他角色的话，就是趁他在 Q 还没有叠起来之前跟他换血。
상대 뭐 이즈카르마나 이런 견제기가 좀 좋은 챔피언 있으면은 힘들 것 같다는 느낌을 받았어요.
Theo em nghĩ là tướng để phát huy tối đa sức mạnh của Yunara là những vị tướng có khả năng bảo kê trong giao tranh, ví dụ như là Rakan hoặc là Lulu.
他感觉是需要发育起来的英雄，但在赛场上就是下路不太适合太发育，他需要有一点能够战斗的能力。もちろんやっぱりプロゲーマーなので、練習しないといけない部分もたくさんあるんで、もちろんそれは練習しようと思ってます。ただやっぱりユナーラ自体がすごくなんていうんでしょう、新鮮なチャンピオンなので、すごく練習するのも楽しみなチャンピオンでもあります。
Em thì em nếu mà con tướng này mà ra mắt thì em sẽ chơi nó, em sẽ luyện tập nó rất là nhiều, em sẽ không cấm nó bởi vì em thấy con tướng này nó phù hợp với em. Em thấy ra俺人気広く変わった。俺ないかもな。お前の番号や。ロックじゃねえし。あ、完全オープン。やばい、遅刻。
またかよ、マブルに怒られる。間に合った。あー、嘘、終わってるじゃん。またやっちゃったよ。
Do you like it in the sun? Got your miracles with pockets full of gold. So let's make it last a while. Let the feeling come and take you to the floor. Let's go out. We can have it all. We
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCP here on this fantastic Saturday night, at least in New Zealand. But I'll be your host, Vestian, alongside me, Blue Panda, and the stage really is set. We have our upper bracket kicking off today. All teams have secured themselves into the playoffs, but now we work out the seedings, kicking things off with CFO against the Vikings. I mean, it's going to be a harsh welcoming up to this contenders group.
Yeah, look, it's going into the start of the year, we would have said this was the easier of the two matches that they've played, this weekend. But no, CFO definitely looking like the much scarier opponent this year, having dominated not just domestically but internationally as well. You see them on your screen: Res, Ginger, Hongkyu, Doggo, and Kaiwing. These guys,
Driver.
And Driver there, just if needed. To be fair, they just interchange so freely. You barely notice that it's two different people. They just absolutely come on and do exactly what they need to. And of course, Ulala and Shawi, navigators of this ship, making sure. I mean, they have been nigh infallible this year.
Yeah, I mean, very much so, right? They've dropped one singular series over the course of the entire year to Team Secret Wales at the very, very, very beginning of the season kickoff. So, some growing pains at that point, but they're looking extremely sharp ever since. On the other side of things, though, on the up and up, realistically, are the Vikings here, especially in the season finals. Style here, it says he is a substitute. I'd be surprised to see him not kick off the series there in that starting position, considering the success they have found with him in that AD carry position. But of course, it's something we're going to have to wait and find out as the players take the stage and very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting stuff. Unfortunately, only one PCS representative up in this top contenders group.
Yes, it's a battle.
It's an odd situation that CFO find themselves in, but very much the team that would, I think, be capable of holding off every other threat. And I mean, the other thing worth talking about, GAM, Team Secret Wales. Team Secret Wales have had GAM's number in the regular season, but as soon as they enter anything remotely resembling a bracket, I don't know what GAM does, I don't know what happens to Team Secret Wales, but the tables turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think less so because it's a bracket, but generally that's in the playoffs where it's best of fives. I think Team Secret Wales have had a rough time navigating the best of fives with the fearless draft and a lot of champions getting taken away, whereas CFO champion oceans across the board. I mean, you're never going to run out of champions on someone like Junja, who can go to the APs, he can go to the tanks, he can go to the bruisers, and much the same across the board, especially with the interchangeability of that top lane, right? You've got Rest and Driver playing two very different things. Team Secret Wales now, they've bought in Pun, and we've seen them already use Hero as well, so they do have the option to open up to those possibilities, but we have seen, at least from what we've seen here, I guess in the season finals, is that they are more willing to rely on Pun up in that top lane. So it'll be interesting to see how things progress, especially up against GAM, who is realistically such a tightly contested opponent for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them default back to someone like Hero or Stella, just because Pun clearly is trial by fire in the LCP at the moment. He's not struggling, but he's still acclimatizing to the difference in how you approach the game compared to what he's used to, per se, at the VCS. But, I mean, look, Kiaya, probably not the person that you want to be limit testing again, so yes. I think you opt for something a little bit safer, then maybe you bring Pun in depending on how things go in game one. But I mean, individually, in his lane, he's looking very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, across the board here in the contenders group, everyone is looking pretty phenomenal. And I think, regardless, obviously, there's a few weeks to get there still. But once we do find out who it is that's going to be representing us at Worlds, you're probably very happy if it is any one of the top four teams in particular at the moment, with especially the current form of things, right? Like, they're all looking super, super hot. And we are going to really get to find out now where each team does lay in that sort of tier list in the standings. You're always coming into this expecting CFO to be that top dog because they have been so consistent, they have been so strong, but the volatility between the VCS teams is really, really hard to gauge just where they each are.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm keen to see how Vikings do up in this upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's very, very difficult to work out because the Vikings, again, right, they've played against all the people in the breakout group, which is just the easier group, realistically. They've gone up against PSG, they've 2-0'd them, but so did everyone else in the contenders group. So it's really hard. Again, like as we said going into last night's series, what is the relative level of Vikings and I guess the rest here of the contenders group? Because we know every single team up here is really, really world class.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if the Vikings are or not. We get to find out today, really, but it's a really rough way to enter against CFO, who are just dominating everyone.
Yeah, especially given the change in trajectory we've seen from all the VCS teams and the way that they're approaching the game, going from that hyper-aggressive now to a slightly more paced, more reserved approach. But I don't know if that still works against CFO.
It's very tough to tell, but time will give us the answers. We're going to go to the right first once we're back, of course, getting into the games. See you soon. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, kicking us off the upper bracket, the contenders group. It is going to be CFO up against the Vikings. Now, Vikings, as we touched on in the pre-show, coming in now from the breakout group, they're able to 2-0 PSG. The relative strength is still reasonably unknown from them, just on the virtue of there is a clear divide in the abilities, in the strength, more accurately, between those top 4 teams and the bottom 4. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, I expect them to, of course, do well in their lanes. They've always been strong at that. But when it comes to that cohesion, the mid-game, the team fighting, the skirmishes, CFO just seem to be able to control the pace of the game, able to get the game in the direction they want. Can Vikings somehow weather that storm? Yeah,
it almost feels like Vikings taking... okay. We've got some coordination in the walkouts. And of course, driver coming out first. Rest will more than likely jump in game 2, which has been the way things have gone, at least for the last wee while. But, I mean, coming into this matchup, it's, I don't know. On paper, it definitely feels like Vikings are very much outclassed. I feel like they're in a similar situation to PSG Talent, which is they're playing a much more slow game. And the problem then becomes that they play it too slow and then things get away from them, and that's where CFO are really going to look to exploit this, because they are the masters when it comes to patience and just playing that slow burn game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see, and I mean, I'm just excited to see Doggo again. Doggo up against Style, who is going to be coming in as that starting AD carry, as we did suspect. Style's been on an absolute tear recently. He's been looking so hot down that AD carry position, but Doggo all year round, much the same. I have liked recently a lot of the teams now realizing Jin does suck and have not picked him up a whole lot, and I think especially for these teams where AD carry is such a big part of their firepower, not having one of these utility-based AD carries be so prominent in the meta is going to do very well for their chances, especially when it comes to those team fights, right? Like, how many times have we seen an AD carry almost single-handedly either tip the balance of the game back into the favor of their team or just be able to push it across the line?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting looking at the statistics between the likes of Style and Doggo. Across the board, Style and Vikings are just slightly edging out CFO, but that does come with some asterisks. So Style has a slightly better KD than Doggo, but he's also played less games. They've got the same number of deaths. Doggo actually has more kills but less assists. Style has the second most kills this split. Doggo has tied himself third with two 12-kill games. Unfortunately, he hasn't cracked higher than that. Style is only sitting a single pentakill and 3 triples behind Doggo in terms of that output. And believe it or not, Shogun is beating out both of them for the top farmer.
Well, there you go. It is easier to get that top farmer accolade when you have played less games.
And Shogun's also beating out Doggo twice in CS per minute.
Damn.
He's second behind Eddie, and then Doggo is third and fourth.
Yes, say what you will about Shogun, good at farming, won't be here for this game. Of course, the blue side selected from CFO, I believe the upper seed coming out of that first round will continue to get side selection. So no 1v1s here in the second stage of the contenders group, and absolutely to no one's surprise, blue side has been taken.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Top team gold per minute. GAM actually holds top spot. That was against SHG.
Damn.
Then it's second and third go to Flying Oysters. Vikings has fifth. But when you look at the matches that CFO played, that was against Team Secret Wales and PSG Talon compared to Vikings against SHG. So again, we are going to see Vikings dive into a slightly deeper pool.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's no longer the kiddie end, I suppose. It's not quite the shallow end, but
yeah,
they are well and truly in the diving pool at the moment.
Yeah, and I think we can probably say pretty confidently that this entire year there has been a pretty consistent theme where the Vikings are very good at beating teams that are worse than them, but they do struggle a lot against the teams that are just as strong, if not better than them, right? And CFO, I mean, you can't argue about them being the best team in the league right now. Now, that doesn't always have to remain true, but you just look back, again, one series loss in the entirety of this year. They are just so insurmountable, it feels like. And
almost inevitable. I mean, you look at that reverse sweep against GAM even.
Yeah, and against Talon.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, no, they just look so insanely good, and we had him on the screen just then, but Junja really is the helm. He leads it. He's so good at controlling the pace in that jungler. He's going to get himself the Pantheon to kick things off on the other side, Style with the Corki.
Yunara Varus targeted away from Doggo. Zyra comes out for Guri. It has been sporadic at best on the tail end of 2025, but it is something that Junja himself really took the control of the Rift on earlier on in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. A very fast clearing jungler. It means the priority in that early stage of the game, he's going to be out on the map quicker. It is a 20-ish second difference. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it does certainly open up opportunities, especially when you do have that strong lane in the Corki. So we'll see what they pair alongside it. Driver, he's going to get himself the Gwen.
Yep. And I mean, post 6, Ginger is just going to be that little bit more proactive around the rift. But Guri does have the added benefit of being sort of a powerhouse stronghold for the team when it comes to team fight time. If those engages aren't on point, and it's the Great Wall of Sparta coming out for CFO. Somehow both of them have slipped through.
Yeah, that's scary, especially out of all the teams you probably wouldn't want to give it to at CFO. Their macro gameplay is just so solid. Again, controlling the pace of the map. These two champions with their semi-globals in their kit do so well at enabling any plays they look for in the side lane, in the mid lane, around the objectives. So a really great start to the draft here for the side of CFO, and Besser to round out the first 3 for Vikings. Very strong laner. An even lane up against the Gwen, does have easier access in the team fights, can set up a little bit better than the Gwen, but not necessarily stronger in the fights if Gwen comes from a nice flank or whatnot. So powerful top laners for both teams. I can honestly say they're both going to be very happy.
Yeah, Poppy banned away from Kai Wing. We've seen Poppy being targeted out a little bit more, just in terms of what it offers, especially into an Ambessa and a Corki as well, and it's going to get plenty of value. Potentially the Nautilus, you look to take away something strong for Sulong that would enable Style just that little bit. In fairness, there is a chance it could be a Corki mid, although a lot lower than it was earlier on in the year. Alistar banned away from Sulong.
Yeah, going to be taken away. Obviously a good champ into these sort of CC single target damage dealers like the Pantheon, like the Taliyah becomes. Nico, a very strong blind pickable support that just thrives at every facet of the game, really. You can play around some funny business with that clone in the side lanes. You can look for the team fight engages, flanks. It really does just do everything, and it makes that lane that you really want to bully when you have the Corki a lot harder to bully if you're not going to take it yourself.
Yeah, especially, I mean, Kai Wing bringing it out for the first time was truly devastating.
He was amazing at it. Last ban now to come through for the side of CFO. I mean, really could go for anything. It's always going to be Nautilus, that there are some picks left open. Nautilus is their choice. So Raul, Rakan, Leona, all viable and all fairly pickable. Not the greatest Rakan game of all time. It does have some good pairing with that Ambessa, but in general, maybe looking for something like the Leona would stand out as pretty good, especially because you don't want them to have the Leona against the Zyra.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely looking like a better game for the Rakan for CFO. For sure. It depends on what they bring out. You looking mid, you looking support. Sivir. Okay, so it is going to be the Corki mid. Sivir down in the bot lane.
Yep, so Corki mid was the choice here by the side of the Vikings. So a little bit of power in that lane up against the Taliyah. It's nothing too drastic, right? We have seen, admittedly, Hongq one game, level 1 solo killer Taliyah, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be aware of that level 1 power that the Corki does have and be able to play around it.
What do they want in the bot lane? Really, there's just endless possibilities. You want something that is going to be able to follow up pretty cleanly, and Lucian is decently mobile. They look to pair it with the Braum or the Nami. I would imagine Braum, they are just lacking a little bit in terms of that frontline threat. Yeah, just to be able to catch the rockets and the boomerang blade as well.
Yeah. Not the worst pick. I would say this isn't the greatest Braum game of all time, but it does just pair well with the Lucian. A lot of lane power against the server.
I think they just needed something a little bit that can take some damage in the front line, because they were lacking that a little bit with the Pantheon. The Gwen, yeah, look, can negate a lot of damage, but Braum just does so much in terms of denial. The Rakan is going to come out still.
Yeah, I mean, again, it does pair well with the Ambessa, and when you do have limited engage tools, it's quite good at peeling for your AD carry. So I don't hate it. I think there are better options, but generally the Alistar would be sort of at the top of the list, and that's gone. So coming out of the draft, I mean, very different team comps coming through from both teams. Of course, the maneuverability around the map is going to favor CFO, being that they have those 2 semi-globals, and maybe that will lead them to try and look for these small skirmishes with that Lucian, Braum, the Pantheon Taliyah coming in from all over the place, or even the option to play around those side lanes where you do have the Gwen. So options are there. The team fight, however, if there are just front-to-back team fights occurring, should go the way of the Vikings in general, barring some misplays or potential wallet gaps that may have come from what may happen in the early game. But they're welcomed now to the contenders group. Unfortunately, that welcoming could be very rude, being they are up against the Flying Oysters, our by far most dominant team.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Vikings, it's very much a, out of the frying pan into the fire type situation. It's going to be a rough one, that is for sure. How are we doing skin game? It's not High Noon Lucian.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I mean, I think the Corgi just solos it. Again, 100% hit rate on the Cosmic Dawn Rakan.
Absolutely.
Calling always the Crime City Braum. It is his favorite. I do like the Grill Master, personally.
Pool party's growing on me a
It
little
has.
bit. Like,
Yeah.
it's not too bad.
No, I mean, none of the skins are that bad. It's just which ones do more damage is really the question. I have the Space Groove Gwen. I think my favorite is the Soul Fighter. I really do like the Soul Fighter Gwen.
The Soul Fighter series is just so clean.
It is very cool. We are now headed on to the Rift here for game number 1. CFO remaining, of course, in the contenders group. And the new arrival of the Vikings, the third representative of the VCS to join them up here in the contenders group. Coming in on the red side. It's a rough way to enter. You've come in, you've looked fantastic in the breakout group. You've looked fantastic in your group breaker match. But now CFO, who gets side selection in game number 1. Let's see how they can try and navigate this storm, as I said earlier.
GG gold lead already for Junja. Got himself a plant.
Well, Guri's going to have a pretty fast clear, completely uninterrupted, getting his seeds down. Meaning a few of those will stack up. We'll see what Junja does. I mean, it looks like both junglers will be headed to that top lane. It is a very volatile top lane, although not the greatest gank setup on either of them.
No.
Admittedly, the Zyra and the Pantheon do fairly well for themselves. Of course, generally Pantheon requiring the flash early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's mid where things could get a bit dicey. Seismic shove lands. All of a sudden, Junja's in the right place at the right time, and Cardi finds himself in a world of hurt. For the moment, yeah. Doggo and Kaiwing going to play this one smart. They just seem to hit that critical mass at a certain point in the game. They play it very, very smart, very intelligently. Then as soon as they see an opportunity, it's like a Viper's strike.
Very excited to watch the Lucian. I find this champion is just so fun to watch, especially when it's in the hands of such a talented AD carry. Same can be said for both sides, but Siva, a little less entertaining in general. Just hits someone and it hits everyone. Does get hyped though when they start doing half your HP and damage per ricochet.
Yeah, yeah. Luckily, Brom will at least help alleviate some of that if he's in the right place.
Very true. Honky doing a great job here.
Yeah, just cheeky little bit of chip damage coming through.
As I say that, Kratos is well and truly dominating the top lane at the moment.
Yeah, it's just Ambessa. She's kind of gross. Wants to try and get a bit of damage and proc that passive. Continue that pressure onto driver.
A good change, I think, Riot made by making the Siva spell shield now give you health, not mana.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, this is the speed. This is what I'm talking about, the speed of the Zyra clear, but Junja, he does have a better smite secure, being the upgraded Q alongside the smite, of course. Top crab, going to be picked up by Guri. There's no way that Junja can reliably get in there and contest it. Hopefully, well, actually, he's still looking. Plants are gone down. He is, I mean, he doesn't have smite. There's no way it's his. Protecting Honku for the time.
Ooh.
Finds his way now onto Guri. Hopefully, for the Vikings, it doesn't result in much more, but it is a sizable chunk of damage. And with red buff ticking along, is he able to find yet another stun? If he finds a stun, it's going to force out the flash from Guri. Flash for flash trade is there, but Guri's going to get himself a second crab, so it's not all lost.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, style.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, good. I mean,
supportal combat.
This is always resulting in a recall, so
ooh,
not a bad look at all.
Maybe a little bit too keen. Oh, stolen by Kaiwing.
Wow.
So, 1 for 1 on the crabs. Cheeky getting grinned there from Sulong.
Yeah, Guri, I mean, he had the option to smite it.
No, it's only just come back up, so it was on cooldown at the time.
Okay. Teleport used from both our top laners here already, but it is still Kratos with an advantage. Driver trying to navigate the early game of this Ambessa. Of course, as the game progresses, this Gwen becomes very, very hard to deal with, especially in those side lanes. Not the greatest amount of CC to deal with her in the team fights either. It's really pretty reliant on Sealong.
They've got the added benefit of the on the hunt, so he's going to have a little bit better time positioning.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
HP back. Style. Oh, okay.
Popping the NOS, but here comes
Oh.
Sealong, and Doggo might be well out of position. He has the barrier. Kaiwing trying to get forward. Doggo's flashing away, but it's first blood. Going to the Vikings. Sealong will pick it up. Welcome to the contenders group. That's about how you'd want it to start.
Yeah, a bit of a Doggo losing his mind there, but look, it goes into the hands of Sealong, so it could have been a lot worse for sure, but all that time, look at just how much of a lead Style is already establishing for himself, and this wave gonna crash. I mean, it was a bold call, obviously. No, they had to have known, because there was ward coverage all through the river.
Yeah, they're definitely aware of it, but...
So he's just way too keen.
Doggo maybe thinking he could make it out, but Sealong gets that last auto attack in and seals his fate. We come back to live, Driver and Kratos exchanging ultimates as the junglers will also meet there in the river. Neither of our top laners going down, both using summoners.
We are approaching that very, very scary point in the game for Vikings, though. Honkyu has the Weaver's Wall, Junja halfway to the Grand Skyfall, and that is when the tempo can shift pretty drastically in these fights, these skirmishes. All of a sudden you think you're trading a bit of HP and spear comes down, wall comes in behind you to lock you in. Kaiwing.
Kaiwing's going to get stunned up, but there's not really all that much damage you can follow up from it. Zyra not known for a damage at this stage of the game, not known for a flash because it's on cooldown, and Junja comes in, spear to the heart, kill back to CFO.
And that all leads back to Junja getting that flash out of Guri not that long ago in the grand scheme of this game. So they are at least rewarded for that aggression that he was able to find onto his counterpart in the jungle.
Absolutely, and that is the power. I mean, the one downside of Zyra has and always will be the immobility of the champion. If you're without flash, you're a very, very vulnerable jungle champion. As you're seeing, Honkyu just comes in with that Weaver's Wall. He's got the support there to ensure the lockdown remains, and it is a quick kill going over to Junja. We'll see how he's able to spread that across the map, because currently, while yes, it's good to have that gold, it is still this very, very late game scaling strong champion in the Sivir that does have a lead in the bot lane.
Here comes Kaiwing. He's going to be joining his mid laner. There you go. Grand Skyfall is now online. So it will be worth paying attention to where these skirmishes start taking place, where that HP is going to be traded, because within a moment, Junja can be there. That Glacial Fissure, about half a level for Kaiwing to pick that up. That's a decent amount of lockdown, that bronze kit to set up for a gank coming out of Junja.
Absolutely. Get the tower plate as well there onto Honkyu. He's going to be appreciative of that extra 125 gold. Style now in the mid lane. It's something we see out of the Vikings quite often. Once again, looking for that early lane swap, but instead of doing it towards the top lane, they just do it straight into the mid lane, give themselves a bit of extra pressure around the map. Junja, however, unperturbed, will start up these Void Grubs, looking for that first point of Monster Slayer, as well as that extra damage to tower is always going to be very helpful when you do have a Gwen on your team.
Yeah, unfortunately, Honkyu clears those waves pretty well. Sivir is not quite that big bad monster that you wanted to be with the wave clear, so it will be the full set of 3 grubs going the way of Junja and CFO. Pings down for Viking onto that dragon, but with Grand Skyfall in play and Weaver's Wall not that far off coming back online, there is some pretty quick turnabound.
Absolutely, they're starting it up. Guri now will have flash available as it's just come off cooldown, so is able to play a little bit safer around objectives, and it will be a timer for them with recalls coming through, and Junja on the other side of the map that they can look to secure themselves this dragon. They will do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's first dragon. CFO quite happy to give that up. Don't want to throw away the tempo that they've got at the moment. They've established about a 400 gold lead. Driver looking for it, and there you go. Unfortunately, just a little bit off the mark. Junja knocking out it.
Junja, he has flash. He's able to find on it. Cancels out the dash from that shield. And Driver with the perfect Q placement will allow for Junja to select, or secure rather, himself his second, and now 2-1 on the board. In favor of CFO. Gold lead their way as well.
I thought for a moment Kratos was going to get away from that one, but no.
Just in range.
Yeah, fortunately will fall and gives yet another chunk of change into the pockets of Junja.
Luckily for Vikings, Cardi pathing up to the top lane will be able to collect that massive minion wave that ended up crashing. But yeah, I mean, just call was made. We're going on to Kratos. The needlework slow was enough to get Junja into range.
They stand on top of him. Like they absolutely know that his only way out is to drop the public execution and try and get the passive dash.
Oh, Honkyu though, he's going to get locked up in that mid lane. Maybe he's created enough distance, and with the phase rush there, has got that speed to get himself out of that. That's a lot of cooldowns used. Honkyu does lose his flash though, so a little bit more vulnerable for the next 5 or so minutes. Great stun, but not going to result in all that much. Just a bit of chip damage, but Style with his mana total is going to have to look for a recall in any case.
Especially with Junja in the vicinity and that flash being up as well. Style has to be very careful. Especially that clip vision cleared. They get another seismic shove off. It gets a bit dicey. He does have the flash, so should be clear. And much needed time for Doggo down in the spot lane.
No, Kratos watching as he's once again being ganked, this time by a Braum. Long down here with him though, so it's a 2v2. Of course, no ultimate for the time being for Kratos, so...
Ooh. Well predicted there by Kratos.
Yeah.
But public execution, about 80% of the way off cooldown. And Guri up in the top lane, looking for something here on the driver, but driver just sniffs something. He's playing very defensively.
Yeah, I think he's aware there could be some shenanigans going on, but now he's walked up pretty far. He sees Guri. He's fine. He's going to be able to put down that shroud. There's no way to get onto him now. Unfortunately, the vision not there. Kratos, though, he's being jumped on. No flash here for the Ambessa. Can Doggo get on and land that stun? No. Able to clear the distance. It's just going to be the support ult used there for Kaiwing on the Braum. And Kratos not having to lose. I mean, he actually loses his flash.
Yeah. Shilong spotted. Just Junja. I mean, he's got the Grand Skyfall. Nah, okay, so he's going to get himself that regen. Build towards the next couple of components. Just have the Grand Skyfall to get back out on the roof if you need to, but Silong's backed right off.
Next objective, 2 minutes. This Dragon would be the second of the game for the Vikings. A very slow Dragon stacking game, especially in terms of CFO, right? Their game, often game plan, ignore the grubs, go for those early Dragons. This time, electing to go the opposite direction. Could be possibly because they have that Gwen, that side lane pressure can become very, very hard to deal with. Honkyu gets ulted up by Kratos, but able to get out of there for now. But teleport coming in, he would have seen this, but so is Junja. Lockdowns there, the redemption as well, though. Silong quick on the trigger, and now Cardi in that back line. Weaver's Wall going to be used. Not going to be able to stop Honkyu from creating enough distance away from Alicia Bessa. And the turnaround, shutdown going the way of Cardi, and Honkyu having to run for his damn life.
Yeah, a little bit overeager. Unfortunately, Ambessa still has a lot to work with. That Eclipse now in the back pocket. Culling, okay, I'm not sure that necessarily warranted the on the hunt, but better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe the additional movement speed was able to stop him from getting hit from a few more of those culling shots. But either way, I mean, it's probably not going to be that necessary in the near future. Admittedly, Dragon is spawning, but with how much was committed there from the side of CFO, it does feel reasonable to think they might give it up. And Honkyu, the reaction time there to get out that scattered earth to make sure that Kratos, despite landing the ult, won't be actually able to follow up upon it. It was a good answer back, but unfortunately Junja lands into that tower range. And look how many tower shots he takes. 3, 4 perhaps, and yeah, cuts him down very low, and Kati more than happy to continue on forward. It did look a little bit dicey here, but was able to ultimately secure that shutdown and get himself out.
I mean, the Eclipse into the redemption, just keeping Kratos alive there. A lot of abilities going off.
Yeah, lots of them.
15 seconds, though, to Chemtech Dragon number 30 of the season finals.
Damn.
Our most prolific Dragon so far this split.
Yeah, and you hate to see it. Generally, that stat does mean it's been the most common soul, just because, obviously, there's more opportunity to pick up whichever Dragon is the soul of the game.
Mountain and Cloud tied for second at 28.
What gets the least love?
Hextech.
Damn.
Only 18 appearances, but Ocean is only 2 better than it, so 20 from the Ocean Soul. 21 now, technically, because of this game.
Went from having lots of audio to weird audio.
It's all an illusion.
Yeah. Everything is Nico. All a blanc. Well, Dragon is there. Available for the taking. Neither team feeling confident enough to start it up yet, but I mean, for the side of Vikings, you can just look to push out, get that mid control established, and then go towards it. Having that Sivir, you will always be afforded the mid control until possibly that mid lane tower is taken out. Driver on the other side of things.
There is a teleport disparity though. Oh boy, oh! What a spear!
Wow. Junja. Lethal on the Pantheon.
Didn't realize that Spartans were rocking Barrett 50 cals. That was a snipe and a half. That literally would have been the very, very last pixel of that spear too. And Driver is just going to go do it. Oh my lord, Cardi. He just got run down like Jimmian.
Yeah. I mean, Driver able to find the solo kill and then even get that teleport to make sure he's safe. So he'll be able to take that recall. A bunch of extra gold into the back pockets of that Gwen. Sealong trying to find for something down here, but with Junja in the area, it's 2v2 that Kratos doesn't feel comfortable taking, but I mean, things were close and all of a sudden just absolutely roaring open as CFO take quite a substantial lead.
All right, we're going to go right back. There was action across the board. You look at it. So Junja... Okay, no, so he did actually have a bit of clearance. And then, yeah, Driver just says, oh, look, okay, I can do that too, and runs down Cardi. Much in the same way Honky ran down Jimmian on the very same champion that Cardi dies on here. Even flashes out to safety.
Well, 4-2 the kill score, 2k the gold lead. Mid lane now broken open, which means that Doggo can viably try and get himself and his team some mid lane priority. Of course, that's generally the hardest battle against the Sivir. Just a unreasonable amount of wave clear in general. Right now, feeling confident to walk up with the vision granted there, but anytime vision's not available, it's going to be very difficult to walk on up. On the hunt going to be used. Kaiwing, though, just jumps away, and that is Sivir ult for free.
Yeah. The Noxian Blessings claimed as well. Not really much of a dent made by the Vikings in that aspect. A single kill and a single feat of monster slaying. Cardi is really just holding on, kicking and screaming to this top tier 1. He's consistently been up there to catch whatever wave is coming his way, whether it's Driver or Hongq. But Ping's coming down. Herald, I think, is going to be taken here.
It's a good chance. Not really the position on the map here for the Vikings to contest it, so it will just be an objective going over the way of CFO, which would have led to them getting the feats done, but it was already completed. Driver now got a 2v1 to try and navigate Kratos with the ult. Ult going to be popped by Guri. This should just be a dead Gwen, but he's able to buy a little bit of time. Can he get some more lifesteal? No, but Kratos will die. 2v1, Driver picks up the kill. Rift Healer on the other side of things and winning everywhere now are CFO.
That Rift Maker doing absolute bits for Driver to conquer it as well. Just sustaining through the onslaught of Guri and Kratos, and that tower ramps up. You look at it. They have to walk into the Shroud just to try and get the damage out they need to. Everything dropped. Driver jumps away. Last chip of damage, and Kratos, unfortunately, the aggro is transitioned as Guri steps out of tower range.
Oh, not able to break the shield. Yeah, I mean, that was without having needlework up as well. I mean, obviously, I think they only went for it because they knew the cooldown was gone, but if that was up, that's probably a double kill going the way of Drive with the healing and additional damage, as well as the slow you get from that ability. And Styled has been completely headshot on that mid wave and will have to take a humble recall for himself as CFO continue winning and winning harder.
Jeepers, Kratos has just been completely gapped. Oh no.
Uh-oh, Sealong's found. He has the cleanse for himself, so he's able to get himself out. Showing the power of this unsealed spellbook, of course.
Which has now become the staple of the bot lane.
It is.
We're not even seeing it switch back to Aftershock or Glacial Augment.
No, it is just so strong.
It is. It's crazy. Just the amount of mobility that it affords you, being able to pick up teleport, cleanse. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's the utility that's available. And generally, I mean, I think it's such a good keystone on champions that quite often don't have one for themselves, right? Like, you do have the likes of the Alice of the Leona who do kind of like the Aftershock, so there is options to play around when it comes to those kinds of champs. But Rakan, Braum, these champions, they go for the Guardian. It's good for lane, sure. It helps you out in that laning phase, but in general, it's not the be-all, end-all. It doesn't do a whole lot when it comes to the team fight, so you just get more.
I'd argue it does a little bit. If you're there earlier to the team fight than your counterpart, it does add some value, but Yeah, you're right. It's been an interesting transition for sure. We've seen the Glacial Augment, Aftershock, Alistars, and just now no one is bringing anything but the Summoner's Spellbook.
Absolutely.
The Unsealed Spellbook. I suppose it technically would be a Summoner's Spellbook.
Yeah, somewhat. It's dying down a little bit. Have 15 seconds until this dragon will spawn, and you see CFO have pole position over the river. And again, with the mid tower missing, it's much easier now for Doggo and Kaiwing to establish themselves some lane priority. Despite the superior wave clear that Sivir does have in her kit. Vikings, though, they're fighting back for some of this vision control. Here comes the teleport. This is going to be Driver coming in a pretty decent position. Exhaust lands on Akadi. Guri's going to be able to flash away. Junja's locked up, but he will be able to dodge a lot of that damage and does do so very, very well. Driver trying to find an angle in. Kratos can very easily just chuck that R button down if it lands.
Boy.
Oh, the Glacial Fissure connects up to 4. Down comes the Herald and down go the Vikings. 2 quick kills. Driver's going forward. That's a third, and the Herald's going to crash land straight into this tower.
Guri got clipped.
Guri got hit as well. It's going to be more. It could have been 3, but it ended up being 5 as CFO show their brilliance and dominate the fight.
Yes, police, I'd like to report a hit and run. Guri is roadkill right now. What a clip there. Just the right-hand shoulder of Herald comes in and Kaiwing. He wants the money, he wants the change, but no. Unfortunately, we'll have to back off. He still gets it. The exhaust from Sulong, trying desperately to hold on. Unfortunately, I think any meaningful support is so far away right now. Ignite. This is quintessential supportal combat.
Yeah, all the while, Artican being taken out. There is the option as well, and they're going to start up this dragon, so an ace, a tower, 2 towers in fact, an Artican and a dragon off the back of one singular team fight in this. Ladies and gentlemen, is the point of the game where the Vikings are thinking about game number 2.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at how this starts and a lot of dancing, a lot of posturing. You see the setup comes in. All of a sudden, Guri turns, drops that ult, but the damage coming out, Redemption heals it all, and then look at Style, loses half his HP to the needlework there from Driver, and then the Glacial Fissure, Seismic Shove, triple from Hongq and Kaiwing. That is all that they need. Junja, he does just drop the Herald, turns around and comes screaming on through. Vikings think they're safe, Guri gets clipped, the long arm stun, and then Public Execution comes out, forcing Kratos to his death.
What an absolute banger of a fight. I mean, Kaiwing especially kicks it off into overdrive with, I think, eventually clipped onto 5 members. Of course, as the Brawl Molt goes out, the knock-up becomes a little less effective, but it did ultimately hit all 5 members of the Vikings, which set up Hongq for such an amazing seismic shot. Now, Sealong has no teammates in the vicinity. There's no one for him to jump to. He's going to use that quickness, and now Style will arrive, so he will get himself out. Weaver's wall in the top lane. Guri going to get seismic shoved. Kratos might be able to find Hongq. He's got the shielding, though, and Kaiwing doing his best to keep him alive. He's going to go down eventually, and he will. It's Carter who finds it. Another fight breaking out. Driver's here. Has the needlework. Kratos onto the background, and Junja, barely staying alive, will eventually go down, but in comes Doggo.
Oh my lord.
And the culling indeed as Guri is going to fall, and only Sealong will survive as CFO once again put their name, put their flag on the rift.
I mean, even though Hongq is just dead to rights there, just watch. Oh, Doggo. Doggo doing Doggo things. He has a tendency to sometimes lose his mind and full commit. But besides better of it, he's just too slippery, that old Rakan. But as we watch that replay, Hongq is dead to rights. But Kaiwing knows this. He's doing everything he can. Public execution in. Was denied that chance to get away with the Weaver's wall. It was a great call from Kratos. The pinch as well from Guri. And then comes Kaiwing. Helps to try and create some space. Jumps on. And the 3-man Glacial Fissure to just draw this out even longer. Junja as well. Look at how long he survives here. Gets some healing out. Drops the shield to stay alive. Turns it around. Will fall. And then Doggo, who was absent almost the entirety of this fight, shows up and cleans up.
Yeah, Janitor Doggo does manage to come and find the back end of that team fight. And I mean, realistically, looking at a little bit lucky CFO that they were, well, not lucky, but able to get Sealong's ult down. So the fact that Rakan was missing that ult was very, very important.
Oh boy.
Oh, here it comes. Grand Sky for Guri again on the Zyra, very immobile, but great CC chaining, but Hongq Q. Max range seismic shove. Still Ginger jumped on. Kratos finds one. Driver's going to be charmed on up, but Doggo in the back line. He's 2v1 and he lives. Kratos will not be able to do the same. As a family and as one have CFO always been. Doggo 2v1, but in sliding comes Hong Q, and CFO will claim game one.
Yeah, this ain't your everyday dog park. This is one where leashes are not required, and Doggo very much making the most of it. Team fight after team fight, CFO run rampant, and the Vikings welcomed in only the way that contenders can.
Absolutely. Done with game one. Driver, he leaves the game.
He's already
packing up his stuff because he's done his job. Is he staying? Oh!
It might be.
We might have the 2-for-1 for Driver today. Generally just starts packing away his stuff, but in terms of the game, just clinical.
Yeah,
just
I mean,
absolutely clinical from CFO. A slow start, not a whole lot happening. Willing to give over that first dragon, and then boom, second dragon comes along, runs away with the team fight, and then every single play there and after was...
yeah, I think they are. So Rest was beelining towards the stage, so I think it was just trying to figure out what the game plan was. I mean, realistically, there is nothing you can fault Driver for in that game, so you can understand why they would let him stay on, but it is just that interchangeability, that fluidity that the CFO top lane does possess. It is two halves of the same brain, essentially. It's crazy.
Absolutely. And then we have the stats for the game. Of course, that first Drake, as I said, picked up from the Vikings, but everything there and after did go the way of CFO, and Driver playing such an impactful role in that, just in the middle of every single team fight, snipping everyone down.
Yeah, he single-handedly cut Style out. I think it was 2 fights with the needlework alone. He just could not step up and actually contribute anyway. Doggo loses his mind to start the game off. I'll give you that. Okay, we're just going to ignore that. Doggo's had a word with production and said, no, thank you. And yeah, this is where we start to see things really... Unfortunately, we don't get the context of the fact that, you know, Junju was able to get that flash out of Guri, but once he hit that 6, once that Grand Skyfall was in play, he was just so proactive around the Rift, and Driver, again, just accelerated from here on out. There's Vikings still showing that they have the chops to contest. I think this was a great play from them. Great read between the Redemption to set up that, you know, sustain for Kratos to keep him alive, and then the rotations were already in place when it happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to get the win of this little skirmish here. Of course, Junju eventually going down. Cardi does pick up the shutdown for that, but really, after this point, nothing going the way for the Vikings. I mean, even here, Style,
Junja.
He's trying to dodge out of thermal damage, and boomfa.
Yeah. And then, yeah, solos Cardi in the top lane, under Cardi's own tower. I mean, that was just absolute brilliance from the CFO top lane. And again, it just even not. You would think that this is just an everyday game for him.
Yeah, I mean, it is. This is what he's looked like the entire split, and it's what he's continuing to look like here. One of the really final deals of this game here, of course. Guri has the flash this time round, so is able to get out of that immediate CC, but as everyone comes rounding around in this corner, Vikings a little bit too confident, and Kaiwing just drops it on him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits.
He hits 4. Kratos just sidesteps it, but it doesn't matter because they then catch 3 with the seismic shove. Kaiwing is just... he is easily one of the most consistent supports outside of his Enchantress play, which, to be fair, has improved. I will give him that. And then, of course, the Junja hit and run. And, I mean, even watch this. Like, Kaiwing comes in to assist his mid lane, and realistically, Hongkyu was dead from this point on. There was no way of debating that. He just plays this time as best he can, jumps in, boom, 3-man Glacial Fissure to just extend that time out a little bit more for his team to get in position.
Yeah, and Doggo coming in from the flank, as we know Lucians often do.
Yeah, the assassin Lucian.
Yeah, it really does just come and assassinate everyone from the Vikings, of course. Not without assistance, but here it was, the final fight.
可以，完了，行，可以，不会输，看后面，看后面。我不想死啊！哎，一波吧。哎，还有一个瑞克啊，对一下他吧，对一下他一波，砍一下，他超我能力了，我往左。
He just says nothing. He just says absolutely nothing. And he doesn't need to, and neither do you. What you need to do is support the LCP. If you're on Twitch, you subscribe, you get yourself some pretty cool rewards. We've got an emote running at the moment until the 28th. Of course, the Pengu Garen or Pengaran Bring It emote. It's crisp, it's clean. It'll let your opponents know that they are not on the same level as you. And then starting the 29th, we have our regional icons coming out. You can see the LCP, the LCK, the LEC, and LTA. But our one is clearly the best, the Dancing Rammus, of course. So make sure you subscribe on Twitch. Unfortunately, if you're a Prime subber, it doesn't count, but you do also get yourself uninterrupted viewership, and you don't want to miss a moment. You know what else you don't want to miss a moment of? It's finals weekend, baby. We're heading to Da Nang. It's Vietnam time, VCS on home territory, the 20th and 21st of September. If you can, please be there. It is going to be an epic weekend. The link right there on your screen, riot.com/LCP finals weekend. It is going to be insane.
It is going to be insane, man. You need to get, you're good at what you do.
It's like I get paid to do this.
Yeah, you're good at what you do, but we are going to head to a quick break. Once we're back, you know who else is good? CFO. Are they able to finish this one off, or can Vikings give them a rude awakening?
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。 可以礼包吗？这个有办第2次的话，记得再买1次。
Treat myself wrong, and I wanna be treated right. Zeros and ones. Zeros and ones.
Game 2 about to get underway. 2 substitutions. Rest coming in, which is absolutely no surprise. But what is a surprise is Shogun coming in. Obviously, maybe looking for a bit of extra firepower. Try and get those stats up against Doggo once more.
Yeah, look, I'd be reticent to criticize Style. It wasn't like it was a bad game. It was just a rough game to play as we got into the mid to late game, just because of driver again, just consistently in the right place, hitting those needleworks. Hongq nailing seismic shove after seismic shove. Realistically, it was just a very tough comp, I think, to play into as a Civer, especially with how much Sulong was suffering as well. So, yeah, look, maybe this is what they need to get themselves back in. But Shogun, yeah, look, he's still putting up some pretty impressive numbers. He's doing all right for the team. Not quite as interchangeable as Rest and Driver, but there's definitely something that each of these 2 bot laners do bring to the Vikings roster.
Yeah, absolutely. You see it on the screen there as well. Champion Select is underway, so I'm sure we'll have that up on the screen very, very shortly. Be interesting to see. I mean, a lot of powerful picks still up. The Azir remains untouched here in the series, of course, is one of them. The Talia, the general answer to it isn't, but it is the Vikings who are very, very open to going things like the Ziggs. It was them exactly who went the Ziggs up against the Azir, and it looks really, really difficult. And we know that is a matchup that Azir does struggle in, so we'll see if CFO are even willing to pick it, despite it being one of Hongq's best champs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, Yunara Varus banned out in the first phase last game. Vikings now with blue side. Potentially there's an angle to take it. In fact, CFO are going to be the ones to ban out the Varus and the Yunara.
Yeah. And
Azir. Oh, okay. Nico, Azir, and Aurora banned away.
Possibly worrying that their tricks aren't going to hold up against the CFO lineup. And I mean, fair enough. Hongq has been just on the up and up ever since going to MSI. Wukong rounding out those bans. There's still plenty of junglers remaining, but Kratos, at least, he's going to be comfortable to pick up that Rumble. There's no Gwen to answer it that we typically see.
Yeah. I mean, the Galio stands out to me as a potential option.
Yeah,
we do see that picked up is sort of a third string, or second, third string, I suppose, into the Rumble. I think it depends on what the rest of the draft is looking like it's going to consist of for CFO. I think you probably prioritize other lanes. You can look to maybe a third pick, Galio potentially. Yeah, okay, so they're going to go for the Jarvan. I mean, Jarvan Galio is going to be a pretty strong base for a team fighting comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking away the Jarvan from the Rumble as well. But, I mean, there is just other tools to set up for the Rumble, so you're not really feeling that hard-pressed, especially because there's yet to be the carry roles in that mid and bottom secured. Now that you see you are against the Jarvan, you can go for something a little bit more mobile and deny the strength of that Cataclysm. So second pick now to come through for the side of CFO. Top lane would make sense, but they're going to go for the mid. Honku Victor. It's a champion that's certainly fallen out of flavor. Just not really having the proactivity that a lot of the mid laners do have in the current meta, but it is certainly very strong in the laning phase, and that's something that Honku remains to be one of the best in the league at in that middle lane.
Circle theory would dictate CFO have got a good start, but I mean, you look at what is available still for the side of Vikings. You've got the Vi open, you've got the Nocturne open, both of which are, I mean, the Nocturne, a very staple VCS pick. Vi going to synergize reasonably well with the Rumble, and there you go. Guru is going to lock that one in. I mean, Ahri stands out to me. The Ahri Vi combo is very, very strong.
Absolutely. Compare it alongside the likes of the Kai'Sa as well, which could be an option that they look towards, because while Kai'Sa doesn't have the mobility to get out of a Jarvan ult without the trade of her ult, the Vi will set up to allow you to. But Ryze is going to be the choice. A very, very strong champ. And if you remember, the first person here in the league to start picking up the Ryze before it became a global sort of taste was Cardi. He was already on that Ryze hype train in the season kickoff before the world had really caught up.
Yep. It's going to give them some mobility to contest the map a little bit quicker. I rate it, I really do. It does scale crazily into the later stages of the game. And if Cardi is given that room to grow, he's going to be a real monster. Cassante for rest coming in. Look, it's no Galio, but it's going to do all right.
Yeah, and as long as there's no Rel.
Yep.
Oh man, I still like...
No Rel, no Talia. That was the other one. Although that wasn't the LCP. It was I think the LCK.
Yeah, I think so.
That's where it first happened, and then we had the interaction with Rel.
That was the funniest.
That was the
machine gun Cassante. Oh, I remember.
I almost want that to become a skin. It's just instead of like it's not off. It's just like 2 mounted machine guns that he's still smacking someone with.
Yeah. Instead of firing them, they're just out of ammo.
It's still a gun. It can still hurt. Bonk. There you go. Kai'Sa's banned away.
Yep.
Not going to be an option for Shogun, so you're not going to have that pairing.
It does make a lot of sense. Following alongside, I mean...
Alistar.
Yeah, taking away some of those supports. I wouldn't hate to see a Rel ban from CFO.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly smart. Just synergistically, it just works too well with the Rumble. It's going to give Ryze so much space to work with.
We'll see, though. I mean, yeah, they have a mobile champ in that Victor. If you get caught up by the Rel, you're probably just locked down and taken out.
When you look at it, Sivir, Lucian, Corki gone, Yunara, Varus, and the Kai'Sa banned away. So we are sort of heading down towards those third string picks. You want something that is going to be able to play from distance. Jhin, okay, it's going to be banned. It would have been a decent enough Jhin game, I think, for the Vikings to justify it. The one you're probably going to struggle with is the likes of Rest, but there are some targets that will take a decent chunk of damage. I mean, personally, I'm looking... something along the lines of it. Caitlyn wouldn't be the worst idea, I think, for CFO.
Yeah. I like the Caitlyn. No one ever picks it anymore. It's kind of the, you get to the game 4, game 5, and then the Caitlyn starts coming out. But I actually think it's a lot stronger.
It's single-handedly knocked PSG talent out of contention for MSI. Like, back-to-back best of 5.
Yeah, 2 game 5s in a row. And then over in MSI, both Doggo and Artemis performing some absolute miracles on it. In fact, penta-killing T1.
Yeah, the only penta-kill of MSI too.
Exactly, Doggo.
And he's already got one for this split as well.
And CFO banned Jhin away from their own AD carry. I like that. Doggo maybe suggesting the Jhin pick. Get rid of it. Don't want to see it.
Ezreal, ooh, okay.
And unfortunately, they go to the other deserted island pick. I don't hate it. I mean, you get that mobility against the Rumble, I think, is very important. And you do somewhat have the damage. I mean, Victor, his damage is reasonably front-loaded when it comes to trying to burst down people. Senna going to be the answer. Shogun.
Senna Nautilus,
the last 2 weeks in a row, the Senna player ended up being styled. So we'll see how Shogun is on the champ. I mean, I'm sure both AD carries can pretty much play every AD carry. They are somewhat filler, right? You can kind of play every AD carry if you can play one of them, barring these casters like the Ezreal, the Jhin. Last pick to come through, Kaiwing with that counter pick.
I mean,
Nico
you've got
remains
options.
open.
Yeah, no, it's banned. First ban from
yes,
Vikings.
Okay. I'm wrong. Nico, in fact, does not remain open.
Rel, Leona. I mean, it's not a Karma. It's going to be the Leona instead.
Yeah. So not going for that power pick in the lane. I think the Leona does make sense just because you do want something in that front line, something with a bit of disrupt where the Karma can be lacking a little bit, of course. So I do like this. And it is also just one of the champs synonymous with Kaiwing. It's one of his all-time best champions, and so...
Also, Circle Theory.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, CFO just straight up wins Circle Theory this game.
And no one on the side of Vikings has glasses, so they won't be taking -1 damage. Did you know about that?
Yeah, no, I did.
Okay.
I mean, that's been in the game for a very long time.
That's right.
But does it really affect center? You know, if our eyes aren't real, is what we see real?
Everyone's LeBlanc. You got to come back to it. Well, I mean, the drafts, I don't really favor either side. They are both essentially front-to-back drafts where Vi will be roaring into the back of that team fight, but you still kind of have that center, that I guess, will to play back, right? It's Vi and Jarvan filling similar niches where they're just diving into that back line while the AD carries try and hit from afar.
I think the big difference being is there is just incredible amounts of disrupt from CFO.
I like the Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Absolutely. Oh, Zombie Rise. I rate it.
Yeah, the skin game, it does lean towards the side of the Vikings.
No, okay. If you're running the skin for a world champion, game's over.
Yeah, but...
TPA Israel on the cards.
Every Rumble that's ever won a world championship has used Super Galaxy. It's just like the unspoken.
And yet
world
doesn't
skin.
have, doesn't have like an IG Rumble.
Yeah, that's
like,
weird, right? I think part of it might just be that Super Galaxy is just so good that there's no way to outdo it.
Yeah, I would imagine it's probably quite a hard team skin concept for a champion like Rumble.
I mean, you get to choose if you win Worlds, which of course CFO will be doing this year.
If not this year, then next.
Oh, it's so good being from Oceania, but now being part of a region where you have people you can cheer for and have real deep tournament.
I've been a Southeast Asian esports fan for going on 5 years now. So unfortunately, I have forsaken my home. I am not an OS fan. I am always an SEA fan. Now in particular, I'm a VCS chill.
Yeah. I've still got the PCS in my heart from my years of doing the PCS. Changed up its flavor though. It was PSG Talon dominating really the entire time, but it was Junja, possibly, is what we're getting to find out.
So what you're saying is Junja is literally the Exodia of Southeast Asia?
Yeah, that's why he was on that Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah.
I'm sure if I could read it, it would say something along those lines.
Although Exodia is split into 5 pieces. Junja...
Yeah, but not when it's combined.
No.
That's when you get Junja. Otherwise, when it's split into 5 pieces, it's pretty weak. And now you go, rest... I mean, that's 6 pieces here for the CFO roster.
Well, maybe CFO would be more akin to like the God cards, because there ended up being like 6 of them in the end.
Did there?
I know there was the original 3, but then more came.
Okay, I knew the 3. My favorite was always Cypher.
Yeah. Oh.
Connects there onto the Zenith Blade. And levels 2, not quite there for either side, so not really going to result in all that much. Just a little bit of chip damage back and forth.
Kaiwing cares not for level 2s. If he can send, he will send.
That is very accurate.
We saw that last game.
Cardi doing a great job. This isn't the easiest of lanes for the Rise, but Honkyu now trying to find some of that pressure. And again, Cardi trading back perfectly well. In fact, leading in terms of health, but with the pot now ticking up, it's more or less going back to Honkyu. Recalls are going to come through, though, out of mana here on the Rise. And it will be matched almost certainly by Honkyu. We'll see if he opts into trying to push one more wave.
Yep. Well, at this stage, Vikings are looking to play the long game, so they're probably going to hunker themselves down for the time being, whereas CFO, fifth pattern is to be followed.
Oh, the hook interrupting the Zenith Blade there. See along with some fantastic timing. Trades again, just very, very even. Guri going to be able to get himself that vision cone, and Junja's here on the flank. Honkyu hasn't yet looked for that recall. Cardi has, so there's no chance that this results in a kill, but even a chunk is going to be a nice little buff to the laning of Honkyu. He lands that knock up there, does Junja, but I'm not sure if he's aware of what's waiting for him. Guri onto him, the flash, and Kaiwing's here. They find their way onto Guri now, but Guri should be fine. The mana not there for Honkyu to really provide all that much. And look at the damage back. Guri and Cardi navigating it well, but keep in mind, Honkyu will be able to come back. The flash is matched. Boy, oh boy, Cardi almost getting that solo kill there over onto Honkyu.
What a rotation from Kaiwing at the most clutch possible moment for the team. Just comes in, saves his mid laner, saves his jungler, and avoids disaster, but narrowly.
And Rest is playing Cassante into Rumble up in the top lane. Not the most fun experience of all time. That is one thing I can tell you for certain. Nonetheless, doing reasonably okay. It does get easier as you get that magic resist online, as long as you're not falling too far behind.
Absolutely. Rest. I mean, this is always how this matchup goes. Rumble's an absolute menace.
Oh no! The W forward's a little risky, but dodging out of the harpoon, and Doggo and Kaiwing are here now. But
good guy, Rest. Look at him, holding the wave for Doggo.
Yeah, going to be able to teleport and match his one, so a great rotation timer. Honkyu has to be careful here. Junja. Oh dear, Honkyu's got no flash. Doesn't even have the gravity well, but able to at least.
They don't have vision of
survive,
Kaiwing.
I suppose.
They do now, as he just walks out of the brush. He's just going to sit here and alleviate some of that pressure.
So many rotations, but Vikings, they're going to be on this dragon. Junja, he's here to try and look for the smite. It's a 50-50. The fight breaking out there on the top side of the jungle, though, and Junja maybe drawing some attention away to look towards it, but he's still going for the smite. The smite battle!
Ooh.
Guri gets it. Bunch of souls down there, and Guri flashing away. Now Kaiwing as well as Junja stuck in this pit. First blood going the way of Cardi. Over the wall here will come Rest, but it's going to be Cardi once again, getting himself a double kill. Honkyu can do very little but watch. Rest is going to have to flash out of this pit, but doesn't even mean he survives. Q3 goes wide, flash over from Shogun. Rest is going to go down. It's about who's going to get it. This is going to be going to Shogun. 3-0 feet of warfare going to go the way of the Vikings.
Oh, CFO. Oh, okay. Honkyu, unfortunately, will have to back off, having caught that. Cardi wants him very, very badly. But it's almost like CFO fall into the trap that Vikings wanted them to.
Yeah, it was very uncharacteristic of CFO, really. I mean, the trade mid is terrible, right? You see Honkyu loses the vast majority of their HP as Sealong finds a good timer to walk into that mid lane, and that means that Honkyu can't really get down and get involved in this fight. And so despite it being a 4v4, it is more realistically just that 3v4. With two people stuck in the pit, eventually three. It's pretty simple kills going the way of Vikings.
Man, Shogun getting the largest cut. Beat of warfare claimed reasonably early in this matchup, and 19 stacks down at just shy of 7 minutes. Not the best, but definitely some good acceleration.
Absolutely. Fresh proxying down here.
Proxy Sante. Proxante.
No junglers down that side of the map, so it's perfectly safe to do so. You see Kratos now chasing him off, but he's going to have to go back to catch that wave.
Doggo hits 6. Kaiwing in the trenches, but so is Shulong. Okay. We're going deep into the proxy. Guri is down on this bot side, though, however.
Yeah, it is a little bit more dicey now for Rest, and we'll see if Guri even cares. Realistically, Kratos isn't going to come here because of...
Yeah, no, this might be a dead Rest.
He gets the W off. This could be a dead Guri now. Not likely, but does go for the all-out. Takes the tower shot, though, unfortunately does Rest. He's still fighting, and fighting well, but the center ult will secure yet another kill, actually, going over the Shogun. So Rest, unfortunately, overplaying his hand there. Gets a little bit too confident.
Too much watching Los Ratones.
Possibly. Great position of the game here for the Vikings. This does mean that Junja's going to be able to take an uncontested Void Grub, so it will be 3 to them, but not with the same amount of side lane pressure as they had in that Gwen in game 1. Cancelling the recall. The timeless classic.
Tempo game. It's all cerebral at the end of the day. If you can try and delay that tempo, throw them off a little bit, just get under their skin, can make things a little bit dicier. Oh, Chaos, oh, Arcane Storm.
Yeah, not going to result in much, just a little bit of pressure.
It's Rod of Ages, Victor, as well, so yeah, damage is going to be coming slowly.
Catalyst is not known for its massive damage spike.
Unless you rise.
Yeah, true. Unfair.
Although, I'd call that probably a power speed bump rather than spike.
Yeah, true. Bump. Well, as things stands, Viking doing a great job here in the early game, of course. You see it in the gold lead, as well as that dragon, but
across the board,
answer back with at least an objective of their own because of rest.
I mean, a pre-10-minute static shift coming out for Shogun as well, so he's having a grand old time.
Yeah, that's going to be really rough to deal with. The amount of priority that the center will just have consistently in whichever lane she does want to play in, which for the time being will be mid. In fact, for the rest of the game, most likely.
The mid lane equivalent of the wet noodle fight. As both of them have Catalyst. I mean, there's a tier there for Cardi. He's got 2 kills for himself, and these champions that do scale up, Honkyu could be in a very rough spot. Yeah, he's in an incredibly rough spot.
As a matter of fact, I don't think he could be. He just is. Can he at least clear this wave out, though? That's what he's going to be looking towards doing. The laser comes out. He does clear out the wave. 1 minion will survive, but he does go down, and it's a 5th kill on the board for the Vikings. Bottom side of the map, though, it's going to be Kratos being looked at. Rest goes all out. Rest will secure the kill. Flash away, actually. And with the phase rush, not the phase rush, the, whatever the move, Nimbus Cloak, able to get that movement speed away. CFO falling further and further behind.
Maybe a little bit unwarranted coming out of game 1. You know, sitting there thinking the Vikings were going to be in a much rougher spot, but they are holding their own well and truly game 2.
Absolutely.
I would like to take this opportunity to formally apologize for anything I may have said about the Vikings. They're looking pretty darn clean.
Absolutely.
I'm kidding. We had held hope that this was going to be that form that they were hitting at this stage in the year.
Yeah, they are just on the up and up. So against a team like CFO, you can never count them out. This 2K gold lead, while not insignificant, is certainly not something that you've just run away with the game. Still going to have to try and find CFO making mistakes, capitalizing on them. They have the team comp to do so, though. The Vi makes that very easy.
Absolutely. Try and force still a wee way off for Doggo. He's got the level advantage now, but by a negligible amount. Oh boy.
Junja's going to get hooked up here. They're looking for Seal Long. Down comes the depth charge. Here comes the shielding. But the knock-up's there. Shogun's going to get locked down. He has the flash, but the Cataclysm's there. He's locked down. That's a dead Shogun. Goes over to Doggo. Unfortunately, for the center, doesn't have the mobility. As soon as flash is used, it's a done deal with Junja there, waiting to capitalize with that Jarvan ult.
Just Varus with more range. But, I mean, look, the amount of safety that you are given as center, as the levels ramp up and the stacks ramp up, you make up for that a lot. But they do hold everything until they get that flash out of Shogun. That's when the Cataclysm comes down. That's when the Solar Flare comes down.
Yeah, looking to contest this Dragon still. Could be a 50-50. There is a lot that can come down. Teleport even available for Kratos. Rest does not have that availability. Honkyu taking a lot of damage here, but it will be Junja. The steady hand securing himself. The Dragon, Rest. Could be some play here. There's no flash on Kratos.
Smack him. Just a little too quick.
Yeah.
With the finished boots.
Kaiwing's here. Vikings might not know this. They will see it now. Can Honkyu, navigate the storm. Kaiwing, right place, right time means that Honkyu is not in a vulnerable position.
Don't need to navigate the storm. Ult's down. But what is down is still the Rod of Ages for Honkyu, unfortunately. Cardi already 2 ticks of progress towards it. They are still looking for Honkyu right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Kaiwing is still here. Teleport being channeled as a 5v2 down in the bottom lane. And Honkyu have no ultimate, but a lot of CC coming through. But it's not Sealong tanking the tower. Kaiwing's lived for a hell of a long time and will eventually go down as Honkyu will not. Jarvan, Junja does not have the Cataclysm, so the chase is not really there. It's just a free kill. Took a long time, but juggling that tower aggro perfectly well.
Yeah. With TP up for Cardi, he's going to go catch that wave. They do get some decent damage on that top tier 1. Rest doing what he can, knowing full well that he can't come and join. And I think that's exactly what you want in this situation. Keep him chugging on forward. He's had a rough game of it so far already. But you look at it, this entire fight, they are waiting for that opportunity to rip that cord onto Shogun. Knock up comes through. They're waiting. They're waiting. Biding their time. Flash comes. Cataclysm. Solar Flare. Arcane Storm to... Well, I mean, it was a little after he'd already died. And then, obviously, down the bot lane. It did take them a while. And, obviously, Kaiwing being the lower level, easier target for sure. They go for him. Luckily, Shogun's there. What a route as well to catch there on the backside of that tower.
Yeah, just juggling this aggro so well. Cardi does have to flash away. But other than that, Guri takes the aggro after him, able to stand in that tower range to tank one extra shot, leaving everyone under the tower still completely unharmed.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting spot for CFO. There are only a handful of teams that have held them to this point in the game. The vast majority of them have been out of the LPL this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Going for the Juxo first on the Cassante is certainly a choice.
No, I think the mixed damage.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
Generally, Juxo's efficient because it
all the others.
It's like Rabadons for tanks. Either way, it is the choice of which Rest has gone for, and I mean, it is going to provide a reasonable amount of resistance against the mixed damage. However, not the most gold efficient on one item.
But it will continue to increase in value for sure.
Yep.
I don't know. I think, yeah, there is just so much mixed damage coming out of this team that there is no one perfect answer.
Certainly isn't. Rift Herald started by the Vikings and really
immediately forsaken.
Yeah, the map is just so open for them, and I'm hoping we get to see them push their advantage as well as they have been doing in that breakout group. It would be good to see, you know, CFO find out they aren't infallible. Going forward here though, and knocked up and locked down as Guri, but he does get that ultimate off. Doggo unharmed in the back line though as Shogun pops the ultimate. Shogun now in the Cataclysm. No flash, is just taken out as Rest teleports on in. Won't be able to find Sealong on the back though, but this will now be the Rift Herald, all but certain to be secured by the side of CFO. Kratos, meanwhile though, making some damage happen on that bottom lane outer tower.
Honku just beeline straight to the top, trying to match that. Cardi is going to be there. So realistically, this shouldn't net all that much. Maybe Honku drops that Arcane Storm to try and give some prio. TP from Kaiwing to go and catch Kratos' wave.
Oh, the classic. Oh, where's my support off to? Oh, holding bot tower. But yep, just locked him down. Sealong, unfortunately, doesn't really have the ability to get on out of here. The Cataclysm comes down. You see he doesn't have flash, so he is just an absolute sure death.
He just Hex Flash moments earlier and they'd seen it, so they knew for sure. And Shogun just a little bit too far away to be able to actually get in and contribute from the outset of that fight. Doggo, that is a tower, buddy.
And that was confidence to have not used E. I would have completely not recognized the Void Might there, and my Arcane Shift would have been on cooldown. Still, Vikings, they are ahead. One dragon apiece now, however. Feats still not secured. It's the Monster Slayers confirmed for CFO and the Feats of Warfare for Vikings. So it all comes down to who picks up that first tower. You can see the damage dealt to that bottom lane outer. Kratos, of course, not teleporting to that last engagement meant he did get some free time heading along it, and Kaiwing, luckily with the teleport up from that unsealed spellbook, able to answer and at least defend the tower for the time being. Rift Herald placed mid. Dragon looks like it will be the priority for CFO.
Yeah. Yeah, steadily bumping up those Infernal Dragon numbers. Not quite in the same situation as the Hex Tech, but still reasonably low.
Finish it. Oh, not quite, not quite. One more wave though. I mean, anytime CFO look at that with any form of ambition, really, it's just going to go down. Dragon will, however, go down without that. No contest coming through from the Vikings, dealing with that Rift Herald. So, still no Noxian Blessings, or...
Missed it by that much.
Depends what game he's playing.
Hey, look, it's straight through the upright, so I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But which one are we playing? Because some are worth 2, some are worth 3.
Yeah.
And then whatever AFL is.
Kind of slowed down the pace of the game for the last couple of minutes.
I mean, that's what happens. No objectives on the map. It has been a pretty consistent theme throughout the year, unless you're Team Secret Wales, in which case that's just a perfect opportunity to force a fight.
Honku not having as good of a time into the Rise anymore. In fact, Rise now coming to his own a little bit quicker. You see the stacks on the Rod of Ages as well. 3 minutes quicker on it is Kati. And he will hit that upgrade that level up. In fact, ticks over to 8 now, meaning momentarily it will be 4 minutes.
And he's got the Seraphs just finished up as well. So really hitting his stride on the rise. 46 stacks at 18.5 minutes for Shogun. Again, not the most hyper accelerated, but still some decent timing, and Kaiwing's ward is immediately eaten. And this will be the Noxian Blessings claimed.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be answered possibly on the bottom side, but Rest does a good job to keep that minion wave away from the tower.
Oh, scumbag top laner. That could have been a doggo CS. Not that it would have made any difference whatsoever at this stage. He's finished his 2-item power spike as well.
Yeah, very strong now on the Israel. Shogun going for a Icon auto attack more often for less damage build on the center, which we have seen come more to flavor.
Yeah, it was an interesting one yesterday. We'll see if the Black Cleaver does come out. Looks like Guri is starting that up. So maybe it is going to be a slight deviation going ahead and center build pass. But again, it could just be a case of diversity. No one build path is the be all and end all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Arakan spawning in 20 seconds down the bottom side, but it doesn't look like either team particularly interested, and it won't be the fastest of Arakans for either of them. So, a bit of a struggle. You kind of need to get yourself a bit of an advantage before you do look to pick that one up. Xiaolong, however, going to establish a little bit of vision control over this bottom side jungle of CFO. The mid lane tower will fall. So another objective going the way of CFO, 2 towers to 0. They have pretty much every objective barring the one dragon, and Vikings still narrowly with a gold lead, but it has been coming back and back towards CFO, which is something even, I mean, this whole year, right? You get ahead of CFO and it doesn't often matter.
Yeah. Guri positioning. Vikings may be thinking that there is a chance that CFO just look to try and start up the Artican, but like you said, it isn't the most accelerated Artican for either of these teams. It is likely going to have to come off the back of a team fight going one way or the other.
Absolutely. Both teams in the bottom jungle. Kaiwing might be just caught out. He does drop that exhaust onto Guri and is able to flash away.
Oh,
as
wow.
Xiaolong tries to join. In will come the round warp, though. That's going to be Guri coming in, immediately looking to go out as Cardi battling Hongkyu in the bottom side of things, but Junja's able to get there. The flash away from Cardi. True Shot Barrage does not find its mark, but Rest coming in. The path making the all-outs there, but the CC is going to lock him down, disallow him from going all out. He will eventually find it. He's trying to find the back line onto Cardi. He goes down. One kill going the way of the Vikings as CFO left scrambling, running the opposite direction. Shogun still full on HP. The burn is there. Junja will explode as all of those cinders follow him. Now the Arakan, all but a sure thing here for the Vikings roster.
Yeah, I mean, a brilliant response there from the Vikings and Hongkyu. Having a duck out of those electric harpoons. Xiaolong teleports back in. Just no vision to contest it. True Shot Barrage still on cooldown as well. And the Vikings really turning things up here on that after that win against PSG.
Get themselves the Arakan. The bottom tower is sure to fall as well. Hongkyu, despite his health and mana, teleporting immediately into that middle lane to defend the tower. Doggo as well on such a low health total. Trying to do what he can to defend this, but it is just a matter of time as Shogun gets that minion wave in. They will secure themselves their first tower of the game.
Kaiwing just gets absolutely exploded. Everything in the sink dropped on him. The Arcade Storm Gravity Well and the Realm Warp comes through. Cardi somehow ends up in the lane, but he gets so much damage out onto Hongkyu. The Cataclysm doesn't need anything because Cardi just flashes out. And yeah, this Jark Show's maybe doing Rest a little bit dirty here.
Yeah, just comes out, goes all out, never actually gets the W out in that all-out form. I mean, he is just taking so much damage, and Junja narrowly getting away, but the Liandry's burning and his health bar does finish him off, and that is the Arakan picked up now for the Vikings, so a good amount of combat power given to the VCS side. Rest does get the W off. Dragon started up. This will be the second of the game for the Vikings. If CFO somehow find a way to contest, it could potentially put them on sole point, give them a lot of priority, a lot of decision making in their favor as we go towards the later stages of this game. Now Dragon down to half HP, trying to find a way in. Kaiwing's going forward. Kaiwing finds his way onto Cardi, but the equalizer's fantastic. Doggo doing what damage he can. Shutdown coming through. Cardi's down. Guri gonna be going forward with that cease and desist. As down goes Doggo, down goes Kaiwing. Rest doing what he can alongside Hongkyu, and that Shogun falling. Triple kill for him as he does, but Guri will clean up the fight. 2 men alive for the side of Vikings, and the Dragon will go to them as well.
Kratos almost single-handedly being the difference maker in these fights. The amount of damage that he is pumping out is just meaning that CFO cannot play the game. I mean, it's just crazy. He's down 100 gold, which is the most criminal part of it all. But the equalizers, the flame spitters are just so on the money, hitting everyone that it needs to. And it might unfortunately be a case for Junja where this is the quintessential, the iconic, I'm Jarvan and I'm helping.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is what we're looking at for the time being, but still finding a great team fight with
Solar
the Vikings.
Flare was so good on Ducati. Unfortunately, Kratos equalizer just straight through the middle of the fight. You look at it, Kaiwing and Junja just locked in, as well as Rest. All of them just sitting on top, cooking away. Doggo has to jump in because Guri is suddenly on him. And Hongkyu, going that Rod of Ages start, is not that monster Victor that he could have been.
Does pick up a shutdown for himself though, so quietly scaling into the game on this Victor, but still Vikings with all the chips at the moment. It's a 3k gold advantage. Now, the one benefit for CFO is they have got that 10 extra minutes of time brought to them by picking up those 2 dragons earlier on in the game. But still, the Vikings, I mean, they're just going to continue to scale. They've got the Senate. They've got the Rise. They're no slouches as this game progresses later and later and more items become available.
Got him. Fortunately, he's perfectly fine, Sun and Sky, and being a jungler and all that. The added benefits that you do get now. Sustained 2-0-10 for Guri. A phenomenal game for him.
Yeah. Looking towards his Guardian Angel now, Junja. Not sure what he's building towards, but I imagine it's probably much the same. Not got the same amount of gold income, though, because of the amount of influence that Guri has had over this game. 12 out of 13 kills he's been involved in.
Shilong, 11 of 13, so he's only 1 kill behind. Incredibly proactive around the rift. God, he just clears those waves so quickly. Seeker's arm guard for him as well. And 16 hit by both solo laners of Vikings. That equalizer, while already hitting hard, is now hitting even harder. And Rise is starting to become that mid to late game monster that we know he is.
Yeah, absolutely. His Rest, he's getting chased down by 2 members. Hongkyu teleporting in. This is a very risky teleport from the young rookie. But Rest is able to create some space to allow him in. And Junja waiting in the arms, looking to see if there's an avenue. Hongkyu coming to assist his top laner into a rough position, but his top laner answers in kind.
Yeah, TP out of Kratos. Not that that's going to get you all that much, given just how much range that Rumble can affect a team fight from with the equalizer coming down. He does move around the rift reasonably quickly at this stage of the game. Seekers for him as well, so they are going to be able to negate it. Oh, Hongkyu.
Walking an exceptionally greedy way into this lane, does at least get some damage back onto Sealong, and not an insignificant amount either, but that does cost him his flash, and playing Victor, no flash, no Zhonya's against the likes of Vi and the Rumble is going to be a really hard thing to navigate. 2 minutes time when this dragon is going to be spawned.
Guri found.
Yeah, Guri's going to be able to find his way onto Doggo. Doggo's alive for now. Sealong going into the back line. And the equalizer's down. That's one very dead Israel. Rest trying to create some space, trying to find an avenue in, and manages to bring a Rise straight back into the team. But Naught is going to be found there by CFO, unfortunately, as the Zhonya's is going to be procced. There's not the most objectives, and this Chaos Storm is doing numbers to the Vikings' health bar. That is a lot committed. They're looking towards this Baron, but I'm fairly certain if CFO wanted to, they could look to try and stop this. We see the teleport coming in. This is going to be Rest. He doesn't have the all-out, but he does have everything else. Everyone heading up now. He got the vision because of that teleport. Down now. This Baron's gone, but are they going to make it out safely? The Vikings, a 5-man unit against the 4 of CFO. They're marching forward. Rest will be taken out in a matter of seconds as Kratos ensuring no one can come to assist him.
Vikings proving consistently this game why they were the team to take that spot to potentially make it out of the breakout group, and they do just that. And oh, just look at it. Doggo, unfortunately, Essence shifts into the worst possible place, gets hit by the depth charge into an equalizer. I think that was 3 ultimates dropped on his head, and as a result, he was not at all an active part of that fight. Vikings are really out to prove something here.
Absolutely, in game 2, edges closer and closer to them being able to find the win. Now they get vision of the Baron here, but the response for the rest of CFO is just nowhere near in time, and so Rest, left to his own devices and well and truly caught out, will just be taken out. Luckily, everyone else will be able to find the passage back to their base, back to the fountain rather. As we go back to live, Baron push on the cards. Vikings marching down the mid lane for the time being. They find Kaiwing, that's going to be the cease and desist, and that's going to be a very deadly owner.
Tanky the owner, so it will take a little bit of time. And oh boy.
Oh
my lord.
Just made one of the decisions of all time. Now Rest does have flash if he needs to use it, but not going to do so for the time being. It's just going to be a reward of that inner tower in the bottom lane. Very little can the Israel do to these minion waves, as Equalizer is going to make it even harder. The Realm Orb's great. Honkyu, he's taken down. Rest and Doggo 2v5, and Rest has at least got the Guardian Angel away, but unfortunately he will fall, and Doggo alone in his own base trying to defend has done a good job. There are respawns coming, but he eats forward, has to flash away. Kaiwing spawning. It will be a 2v5, and they have managed to defend for now.
Vikings have just completely diffed CFO this game, and my co-caster will be feeling vindicated at his choice for Desert Island Draft.
Absolutely.
30 minutes and 98. So this is 100 stacks after this Dragon.
Yeah. At a pretty rough point of the game here, Israel well and truly expired in terms of where he's spiking, and Kaiwing, unfortunately, the game starts off with him getting caught out in a weird position, and it arguably feels like the final fight, or what could be the final meaningful fight, is him getting caught once more.
Yeah, I mean, just so many strong picks given over to Vikings, and those that were meant to scale up were accelerated with Shogun picking up a number of kills early, and Cardi as well getting acceleration. You look at it, I mean, 27,800 damage from Honkyu, and there is 5 kills collectively for CFO. So unfortunately that damage hasn't really translated. He's got 2 kills for himself.
Yeah, he has, and it's a rough position to be in. 19-5 the kill score is a ridiculous total. 10k essentially is the advantage. It's going to even be a little bit more after this tower goes down. And CFO, I mean, the Victor, sure, he scales fine, but there's a 4-item center they're steering down the barrel of, and Shogun has been near on playing perfect for the entirety of this game.
I mean, on the top two, the top and jungle alone, they are 6-0-24.
Yeah. Now, no Baron anymore, so if Honkyu's here, he can clear out the wave, and CFO, I mean, they see their bases in tatters. Recall's coming through now for Honkyu to try and help with that defense, as yet another tower will be taken out by Kratos here in the middle lane.
And even Doggo's damage has plateaued somewhat into this Vikings roster. Seekers now for Honkyu though. Means he's going to be a little bit harder to connect on, but in saying that, for the most part, it's just been Kaiwing getting caught trying to get vision anyway, but then steamrolls.
Oh, they found Sealong, but he has cleanse.
Oh, Shogun.
Used, exchange for cleanse. Sealong finding Rest. Nice W is going to mean he dodges out of a reasonable amount of damage as the depth charge comes through.
Ooh.
A big chunk of damage back onto Cardi. They're not going to go down without a fight. These CFO Oysters.
Yeah. I mean, the zone control that CFO possess, so it might just be an avenue back in if they can get a good gravity well set up combo for that Arcane Storm to just rip through Vikings. Maybe, just maybe, there's something that can be done, but for the most part, the answer being Kratos, who now has just picked up a Shadow Flame, has been sitting on a Seeker's Arm Guard. No need to upgrade it because he just has not had to go golden.
Yeah. These fights are just so difficult to play. Really, you kind of need to find your way somehow to isolate Shogun and take him down, and the opportunities to do so are very few and far between, especially as we now approach the 120 stack mark. There's no flash, so possible. If Junja can find his way onto him, they can take him out. That could be one avenue in, but still, even then, Cardi on the rise is truly scaled into exactly where he'd want to be.
Yeah, he's not far off that boy staff either. So if any at all resistances that have been picked up by CFO are going to be completely gutted.
Yeah. It's a tough position to be in for the Oysters. Unfortunately, they only have themselves to blame for the time being, but again, we've seen stranger wins happen. Baron now spawning, Vikings with complete control over the river.
Maybe, just maybe, it's time to bring out the Mundo again. Play that slow burn game and look to accelerate. Guri and Cardi starting up the Baron.
Yeah, it won't be amazingly fast, and now with that blue trinket going down, CFO are aware of this happening. Shogun still does not have flash, so keep an eye on that. That's a really, really important summoner. Doggo, much the same, doesn't have one of his own, but with the Ezreal, a bit of additional ability. Very low on the Baron. Can Junja get in here? If he's able to steal this, it could be the change. No, it's going to go down. It's going to be Vikings who pick it up. Down comes the net charge. Down goes Rest. Shogun's able to pick up that first kill of the fight as Junja desperately trying to get away. Drops the Cataclysm. Double kill going the way of the AD carry of the Vikings. Can he look for a third? Guri finds his way straight onto Doggo. Depth charge. Kratos connects with the kill. And Honkyu can flash, but he cannot hide as he will just be lamb to the slaughter as Shogun claims another as Kratos will take the Nexus. Game number 3 on the horizon, and Vikings have well and truly stated their mark here as
and it respawns.
Kaiwing, he's off.
He's going to go cut the wave. It's not going to do anything. But yeah, no, the Kaiwing solar flare goes wide, and that is the dam breaking, so to speak. Vikings turn and collapse in 23-5. Averaging a kill per player here for CFO. One of the roughest defeats I think they've suffered all year.
I think it is. I mean, we'd have to go back and look really, but that is probably the worst we've seen the CFO look so far this year. But I mean, again, Vikings, they come in, they're a bit of an unknown quantity because we just don't know the relative strength of them. Game 1, it got handed to them. CFO come out swinging. Vikings, though, don't go down without a fight. They come back, turn things around, look really, really impressive here for Game 2. And Shogun proving us wrong in our assessment of those 80 carries for the Vikings roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, the draft just had that much higher of a skill ceiling, or a potential ceiling for Vikings.
Yep.
As long as they were getting those leads and again keeping that acceleration up, they were in a great spot, and they did exactly that. I mean, you look at it, 31,000 damage from Honkyu, and again, they just could not find anything off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of fake damage where he's just hitting someone that it doesn't really matter if he hits. But this was a horrendous start to the game. And this is probably one of the worst plays we've seen CFO go for the entire year, right? They've just walked themselves into a pit. Honkyu can't even dream of joining into this fight because he lost so much HP to Sealong's roam mid that it's just a done deal before it even really begins.
And Guri, I mean, to his credit, stopped any chance of Junja contesting that smite, gets a great Vault Breaker into his face, and this one of the few good shots they had in, all of it just dumped onto Shogun as soon as that flash comes out. Cataclysm, Solar Flare, Arcane Storm. But the fact that it's taken that much, I mean, just Vikings had a solid command all over the Rift this entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. Even this dive, just so well played. Even Guri got tower aggro by Eing the tower. And the splash damage hitting did mean that he takes the tower. I mean, CFO again, they find themselves a pick here. It does cost them absolutely everything. Reese teleporting in for kind of no reason. And unfortunately, yeah, it is just the one pick for it. Quite a lot committed.
I mean, Kratos, a phenomenal game for him. If not for this Rumble, this game looks, I think, very, very differently just because of how much impact he had throughout these team fights. Those equalizers were just consistently in the worst possible spots for CFO to actually play at all. And because of that, Shogun had so much room to work with. Yeah, there were definitely a couple of lapses. I mean, you look at it here, Doggo just did not play that team fight at all because that equalizer comes down perfectly paired with the depth charge. Vikings very much having CFO's number here.
Absolutely, and Doggo just positioning criminally poorly there in that fight, which is why he didn't get to play it. And while I don't like to be overly critical of the players and of the teams, I think for CFO in specific, they're, again, a team that we are hoping is contesting for even winning Worlds, right? Obviously, that would be a little bit ambitious in the current state of things, but it isn't so ambitious that it's not possible. So these weird positional errors that have reared their heads in much more important timings, like at MSI and whatnot, it's really important that we avoid them. And unfortunately for Doggo, it is something, and Kaiwing admittedly too, that does rear its ugly head from time to time.
Yeah, definitely something that warrants, you know, tightening things up going into the later stages of this split and onwards, of course. But I mean, you can do nothing but credit Vikings. That was a phenomenal showing from them, making their way out of the breakout group into the contenders and proving that it wasn't just a fluke.
Absolutely, but that's game number 2, all done and dusted. We're going to go to a break. Once we're back, game number 3, can CFO finally fall after so many months? We'll have to wait and see.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。会礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Third and final time here for our first series of the day, and Driver is back in. I mean, realistically speaking, a better performance out of him than Rest. Not to say Rest played particularly poorly, but there were times where he felt a little uncomfortable. I'm still not a fan of the jump show first. But Driver, I mean, he's going to come back in, and interchangeable are these two. On any given week, one of them can just carry the team to a victory. We saw it last week with Rest, and this time it's Driver here to get the job done.
More and more so with the overlapping of champion pools now, as they are starting to delve into the others' specialties. Although I've still yet to see evidence that Rest can even compare to Driver when it comes to Sion. That guy is just kind of... I don't know how he keeps finding solo kills on Sion, but he does.
Here's a bit of a beast. There he is, giving you the stare down.
Eyebrows.
Blue side for CFO. So far in the series, of course, both games have been won by the blue side. Vikings in game number 2, impressing both of us. I have to be honest. We didn't, well, at least for myself, I can only speak for, but I didn't really expect them to come in and take a game. I was impressed if they even looked competitive, just not because the Vikings are bad, but just because of how dominant CFO have looked. But coming in and trouncing CFO realistically in game number 2, now looking to potentially hand them their second series loss here of the entirety of the LCP.
Yeah, no, look, I am the self-proclaimed VCS shill, but even I was skeptical that they were going to be able to hold a candle to CFO, but they've done more than just that. They've snuffed out CFOs in game 2, well and truly. And now it could potentially force CFO into the lower bracket for the first time this year domestically.
Yeah. Yeah, it really would be vying to... I mean, it would guarantee that CFO can't come out of the LCP, at least of the season finals, at first seed. To get first seed, you need to win both of your games, and you have locked in first seed heading into playoffs. So losing this here for either of these teams means they cannot possibly be first seed.
Yorick Nocturne Band is there. Not going to show up at all.
Yeah, will be banned once more against Hong Q, of course. Again, he's just so good at the champion.
Absolutely. Varus taken away from Doggo as well. Does Yunara get looped through? That is the question. We've seen what Doggo's been able to do. I imagine Vikings just third ban it. I don't think they want to run into Doggo's Yunara again.
Yeah. Second people kill in the world, unless you are Sheep Esports.
Yeah. I don't know how many sheep there are in Southeast Asia. Maybe that's why.
Well, I think between Australia and New Zealand, we are making up for most of Asia, I'd dare suggest.
Oh, well and truly.
Here is the Viego banned against Guri. I mean, probably the best Viego we've seen in the LCP. And Ginger back to comfort once more on the Wukong. Himself alongside Levy, just synonymous with the Wukong. Arguably their best champions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The guy just makes miracles happen with the Monkey King himself. What the Vikings answer back with? I mean, Xin Zhao still very much an option in the pool, and it's going to be locked in straight away for Guri. Unfortunately, Neferi, which had been another pick that Guri had tended to lean towards, has well and really fallen out of favour.
Absolutely. Now, what are we looking towards here for the side of Vikings? They get the Xin Zhao again, strong champion. They take away the Scion. But Kratos is the other Scion player that stands among the ranks of these top teams in the contenders group. It's not played as often by the likes of Arja or either Pun or Hero, or Stellar even.
But I mean, it's a double-edged sword there. Not only is it a strong pick for him, but it takes it away from potentially being drafted by Driver. They don't look too phased, so I imagine they probably had something else in mind. Are we going to see the Annie? Okay, so it's going to be the Kai'Sa for Doggo.
Nico's open.
Yeah, okay.
So immediately, I mean, this is a pretty scary draft already. The Kai'Sa, rather, is going to be able to deal with that Scion health bar fairly well. You also have the armor pen coming through naturally with Wukong, so Black Cleaver, if he does go for that AD on hit build, if he goes for the AP build, well, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, so it does leave mid and top open for CFO in the second round. It's going to see probably a couple of bans. Jin game. Okay, it's not the worst Jin game with Scion already in the hands of Kratos. I think if Vikings are smart, you probably ban the Orianna here. I mean, the Orianna-Wukong combo, just such a problematic one.
Well, I personally think this is a rough game to be Jin. It's pretty scary playing Jin against the likes of the Nico and the Wukong.
Okay.
Annie taken away from Hong Q. Not a champion that he's thrived on by any stretch of the imagination. He often does win, but to be blatant, it often feels like in spite of the Annie.
Yeah, at times, for sure. I think synergistically it's just too strong with what's already been drafted by CFO. And what else have we seen for Hong Q? I mean, Yone probably not going to be the option here. Karma banned away as well. So looking to try some of those Enchantress supports that make things a little bit harder for the Nico in lane. Aurora, another champion that Hong Q has done a lot, and I mean, that would have been game over for Circle Theory.
Yeah, very much so. After taking away strong laning supports, what else really is there? I mean, they've got themselves the Nico. The Bard is a potential, but Bard not striking me is an amazing champion currently.
No. I mean, is Rel or Alistar worth the ban? Potentially the Alistar. Bard, okay, so...
They do go the Bard.
They do take that Bard away.
So if you do want that lane power in your support role, it's going to have to be something a little bit more unique. First pick of the second phase here for the Vikings, Orianna.
Oh, okay. Cheeky. Works just as well with his... Maybe not as well, I suppose, given that Wukong being having that invisibility just means he can close that gap a little bit quicker. So now, what is the pivot here? If there was need for a pivot, obviously it may not even be a draft, but Hong Q being an animated, I would imagine that it was something they were potentially thinking of.
Yeah. Looking for a top laner.
Shen.
Shin is I mean, Shin a very, very strong early game top laner. Has that percentage health damage on the Q, meaning he will shred through the Scion. And it's pretty hard for the Scion to actually do anything in this matchup. I like it. The maneuverability as well. You can look for these engages, right? Driver can just ult on top of Junja on that Wukong, or even Kaiwing on the Nico, and he's found himself in the middle of that team fight. Can be used defensively to keep Doggo alive. I mean, there's so many uses for the Stand United. Mid laner to come through still, Akali.
Okay.
So there's another tool, another vessel for the Shen. Support for Sealong. Do we get spicy? Does he bring back the Pike? Not the worst game in the world for it, but...
Yeah, definitely a lot that you can do.
Smiling. He's smiling.
Poppy.
Poppy.
Okay.
All
yeah,
right.
look, that's a big value Poppy game.
Yeah, very, very good Poppy game. Can't complain about that. So, taking stock of the drafts, I mean, both teams have some good tools to be able to win this out. I mean, you look at the skirmishes, certainly will go the favor of CFO, but if we get it to the later stage of the game, you've got that Orianna, the Jhin in the back line. While Jhin not the greatest at hitting through these tanks, it does eventually start to do so if you get to those 4 or 5 items.
Especially with Shilong playing that Poppy, going to be able to clear out some of these fights, open up those avenues for the curtain call. The problem being is if Honkyu does find an avenue onto Shogun, things get a bit dicey.
For sure. CFO, I mean, pretty happy oftentimes in this last decider matchup, just picking up the Akali. Good matchup for it. Of course, the lane sucks. It's really, really hard to navigate, but once you're through that lane, these dragon fights, Orianna really suffers. The side lanes as well, much the same.
We might have a problem down in the bot lane, though, for CFO.
Yeah, a little bit less damage. I saw it, don't you worry. It's first thing I see.
TPA Shen, though, so they are sticking.
Yeah, I love
them
getting those, what are they called?
The clappers, the boppers, whatever. I don't know. They make a really horrendously loud noise when there's thousands of them in the stadium.
Lumberjack's on too, correct skin for Kratos. So, I mean, skin game on point for these two teams.
Absolutely, but...
Except for Doggo. Now, while I like KDA and I like the music, IG, a lot of damage on that skin.
Yeah. All I can think of when we come to this is next time on the LCP.
Vikings coming in third and final game up against CFO, looking to be the second VCS team perhaps, to take down CFO in a best of series yet to have been done a second time. It was Team Secret Wales at the very beginning of the LCP that did it once. And Vikings now stepping up to the plate on the verge of being able to repeat that success. But it's not going to be easy. You've got the Jhin, who has Cleanse, a very vulnerable champion to the likes of the Wukong, especially when there is a Shen on top of them. Akali, much the same.
Absolutely. And a battle of fire and ice in the mid lane. Winter Wonderland Orianna and Infernal Akali. Honkyu looking to try and get some early prio, but the damage, the clockwork wind up, does stack up pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Carlin going wide there on the queue. Good movement out of the Vikings bot lane. The lane priority being afforded to the Nico lane. It's something we've come pretty accustomed to, realistically.
Phase rush into electrocute. So Minkadi going to have the tools to clear that distance, has that level advantage. Monky's going to have to play this very, very safe after that early trading.
Drops a Shroud. Phase rush there for Cardi. A safer rune choice. It means it won't be punishing this Akali as much in the lane phase, but when it comes to the side lanes, we'll have a little bit of extra safety, which is generally where the matchup struggles. I mean, regardless of rune choice, you're essentially putting a hat on a hat if you're going for the Commodore, the Aerie.
Yeah. Orianna in that later stage of the game, not wanting for damage.
No. The Commodore Aerie doing minimal to buff up the Orianna later on in the game. Honkyu going to miss a couple of CS just by nature of the matchup, but has kept it even.
Yeah, Cardi prioritizing harassing a little bit more than last hitting. It's up in the top lane though. Driver's having a grand old time.
Yeah, it's just a very difficult matchup for the Scion, but again, it's a Scion versus Shin. Neither one of them are going to die, neither one of them are going to suffer all that greatly.
Honky's sticking around trying to get what he can. Does get the cannon. Will have the shuriken if he needs it, but holds off for the moment.
Junjun now spotted down in the spot lane means that Cardi can feel completely safe walking up and harassing under this tower, and Hongkyu is going to have to look for a recall sooner or later because of that health total.
Oh boy.
He's not going to be able to hit this crab. Oh, Junja.
He wants to.
Does he have smite?
Oh, he's done it.
He gets the smite. Has the clone as well to get over that wall. As Cardi comes, we'll be able to do so. So a clean takeaway of the Scuttle Crab. Of course, it's something, but Guri's just going to hit top and get his own one, and we'll be able to look towards his jungle too if he so chose.
Yeah, Honky giving a bit of free time now. And Kai Wing. Oh.
Sealong?
He's going to have. Oh, he's done.
What?
He was fighting Kai Wing's clone last I saw in the river.
Why is he there? Wave control well and truly in favor of CFO. Junja's there, his jungler's not. A bit of a lapse of judgment, unfortunately. Does lead to Doggo on the Kaiser of all people picking up that first blood. Certainly not starting off this game how they possibly would want to. CFO, on the other hand, going to be completely happy. I mean, yeah, he could just go through his tri-bush realistically. Maybe thinking Junja's in it. Unfortunately, walks straight into him.
Does hold his own flash, though.
Yep.
So at least they could potentially look to make some plays with the fact that Doggo does not have his. Honky finally heading back to base.
At long last. Has found himself down a little bit of CS, but that's just the nature of the matchup. Cardi yet to look for the TP, and we'll find a reasonable chunk of damage on Hongkyu as he does return to the lane. Yeah, Hongkyu did lose his flash there. You saw the roam coming out of Sealong. Trade up top, Kratos out of mana, and Driver not having to worry about that resource.
Shogun, though, at least doing what he can. He's farming reasonably well. Kai Wing. Oh, my lord. Okay. Hongkyu getting some big-time vengeance there.
Yeah, putting Cardi in a rough position in the lane. It means now that some priority will be established, but not a whole lot they can do with it. I mean, the Dragon's up, but Junja's looking for a recall.
Cardi is just ticked over to 6-2.
Yeah, it's so nerve-wracking. But a good shuriken means out of that situation will go Hongkyu. Looking to hit level 6 himself. Will do so very soon.
Guri's B-laning towards that mid lane too.
No flash. Dragon start up Vikings. First on it. They have all 4 members here. Level 6 now on the cards for Hongkyu. This is where these fights get a lot stronger for the Akali. And you see Vikings do respect that possible skirmish potential coming out of the CFO lineup, and will just allow this Dragon to reset, head back to lanes as Junja will head up to the top side looking for that crab and blue buff.
Yeah, Stand United as well being online means that things can quickly spiral unless Kratos can get that interrupt, but he's not got a lot of mana left to him, so I don't think he would be able to. So for the moment, they're just going to uneasily leave it be. Junja 6 now online, so Cyclone is now an option.
Junglers don't know where each other are. For the time being, Guri not able to get into this red buff, finishing off the Krugs, and now has the potential with both junglers being level 6 that he could look for the smite. Not going to be able to find it. Junja dragging it away from him.
Not sure if that's a fight he would have wanted to take, especially with Driver able to come in and assist and Kratos just suffering under his tower. Oh, not quite on the wall.
Yeah, Doggo able to get out. This is very, very dodgy, but timing not quite in position. Now popping the Ghost, looking very aggressively. Going to force away the cleanse from Shogun. Man, he was fast.
Yeah.
Almost felt like he was ghosting at them.
Heel and finished boots will do that.
Very true.
He's going to try it again.
Yeah, this time Honkyu not in lane. Wave at his tower. It does feel like a good timer for Vikings to look for it, but Junja seemingly not willing to just leave it go.
Yeah, with Kaiwing here as well.
Yeah, they have brute forced their way into the river. Kaiwing tanking up the dragon. And it will be just given over to CFO. A little bit worried to take the fight to them. CFO do claim themselves that first dragon. 1-0 the kill, and the dragon on top of that means ever so slightly our CFO ahead.
It's going to be the Rod of Ages Oriana as well, which does mean that could suffer some of the same issues that Honkyu did on the Victor in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good buy against the Akali.
It is.
That extra power, that extra grunt, if you were.
But it's going to be a case of you hope things don't spiral too much before you start stacking it up.
Driver finds out that he's now 2v1. Will look to take the recall as Kratos going to use that Sion ultimate to return back to lane and get himself some priority in that bottom side. You see lane swaps coming through and some pressure towards these grubs going to be established for both sides. Again, Honkyu having that ult. Sealong finds an early trade on the Driver. Driver hasn't recalled yet. That's a mismatch in numbers. Eventually can come through, but Kratos all the while having a great old time.
No TP for Driver, so Kratos is going to have a long time unanswered in this lane.
Absolutely. The one benefit, of course, is that you're not missing out on too much as Shen. He is slowly but surely walking his way down there, and it will still be a nice injection of gold for the Sion. Get a little bit more tankiness behind him.
Absolutely. 2 plates. Plus denies a decent amount of CS away from Driver, who was building up somewhat of a lead. Now, oh, okay. Say it with your chest, Cardi.
So, grubs have gone down. We'll see if the at least for now, the recalls are being channeled, and you see Kratos pathing out to the top side of the map, which means Shogun and Sealong definitely not headed top. Wouldn't be too surprised to see them going out mid, but at least for now, Shogun is going bottom. Very typical of the support to just head out into the mid lane, so nothing too unique to see there.
Ken Guri is lurking around this mid lane. And Kratos' shield doesn't even break. This is feeling very reminiscent of that GAM CFO Game 5.
It is. I think there was also only one kill in that game.
It was a lot. I think it was the 19-minute mark that we had that kill. If I remember correctly, it was an incredibly slow burn.
And then it was about the 27-minute mark where it all ended.
Yeah, there was an Akali in that game too.
There was. Started it off. Now, well, this, unfortunately for the Vikings, is exactly how CFO like their games to be played. Slow and steady. No need to force anything unnecessary. They've already picked up the dragon. They've picked up the grubs. Objectives well and truly going their way.
Yeah, just a little solo time. Oh, okay. That's a call.
I don't think Doggo should be under too much pressure. He does have to ult, but either way, ult for ult trade. Neither one of them feel like they should be too impactful in the near future, although Dragon is spawning. It's a lot higher chance that Doggo's at that than Kratos.
Absolutely. Oh, Guri. Okay, Cardi coming in and support. Sealong being there as well means that he was never really all that threatened. Proto belt Akali.
Oh, the flash. They do connect. Only onto one, though, and Guri trying to create some space. Sealong, unfortunately, not going to be able to hit everyone away. Junja being targeted down. Kratos here, no ultimate. Cyclone going to be used. Junja's very low, but in the back line goes Hongkyu with a shit on top of him. In will come everyone. No, there's CC there. A great snare coming out of Shogun to stop that Shen from coming in, and it might just lead to the demise of Hongkyu on the Akali. Guri gets it done.
Oh boy, that's so rough. Stand United stopped, but just Shogun must have got the root there, which is very rough.
Yeah, managing to find that route. It's not often you see the AD carry managing to stop a teleport, but on this occasion it was a good find nonetheless. It means that fight, which could have been an absolute disaster for the Vikings, does get turned on its head.
It was so close to hitting Xulong as well, but the command shockwave, so they get pounded away, only to be pulled back in. And then Hongkyu thinks he's got an opening.
Unfortunately, he gets the shield, which is something, but
yeah,
the Shen,
I mean, yeah, just standing right on top of him. Xulong survives as well. That's so rough.
And when meets lightning, meets ninja. 1-1 now the kills. Dragon not secured though, so in terms of those objectives, it is still CFO who have the favor. There are still 1k gold advantage for them, majoritively of course, sitting atop this Kai'Sa. Exactly who you'd want it on.
Yeah, they need to keep accelerating Doggo. Junja and Kai are going to start things up. There is still a ward there. They've got a decent amount of vision around that Dragon pit. Curtain Call could come into play, but I think realistically you just give it up. It's only Dragon number 2. 14.5 minutes in.
Absolutely. Junja going to head to his red buff. 2 dragons to none. Reasonably fast dragon stacking, but not as fast as we've seen out of CFO. Still a good position to be in, of course. Uh-oh.
Yeah, just holds it.
Yeah, no need to use it. You're not getting anything from it, so.
Especially with Rift Herald now live. You want to hold it for that, I'd imagine.
Who's going to be able to come and pick up this mid-wave farm, scaling away quietly here on the Kai'Sa, as once again Nico Clone continues to do what Nico Clone does.
That tower well prepped for another wave to come in. Stand United still a long way off being up, or is it up? It looks as if it's on cooldown, but I think it's just the icon.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's moving. It is up.
So it's a tool, definitely. Hopefully this time for CFO.
No, it is. It is, but it's only like 15% left to go.
Oh, right. It is a very long cooldown.
Yeah, it is. 10 seconds, there you go.
So.
10 seconds left, so it will be up.
And CFO waiting for it to be up till they start this Rift Herald, and we'll do so now. You see Driver.
Not in a position to be interrupted by anyone.
No. In fact, even less so now that he's looking for that recall, but Vikings posturing as if they wanted to look to contest, but too slow to it means that CFO will just take that Rift Herald and be very happy with the play. Driver as well, now willing to just commit his teleport down to the bottom lane and get some pressure down there, maybe even look towards the tower. We're still a tower away. 3 kills for CFO to pick up potential Noxian blessings, or feats of strength rather.
Cardi is beelining down to their bot lane, so Driver will get some decent damage onto it, but be hard pressed to finish it off. Luckily, the same is true on the top side. Kratos pushing that wave in. It's going to have a hard time finishing it. They need someone to answer Cardi, and Hongkyu is heading that way.
Yeah. Junja finds Xulong. Nothing really comes of it. Xulong will be able to take some of that vision back, but 2 minutes until any notable objectives up doesn't really matter.
Cardi just got to bot lane, then recalled, and they've switched again.
Yeah, they don't want the Akali into the Orianna anymore. It's, even though you've got that Rod of Ages, you are just too vulnerable.
Especially with Junja sniffing around and Driver. Okay, Doggo just doing Doggo things.
Absolutely. Rift Shield going to be placed. It should be the mid tower, which will mean the feats of strength going over.
Yeah, I think just recognizing
of a CFO game we're watching. Just getting
okay, they're just going to take it bot lane as well. Just double down, get the most value out of this Rift Herald possible. And unfortunately, all Kratos can do is sort of sit here and watch as it crashes in, losing more HP on it. And Junja, no, not quite. Oh,
he does have the clone though. Tower shock. Oh, it's not onto him. It's onto Driver. The Junja does get away. Costs Kratos his ultimate, but keeps the tower alive.
Yeah, feats claimed already anyway. So just going to be something to draw attention from CFO at a certain point in the game. Not right now. Once again, Hongq up to match Cardi. Proto belt done for Kaiwing.
Oh yeah. Engage range just gets scarier and scarier for the Nico. The game gets scarier and scarier for the Vikings. While the gold lead isn't extending all that much, I mean 300 gold in the past 5 or so minutes, it is just every objective falling, and it's every objective falling to one side of the map, and that's CFO. And again, I mean, these are the kind of games that there's so much to learn from, where CFO aren't actually getting any kills, they're not taking you down, and they're still just getting everything they want. Being faster to play, having that superior setup.
It's crazy to think this is only the first series of the evening as well.
Yeah. Slow burner.
Dragon number 3 up and ready to go. That clone drawing a lot of attention.
Would be Soul Point, of course. Cloud Soul.
Oh boy. Cloud Soul with a Nico and a Wukong. Teleport baited in here. Is Kratos going to come and join? Not even baited in, I think it's just a smart call.
Yeah.
Slow that stacking. Eyes on Kaiwing though, that's going to be the big focal point.
See him. Clone coming in first, creating a little bit of pressure. See along with the ability to deny. Driver coming in from the flank, is going to be charging up. They're going to hit onto Kaiwing, the perfect target. But Junja's going to be able to maybe make it into the Dragon pit. No, he has been denied. It is the Dragon going over to the side of the Vikings, but in will go Junja. Sorry, his Shogun on the back line does get hit by the Shuriken. Oh, the Pop Blossom from Kaiwing onto 4. Still the fight is so dangerously close. Driver channeling, Driver flashing, double kill. Gonna be Driver picking up the 3rd as only Shogun and Kratos watch as Doggo comes barking through the team fight. It's a triple kill for him. The curtain call will at least secure 1. The clone blocks the 2nd, but it will still be Kratos who gets that kill. CFO. What a fight out of them. It's still a close affair, but they do get it done.
I mean, dancing on the knife's edge. They get themselves 2 back at the very least. Unfortunately, Doggo now 4-0-1. He's such a monster. And I mean, you look at it, this is phenomenal from Xulong. Does not fall trick to Junja and Kaiwing wearing each other's skin. Gets that Nico out of there. And if that Nico's there earlier, this becomes even more disastrous. But a great Cyclone and Hongq denied that opportunity. Just jumped on, everything piled in on him. Then Pop Blossom onto 4. Junja survives for so long. Hongq, again, holds on because of that Stand United. Great flash forward from Driver. Doggo picks up the double and will even get more. Nearly takes down Shogun, gets the flash and finishes off Kratos. But unfortunately, the curtain call there. Junja tries to play his life and Kaiwing much the same. Unfortunately, Kratos, it's pretty hard, even in zombie form.
Absolutely. So 3-4 was the team fight. Dragon, importantly, was picked up from the Vikings. Gold ever so slightly edging out towards CFO bit by bit. Doggo picking up the majority of that gold as well is a really, really terrifying thought. You see him getting awfully close to that 3rd item. 4-0-1 here on the Kai'Sa.
Happy as Larry. 0-1-4 versus 0-1-3 in the mid lane. Shadow Flame coming about soon for Hongq as well. He's taken a lot of damage from Kratos. And Hello Radiance and Unending Despair doing a lot.
Junja starting up the Arakan, but no one really there to support him.
Vikings posturing to try and intercept as well.
He's keeping it aggro, but CFO just taking recalls.
Yeah.
So,
Shadow Flame finished up now. Honkyu going to be coming back in. Those waves die pretty darn quick.
yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, this tower might even for Kratos, but Honkyu there to dissuade his forward momentum onto it.
While Driver just ushering in that wave down in the bot lane. Undercard live, 2 minutes to the next Dragon, a minute 30 to Baron. In a situation that could kind of spiral.
Vikings doing a great job.
That's a full combo onto Kratos.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're doing a great job of making sure the Akali is not into this Orianna. Because you see there, I mean, Honkyu could probably spend 5 minutes hitting the Scion and the Scion would be fine. In fact, probably end up winning.
Ginger.
Gonna be able to get the red buff. Good smite.
Smacks Guri on the head anyway.
Oh, actually, yes, no, that was a good smite from Guri.
Oh,
hold up. Guri makes it out, but now he's going to be knocked up. Has the Cyclone, is going to have to ult away as Doggo maybe putting the button rather on that Killer Instinct a little bit too early. Guri gets himself out, but now loses that ultimate. Of course, 2 used for the price of just the 1 means, in terms of that team fight, a little bit more in the back pocket of the Vikings for the time being.
Problem being is that Guri is going to struggle a little bit more in that frontline aspect. Oh, Honkyu.
Goes forward.
Oh, Honkyu.
Oh, my lord. Yeah, definitely not a fight that Honkyu wins. Again, this is the nature of how well Vikings are doing it, making sure the side lane matchups are exactly what they want. Shin's not going to do anything into the Orianna, and likewise, the Akali's not going to do anything into the Scion.
So they go for that switch. Driver now going to go match Kratos. Just going to, again, lull as they get themselves ready for Dragon number 4.
Absolutely.
I think realistically, Driver just takes this tier 1, waits the opportunity for Stan United to come through. Problem being is Junja is top side of the map. Oh no, never mind, it's Skywing.
I got you too.
Oh, yeah.
It's so hard to cast these fights when there's just 4 Wukongs on my screen.
Yeah, it's hard to
give it over. We'll see what Vikings' answer is. I mean, this tower's gone, so it's a bit of gold again. Going the way of CFO.
They are rotating up.
Yeah, looking for a fight potentially. CFO, you see on the bottom side of your screen, they have the correct matchup, but they're looking instead to pressure along the map. Sealong's going to see what's going on. He has that poppy. Oh! But it stopped in its tracks. Knocked up, rooted up. Sealong is going to go down. Very low on the health bar. Junja comes over. Killer Instinct for Doggo. And Kratos is a very tanky man.
Cardi's TP'd in as well.
At the moment as he will fall, and Doggo gets himself a double. In comes the Jin. He has the curtains call, but health bars seemingly high enough for the side of CFO. As they get the Artican, they get the fight win, and Baron is short. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Honkyu absolutely annihilates Shogun.
And that just blows the doors off the barn and gives CFO the opening to take the Baron. What was looking like a dragon dance quickly spirals into a CFO monster stomping.
And you have to wonder, why has Kaiwing not been playing this champion since season kickoff? Because boy oh boy does he make it look phenomenal. They get the immediate 2 picks. Kratos, despite all of his tankiness, does get taken down in a relatively quick fashion. And with just the carries left, Honkyu, the perfect champion Akali to deal with it.
Oh boy. They have no idea that Honkyu's stuck around. I think, no, yeah, Cardi won't have seen him. And Shogun gets mollywomped.
Oh dear. That was a lot of damage and not a lot of time.
6-0-2 for Doggo now.
4 items.
Yeah.
All of which are attack speed items.
Yeah. And the Renans as well to spread the love.
Yeah. Applying that passive multiple times. It's a good pickup. 3 melee champions. You can make good use of it. Dragon goes down. Bot lane inner goes down. Honkyu on the top side trying to make that statement true as well for the top.
Despite a valiant effort, it feels as if Vikings may have just done their dash. CFO really hitting that tipping point. Critical mass achieved.
Absolutely. Junja threatening yet another engage. Not going to pull the trigger on it just yet.
Honq wants his shot at Kratos.
You're not dealing with Kratos. Full combo just breaks the shield.
He's been grudging this Scion the entire game. He's like, no, surely. He's limit testing. At some point, I'm going to be able to one-shot this thing. And speaking of one-shot...
I've seen this one before, and it was the same man who did it. Doggo finds that one shot.
Oh, my lord.
Has the support of Driver on that Shen now as he goes very deep. He's exhausted. He might even just go down and will, but has it past Avenue in for CFO. Junja's in the back. He's trying to find these knockups. He's allowing the space for Honq. Flash away for Guri. Straight into the waiting arms of the CFO lineup. Another one falls and all the dominoes come crashing down.
Driver dies to the tower because Kratos is too beefy.
It's going to be 3 members against just Kratos. 10 seconds until Shogun. The game will not end, but for all intents and purposes, CFO will be claiming Game 3 eventually.
The ego recall, and Kratos steps up and interrupts it, but Shogun is here now. So Honq, I think, definitely needs to give the respect there and backs himself off. And yeah, Doggo, wow, that was just game knowledge. He absolutely knows the vision range, slides on in under the cover of the fog of war and his invisibility, and expunges Shogun. Unfortunately, he then gets just obliterated by every piece of CC on the Rift. And it's a great follow-up team fight. Honq struggling to try and stay in range, but the damage coming out of the entire team now is just too much.
Absolutely. Silong will be taken down. Arakan making it impossible to run as well. And I mean, Kratos is never killable, so without Doggo there, that man will be standing. Baron not on the cards anymore, at least for the side of the Vikings.
But it's going to be spawning both the Dragon and the Baron at the same time. So there is a good chance you just pivot one or the other. This is not a fast neutral objective taking comp for Vikings. So there's a good chance CFO just handily take down the Dragon, then pivot into a Baron.
Yeah, absolutely could be on the cards.
Even the Observer was daring Honq to go back in. But all the while, Driver is just shoving in this wave bot.
Yeah, Kratos doesn't take a lot of damage. Only Doggo, again, I said it before, will be able to do anything to the Scion. Junja.
It's not nothing, but... okay, it is nothing. Never mind.
Here we go. Gonna get the ultimate out. Kratos doesn't take a whole lot of damage, but that's a pretty important tool utilized. Silong channeling the ultimate is gonna let it reset.
Yeah.
It's like just an inevitability at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we have reached the cliff's edge, unfortunately, and Vikings are staring over with CFO menacingly standing behind them. Junja gets caught, but there's just not going to be much of anything found on the back side of it. As I say that, he goes and takes fourth shot from Shogun.
Yeah, just biding time. He can look for the recall now, as he will do. And I mean, there are just objectives to take coming up, and it doesn't feel like there's any reasonable way of which Vikings can look for a contest, barring a horrendous misplay out of CFO, which they haven't been perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but from this kind of lead, much the same as Vikings last game, it does feel a little insurmountable.
Merc, Scimitar, final item for Doggo. Sonya's done as well in the mid lane. 88 stacks on his heart steal for Driver. Number go up indeed.
Yeah, not that high. All right, mid lane trying to be pressured here for the Vikings. They have everyone stacked towards it. You see Driver nowhere to be seen, but with the Stand United available, doesn't need to be.
He's just taken their base. He's in your walls, guys.
Ping's going down onto the Baron. Doggo's going to be left to solo out this Dragon. We'll be able to do so very easily. That's the Cloud Soul rather, secured now for CFO.
It means that he'll be able to get back into things. And yeah, okay, Driver's still just sticking around in this bot lane.
Yeah, no reason not to be. Has teleport, has Stand United. He can be anywhere on the map anytime he wants. Teleport coming in. This is going to be Sealong, but Sealong's going to be found immediately by Junja. Still allowed passage out of it.
Oh!
Shogun, however, won't be coming straight onto the 80 carry, and in comes everyone. First kill for Dogo, second kill for Dogo, third kill for Driver. Can I get a fourth? It's going to be Honku that picks that one up. And yes, you're tanky, Kratos, but there are so many members of CFO hunting you down. Going to hold back to the base, and that base is going to be in tatters. CTBC Flying Oyster will remain undefeated for the past 7 or so months. Only Team Secret Wales have managed to get it done, and the Vikings will just narrowly fall short.
Kratos just sits there dancing. Look, he's not even, is he technically in the fountain? I think he may have been, but regardless, it was not a heck of a lot of damage, but he doesn't even get to the fight with a single teammate remaining. They're all dead on the ground around him. And CFO continue the slow burn, but Vikings, what a statement series from them.
Absolutely. It does feel as though, I'm going to be honest, first seed doesn't seem up for grabs, but second seed could truly be anyone's. We're going to find out who is competing with CFO after our next series, but what a performance out of these guys in games 3 and 1. Of course, Vikings in game 2, phenomenal, showing just the level of play they can bring. The CFO, when it comes down to crunch time, they have it in the clutch.
You got to wonder, though. This year we have played. We get it.
Shen.
Stand United indeed.
And he just teleported to Junja.
Oh, he did.
The same celebration.
He's so humble. He really is. But yeah, no, so this entire year, it has been PCS home turf advantage. Top 4 play in Da Nang. VCS home turf. Could that be the difference maker? A VCS home crowd could potentially propel a VCS team into our first seed representative.
Possibly top 3 in Da Nang. It'll be the lower bracket and the finals.
Still room for 2 VCS teams, or 3, depending on how things go.
Possibly. Still room for an OCE team, if you ask me.
Are they going to watch, are they?
CFO, though, I mean, 1 win away now from securing that first seed, going into the playoffs. But, I mean, just bring it all together. I mean, game 2 was very sloppy out of them. You have to be honest. And again, I'm always hypercritical of this roster, simply because, as I said during the series, they are the team that you look towards to now be competing with. T1, they took those guys to game 5. That's a roster that, yes, they've had a sub out in the top lane, but they're still essentially the same core that won the last 2 World Championships, right? They took that same team to game number 5. This is a team that can truly contest for the World Championship. You can't have games that look as sloppy as game number 2. But you get to game 3, they realize, okay, now it's time to settle down, make sure we get it done. It didn't take anything fancy. They just went around the map. None of these ambitious fights they don't need to take. They just got the correct setup, they got the correct positioning, they got the objectives, and slowly got further and further ahead until there was a tipping point where it felt like Vikings just cracked under the pressure. Right, we have to do something, and CFO had all the answers.
Yeah, just that slow burn style that CFO have become known for. They are the ultimate trap when it comes to this game. They will wait until you step a foot wrong, and then they will pounce. And again, Kaiwing on the Nico. You'd think that he'd been playing it all year long, because it just looks like such a clean pick from him. And you look at it here, this fight is just an absolute wash. And then Kratos gets there, and Doggo, it was a pretty impressive showing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, again, just another series of multi-kills for this man. The Ezreal left a little bit to be desired, a few too many ambitious ease forward, which left him very vulnerable to the Vi and the Rumble. But the Kai'Sa, the Lucian, phenomenal games out of him. So very much liked what I saw out of this man, and continue to like it throughout the entirety of this year.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things got a bit hectic.
Oh, the self-sabotage.
It looked like it was such a good show. They might have been able to find something, then Kratos comes down. Junja, in a world of pain, just gets a little bit caught, and then, yeah, what an interrupt from Shogun. If Driver gets here, this fight looks completely different.
For sure.
And I think CFO do take a hand advantage to start things off, but no, Honku the one ultimately get caught, and Shogun, a massive read from him to make that play.
This fight, it's a 45 for the start of it, especially Junja goes in. There's no Nico anywhere, but Honkyu's already in the back line. He's already found his way to Shogun, but a fantastic headbutt coming out of Sealong, stops him in his tracks, and then the Pop Blossom to turn it around. I mean, a showcase of support knowledge from both of these teams in this fight leads to such a close affair. The driver manages to find his way in. That Stand United pivotal to keeping Honkyu up and available. Shogun able to finish off a couple of members alongside Kratos, while Doggo does much the same.
Kratos just being spoon-fed kills there in his zombie form, and Kaiwing just hitting some big Pop Blossoms again, lines up the route onto Sulong and Guri. The follow-up comes in from Driver. He spends a lot of time CC'd, but it doesn't really matter in the end. He's taken so much focus away. And Kratos, he's just so hard to finish off. They do get him done eventually, and then Honkyu finding an Akali's dream scenario, just unscouted, unknown, and the squishy AD carry walks too far forward, catches a shuriken, and then Doggo does it again.
Yeah. I mean, you'd call it a low light reel for Jin, but realistically it's what I've come to expect.
Yeah.
This champion just does leave a lot to be desired. I mean, that one curtain call fight where he managed to flash away from Doggo, sure, it was good, but I mean, the damage just isn't really there for him.
Well, that's two of you Desert Island Draft having lost games now tonight. So
it's a good day.
No Yorick yet, but maybe in our next series. I mean, you just look at these fights. CFO have well hit critical mass, much in the same vein that Vikings had hit in game 2. They were in a very similar position. It's the first time Doggo said anything.
Well, CFO, they get it done again. But that's just the first series of the night. I mean, it felt long. I think it was the slow early game.
Just ticked over to Sunday the 17th, yeah?
There you go. But the second series, I mean, the start of those games, very slow, very drawn out. Next series, the VCS Derby. You are very, very rare to see a slow series between two VCS teams. Team Secret Wales, for the second time the split, will be going head-to-head with GAM. They won out 2-0 the first time around, and GAM, they look to have struck back into form of recent weeks.
Yeah, but for my money, Dyer, the strongest mid laner in the competition consistently. He is so much an island, and it gets even worse when Histo gets involved. Going up against Emo and Ares, depending on who takes the Rift, of course, and then undoubtedly one of the most impressive supports in the competition, Taki down in that bot lane. There is just so much going for the Secret Wales roster, and when the momentum is flowing forward the way they like it to, they are just a steamroller. Anyone in their way is getting flat.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, they are just so dominant, and they do just take the fight to you immediately at any given chance, but steering down from them is going to be GAM Esports, Kiaya, Levy, Emo, Artemis, and Alio, of course, as you mentioned. There is also Ares there if they were to want to use him, but for my money, one of the most, both teams with some of the most impressive AD carries, but Artemis, I mean, his performance at MSI was so admirable. He's come back, he's looking just as hot. He is an absolute threat that has to be navigated. Can Eddie and Taki do it? I mean, it's going to be hard-pressed.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. So, for me, Dyer, Taki, the two strongest points, I think, on the Team Secret Wales roster. GAM, their strengths lie with Kiaya, Levi, and Artemis. Emo and Elio are very, very good, but those three are just such powerhouses in this roster, and if any of them you get accelerated, their opponent is in for a bad time.
Absolutely, but we'll have to see if any of them do get accelerated. We're going to head to a break. Once we're back, Team Secret Wales up against GAM. We'll see you there.
Waking hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
我喜欢台北的夏天。
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。会礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Can't be without you. I always did the Can't be without you. Always one is always in the
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be. time's just begun. Oh, come on. Come on.
Welcome back, everybody. Second series about to get underway. GAM against Team Secret Wales. The VCS Derby. My co-caster here going to be enjoying it very much.
I'm eating good. I mean, we come off the first series. CFO just managed to hold off the onslaught of the VCS with the newest entrance into the top 4. They do take a very, very solid win in that game 3, but now the other contestants that will be gunning for that top spot against CFO, we'll see who joins them in that next round, of course. But I mean, coming into it, historically, it has been a mismatch. Going into the regular season, Team Secret Wales have utterly dominated the matchup against GAM, but as soon as we head to playoffs, as soon as it comes to crunch time, GAM pulls out all the stops, plays some of the best League of Legends we've seen from them all year, and it has continued to ramp up as the days have gone on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about GAM is generally they've been very, very good in the clutch, and that's been true for them for many years, right? You get to the start of the season when you're in these group stages. Yeah, they fall every now and then, but you get into the playoffs and they truly turn it on. Now, it wasn't true actually in season kickoff, but the year's progressing. They're looking stronger and stronger. And while Team Secret Wales won the first head-to-head, I'm not so confident that they'll be able to repeat the amount of success they found, because you even look to last week, the weekend before, and they did truly turn up to GAM. So, I mean, we've got an interesting one on our hands ultimately. We saw the matchup not too long ago, but again, I think we're going to see a very different looking GAM.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have had a taste of international success, and they are going to be yearning to get back there, and you want to do it as a high seed as possible in this competition, going to the likes of Worlds against the best of the absolute best globally. You want to be bringing your A game. And I mean, GAM, especially with head coach Archie at the helm, this guy has honestly set these guys on a new course throughout the year. Looking at how things were at the start of the year, they looked completely disjointed. There were games where we weren't even sure that they knew what they were doing. And then they correct. They start that climb, and they have not slowed down since.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, when you look at both the teams, right, where you think about who do we think is the key part to both teams, I mean, you go to GAM, it's Levy. I mean, it just simply is Levy. He's the most tenured. He's very, very strong at what he does. He's good at, similar to Junja, controlling the pace of the map when he gets his champions that have some good gank setup, that have some playmaking potential. He's always good at making those plays. And on the other side of things, generally it's off the back of Taki and Dyer. So a very different look in terms of that playmaking potential. Stylistically, you'd always favor the team that the jungler's controlling the pace of the map just because of how much autonomy they generally have. But in recent years of League of Legends, a lot more has been given to those supports. So it'll be interesting to see the head-to-head. Can Alio keep up with Taki? Can Levy really control the map against Histo? Because I think that is really the talking point of who's going to find success.
Yeah, and as much as you say, you know, where those leverage points are, for Team Secret Wales, it's less of a snowball and more of an avalanche because, yes, look, it might be one or the other instigating, but the entire team is then wrapping in to collapse on their opponents. We see it time and time again. They will fight at the 3-minute mark. They will fight at the 5-minute mark. They will continue to fight every 2.5 minutes after the fact, regardless of how those fights go, until they win.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fights are very, very common. I mean, in fact, the only game they've lost, or the only series they've lost so far in the split was against CFO, where they weren't just fighting everything, right? The biggest problem that we tend to find with Team Secret Wales is if they are not just absolutely taking it to you, if they're not just fighting inconceivable fights that it's like, why are you even contesting this? There's nothing to get off it. They have worse games. So yeah. I think that is, again, to your point, a key to success for them is take these fights that most teams wouldn't go for, because they do have the hands to look for them, and they oftentimes come out on top. GAM, much the same as CFO, if you're playing a slower paced game, that plays right into their hands, right how they want to play it. I think as well as this draft is going to be important, because at least we know for the side of GAM that they have that flex pick in the Aurora, right? We know for sure that Emo or Ares can play the Aurora, but more importantly, the performances we've seen out of Kiaya on the Aurora as well are astonishing how well he's doing. On the other side of things, one of Dyer's most successful champs has been that Aurora. So I think a very key champion here in this draft for this best of 3. But we're going to have the walk-ins coming out very shortly. You'll see who is being played, especially in the top lane, more or less for Team Secret Wales. And on the other side of things, it's, I guess you look at the mid lane, but most likely will be Emo.
From what I saw, it was Emo, and definitely Pun was there in the back rooms with Dyer. They had a little huddle going on, having a bit of a pre-game, you know, psych up, getting themselves ready and in the mood. Look, it's interesting. We're not seeing Stella on the graphic anymore, so obviously whether he stepped away, whatever the case may be, it's just Hero and Pun now pivoting in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, just less subs. It's always going to be pretty impossible to share stage time between 3 players in the same role, so it makes sense. Kiaya and Pun is going to be coming in at least for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's mechanically looked very, very good. It's limit testing where his true struggles have shone through, but in the jungle, Hizto and Levi. Hizto, I mean, kind of goes a little unsung in this team for Team Secret Wales, but he's still such an integral part of success. I mean, you think of those early games in the mid-season, came out and dropped, what, 13 kills or something crazy on the Viego.
Absolutely. Dire and Emo. I mean, Emo, typically his weakest point of the game has been that lane phase, and on the other side of things, that's typically Dire's strongest. So we'll see how Emo is able to weather that storm that is Dire steering down across from him. And the heavy hitters, I mean, Eddie and Artemis have been two of our best AD carries here in the league and remain to be up until this point. I would say, I mean, every AD carry shares a champion pool, so it's a statement pretty much true for every single player in our league. But certainly these two preferring those, I guess, hyper carry-esque champions. It's not the likes of, you know, the Twitch Cogmore, but those crit on-hit AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, both incredibly capable supports. Just for my money, Taki is just that little bit better. I don't know how he keeps making these miracle moments happen for the team, but he does. And then Coach Archie, he's been such an invaluable part of this team. Without him, I don't see the same level of success that they've had this year.
Yeah, I mean, one of the strong points of GAM have always been their drafting. They always manage to find themselves in relatively good positions. Now, the only team they have traditionally struggled with consistently is CFO, but that statement is true for absolutely every team in the league. So, yeah, no real faults to Archie, his drafting, and how much love this team tends to have for each other. You see them start of every game, all doing the same thing, getting zen, getting ready.
Eyes shut. Breath in, breath out. Center, and move forward with aggression, and then they steamroll you. So it is something that has, I mean, it is a huge part of it, the mental aspect. And one of my favorite people in esports, Pocket Psych, Michelle, who's done a lot of work with Oceanic teams. I mean, she's branched out North America, conventional sports, esports. She's really sort of done the whole gambit. And it's just the paying that attention and paying that respect to the mental aspect of the game and keeping yourself grounded, centered, and doing the work that you need to uphold that mental fortitude is so invaluable.
Absolutely. Blue side selected. Team Secret Wales the higher seed, meaning they get that bonus for themselves. You see them in Champion Select there, banning away some champions. So we'll have that graphic on your screen very shortly. But blue side, I mean, Team Secret Wales, they're a team that make it work on both sides. So not really going to feel perturbed even if they were on the red side. If they do end up winning this and GAM select red, they'll feel perfectly fine. GAM, on the other hand, I mean, much the same. Realistically, I mean, neither team seemingly struggling on either side of the map.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Kiaya, he is going to be a focal point, I imagine, for GAM this game and this series as a whole. That dude is an island unto himself, and unfortunately it's a volcanic island that could erupt at any moment and wipe out everyone nearby. It is. He is just not only one of the most inspirational stories in this league, but a person that you just can't help but smile when you see on screen.
Yeah, and largely because he's always smiling when he is on the screen.
The endless smile.
Gwen going to be taken away immediately here. Away from Kiaya. Aurora as well. I mean, already seeing the priority around that champion here displayed. Sion and Rise. Dire has been typically one of the most consistent of our Rise players, so getting rid of that from him will bode well going forward.
I mean, it's an interesting aspect of this series. Where do you focus those bans down? Obviously, clearly there is a huge amount of attention being paid to Emo right now. Kiaya technically with that Aurora and Gwen being banned out, copping some targeting there as well, but Poppy, Sion, Rise from GAM, so mid, top, and support jungle technically, if you want to create that overlap for the Poppy being targeted away.
Alrighty. Picks to come through now. Obviously blue side, first pick, Azir is there. Not a champion that Dire has tended to go towards though, despite just how strong it has been.
Yeah, not really any of the VCS teams showing a huge amount of love to the Azir.
Yeah,
Nocturne.
Well, that's a champ.
That is a VCS special in the VCS derby. It's a shame there is no blind draft in this competition. Could you imagine a mirror matchup Nocturne?
That would be funny. Just lights going off everywhere.
Mirror matchup Nocturne Orianna would be crazy. Just, oh, Pantheon Yunara, the response. Interesting. So there is going to be somewhat of a match for the Pantheon into that Paranoia, but it is going to be far less effective.
Yeah, Artemis going to be able to play that Yunara. Last time we saw it, it did claim itself a pentakill. I think, oh no, did we see it since?
I don't think we have Nocturne Orianna coming through for Team Secret Wales.
The Timeless Classic, a champion that Dai is good at with or without the Nocturne in his back pocket.
What do you bring here? Because we saw that last time it was into Illusion, and even then, oh, okay.
Kai'Sa, so heavy on the dive.
Galio, yeah, I mean, look, that was where I was leaning, is kind of the only response in this situation that would be worth its weight. With that hero's entrance, trying to mitigate some of that deep dive, but timings are going to be crucial here for GAM.
Now, bans to come through. Nico going to be taken away from that Kai'Sa pairing. Of course, just the strength of the Nico regardless, but typically a champion that assists Kai'Sa at getting through the struggle of her laning phase. Next ban for the side of Team Secret Wales, looking towards tops and probably supports, although last week we did see Elio actually playing the Galio in the support role, so it could also just go back there.
Yeah. Ambassador away from Kiaya.
Yeah, not a bad shout.
Another series where Bard ban value is through the roof. Both Taki and Elio put in that champion to great work throughout this year.
Yeah. As long as you forget Taki's last Bard game, where Doggo seemingly just had him downloaded.
Yeah.
That was a crazy, crazy Varus performance.
Oh, yeah, it was.
It was actually these two teams head-to-head, if you remember. Artemis getting caught by the Bard ult time and time again. Ornn taken away from Pun. Getting rid of those primary tanks in the top lane. Now Cassante seemingly standing alone there is what we do from time to time see if Pun were to go towards a tank.
Rumble's available.
Yeah, so Team Secret Wales recognizing the flex of the Galio, can go top, mid, or support. Have banned away the Annie to take that from Emo. Obviously a very strong combo in the Annie Pantheon. Scary as a mobile mage to try and deal with. Rumble.
So somewhat of the answer to that deep dive.
Yeah, no Gwen, no Galio, no Ambassador answer. No Aurora, another champion we've seen an answer to it. So could just be leaning to the fact they want to bring out this Cassante in a comp that does not suit him.
We've seen that a couple of times before where we've seen this early rotation and then through the second phase of bans and
random Cassante. Yeah, see, you're picking Cassante because it survives the lane, but it just doesn't pair well with the Nocturne Orianna Kai'Sa who really want to go forward. Cassante, obviously he can go forward, but he kind of just likes his front to back team fights and then playing some disruption in the back line. But Rakan, the perfect support for the comp. They've rounded out very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really solid Rakan comp. The problem being is once you've dived in, suddenly there's going to be a hero's entrance, unless you've dived in on Emo, and then of course the equalizer. Brom comes down with a Glacial Fissure as well.
Great Brom pick.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant with the comp that's been drafted by Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, Nachi's done it again. Again, I mean, both teams having a comp that makes sense outside of the Cassante, who is kind of just there to survive lane.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. Going into it, I do favor GAM, right? You try and isolate a target with that Nocturne Orianna. You put a Galio ult on top of them, and they're feeling pretty okay. Of course, I will say you don't have to play the Orianna Nocturne as a pair. You can just play them as their isolated champions. You don't always need to, just because both ults are up, combine them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Rakan as a secondary option as well. Cassante, if you're in a rough spot.
Yeah, you're hoping Cassante isn't your...
And if things are really bleak, you've got a Kai'Sa.
It's like the old, when IG actually won, that was the tech, that was the Kale ult on top of a Kai'Sa, just sending it. Yeah. Actually, no, that was FPX, I believe. Oh, now I'm doubting myself, I've forgotten. It was one of the LPL teams, in any case. Super Galaxy, Rumble, and IG Kai'Sa head-to-head, but more skins on the side of Team Secret Wales does mean... Oh!
We've changed things up.
Wait a second.
Taki
Bucking
bucked
the
the trend.
Has gone for a skin on Rakan that isn't the Cosmic Dawn. Going for Redeemed Star.
Maybe, just maybe. I mean, to be fair, he's not one that really needs... I suppose after that last matchup, maybe there is some need for redemption.
Yeah.
He was bullied quite heavily on the Bard.
Yeah, it was a rough game for him. But again, just I mean, getting sniped by Doggo on repeat out of vision is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Second series of the night underway. It's Team Secret Wales, it's GAM, it's the VCS Derby. Always an exciting prospect to see these VCS teams go up against each other in the head-to-head. Nocturne immediately locked in. Not many teams outside of the VCS looking for that as their blind pick.
And a vanilla skin matchup in the mid lane. Unfortunately, Artemis not having all that many options.
Yeah, being how new the Yunara is. Very strong because she's a new champ, but not very, what is it, wealthy in skins.
And what do you reckon? This year potentially could get a, in their first year of release, getting a world skin potentially?
Could, yeah. I mean, depends how strong the champion remains.
By worlds.
Currently strong, but we've still got over a month, maybe even roughly 2 months until we're at the world stage. November 9th, the finals of that. Can't remember when it starts.
Ooh, Elio.
Yeah, not a good trade. Not a good trade at all. But we do find better trade onto Eddie than Artemis, so it's something, although the quill will be there for Taki.
Nothing much else happening around the rift, of course. I mean, Dire going to be looking to try and bully out Emo. Heal popped.
Nice knock up, level 2 there. Artemis going to use that barrier to dodge out of a lot of damage. But my lord, that's a lot back. There's no barrier, there's no heal. Any mistake here will lead to Artemis falling. Does keep his flash. Dire manhandling Emo for the time being. Again, melee versus range, not too surprising. And Galio can do quite a lot with quite a little.
Rough spot for GAM down in the bot lane, but they hold fast for the moment. Emo gets the level up, pops a pot, so he's steadily getting some HP back. Always going to be a bit of a bleak lane for the Galio, but you just wear the lane phase, high radiance, and then you start to clear a little bit quicker, and then obviously once it comes to team fight time, you forget all those troubles in lane.
Taki will not connect on this grand entrance. Takes a little bit of damage, but heals it back up immediately. Nice little needle thread there on that Q. But Eddie realizes the state of the lane, able to just go forward, has the advantage of still having that second summoner. Cleanse, I mean, not going to help you all that much in combat.
Yeah, especially given that Artemis and Elio can't do a heck of a lot at the moment. If they had the advantage, then maybe there was some value to be had, but not really are you in that much risk of being that Braum passive procced on you.
Absolutely not.
Oh boy, Elio's in trouble.
Yeah, trouble's one word for it. He's going to get the flash taken away from him, almost knocked up, but does manage to just clear enough distance that he is going to be okay and not give over that first blood, but still, Team Secret Wales, level 4 Nocturne finds value.
And Elio has support coming back. Artemis is back from main, has the cull, and I don't know if you really want to be going all that aggressive. Pun suffering at the hands. Okay, speaking of suffering at hands. Fighting.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Oh dear.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for Pun. Loses flash for free. Is going to be able to get that recall off and has his Nocturne waiting in the wings, but now disastrous, realistically. Emo just popping that W for a little bit of damage reduction. As the lane swap will come through here. Eddie heading out to the top side now to alleviate some of that pressure as Rumble will be forced into the 2v1, allowing Artemis some free time as well up against this Cassante. So I'm in a trade realistically that I think favors the side of Team Secret Wales.
Absolutely. Mid and jungles for both teams. Rampaging towards 6. Dyer looking like he might just beat out Emo by the slimmest of margins, but both of them going to take that recall. Get themselves back to base, and null magic mantle for Emo to try and negate some of that damage, but Dyer, he's picked up those lucidity boots.
Yeah, not going for the tier. Looking potentially for a more burst heavy Orianna build, being that it is paired with the Nocturne, so Ludens could be on the cards here for him. Of course, we'll find out as this game progresses, but at least for now, we know for sure it will not be the Seraphs.
There you go. Command Shockwave online now for Dyer. He's still in the vicinity, but he's still about a third of away from 6. And meanwhile, Levi down below him is actually going to be starting up that dragon. They do know.
Yeah, Pink Ward in the pit. Does mean, of course, they are aware this is going on, but maybe not feeling confident enough in it. In fact, they have that level 5 Nocturne. It's not going to be nearly as strong as the Pantheon. It's also bot lane still in the bot lane versus just the solo Cassante. Will be level 6 soon on that Cassante, however, so bit of a power spike as he does ticks along right there. Kaya already being there himself. Almost level 7 even.
Yeah, Levi just took that crab, and now he's got the Grand Skyfall as well. So the Skyfall into the hero's entrance into the Equalizer combo, now a real potential threat.
Yeah, looking for some play up here in the top side of things.
Cool.
Knock up on that red bar.
Oh.
Emo going to find the 3-man taunt. Oh, it's kicking off. Eddie straight into the thick of things, straight out of the thick of things as Levi will follow him across that wall. Get himself that kill. That's the second. Teleports used, and just as the VCS would have it, everything explodes.
Yeah, just a little bit over eager. The classic from Team Secret Wales. They will always look for those opportunities, but what a play from Emo. Flash into the taunt, into the Equalizer, all led by the Grand Skyfall. They used so much trying to counteract the Pantheon, not realizing that Emo was right next door over that wall.
Yeah, and Eddie, he tries to flash out so he doesn't get knocked up, but it's pretty simple for Levy to finish off that kill there, secure the second of the game immediately as GAM now raw forward with a 1.3k gold advantage for themselves.
And it's all on the top side of the Rift, of course. 700 for both Kiaya and Levi. About 300 now for Emo. As with that Spectral Cow, he's not suffering nearly as much as he was at the hands of Dyer.
Stowe, though, taking some time now with the pressure up on that top side to look towards these grubs, and Levy, realizing it's going on, is going to be pretty happy to take away this bot side from the Nocturne, get himself some gold. Obviously, in terms of the objective, a pretty decent pickup for Team Secret Wales, but with the Dragon already secured for GAM, they can play towards that as their win condition, especially considering the side lane's not particularly strong out of the side of Team Secret Wales.
Absolutely. Elio just sitting in the back pocket of Kiaya. Holding, waiting, maybe anticipating something happening, but nothing doing, so he's just going to recall. Artemis having a huge amount of solo time this game.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about it as well. Getting to his items and pretty freely scaling away here on the Yunara, and we've seen what a menace this champion can become. That being said, of course, Eddie not doing poorly himself, actually has a slight gold lead even.
Yeah, bit of a rough spot for the moment. No flash on him, so if he does get caught, he's going to suffer greatly. Quickness now available for Taki. Unfortunate thing being is Team Secret Wales no objectives to really force, so they are just going to have to find some timings. Hizdo on the recall, still has that paranoia in the pocket.
Yeah, not finding all that much value out of the Nocturne just yet. They looked for that early dive and they got some summoners out of it, but no kills. Perfect. Perfect CSing a tower. Yeah, Alio classic. Spellbook teleporting into the mid lane. Need more action.
Yeah.
Maybe a minute's time.
Team Secret Wales, again, less and less willing to just pull that trigger and start fights. And I think justifiably, given the position they find themselves in. In the groups, you can be a little bit more flippant about those sorts of things. But when there's lower brackets to consider, you don't want a speed run getting down there.
Here we go. Nesto putting the trigger on that top side. Kai is trying to clear out that wave. It's going to fall almost certainly. They're still turning around. A lot of damage! My lord! Almost even turns the kill onto Histo. Not able to do so, though. It is just the kill being picked up there by the Nocturne.
Oh, Eddie. There is a Grand Skyfall in play, as well as that hero's entrance. So no flash on him just yet, just the cleanse. Yeah, there you go.
Here it comes, but Haki is in the area. The quickness comes through, and oh my god, Eddie's taking a lot of damage. No flash! Secured. Levy able to pick that one up. Artemis taking the tower means no one's going to fall, and Levy secures himself the double kill here. Dyer is going to be fine. There's a chance that blast cone to result in something, but makes it to the tower. Is going to be able to clear out this wave, but another big win for GAM as they secure themselves the feats of warfare and a dragon. The back end of that.
Hexplate finished up for his though, so this is the quintessential Paranoia recycled Nocturne. We're going to be looking to get that ultimate up and reuse it as much as physically possible. Mountain Drake taken, number 2 for GAM. This is just quintessential play from them. We've seen Eddie stunned up, cleanse, unfortunately gets hit by the Glacial Fissure after the cleanse, so it really doesn't get all that much value.
Yeah. It's good, again, similar to what we saw in our first series, some good tower aggro juggling, meaning that no one will fall. Taking the maximum amount of hits they possibly could before backing on out and giving over to the next person. Unfortunately, with this Orianna Nocturne combo playing from behind, not the easiest. The targets become harder and harder to kill. They do more and more damage. Emo, especially on top of things, can make it a little bit easier, but once again targeting out at Kiai on this top side of the map and maybe finding success here in the Cassante lane. Once again tries to turn the kill, a lot of damage done, but not going to be able to find the kill. Frustration in the player cams there for Kiai.
Yeah, unfortunately he is the easiest target currently to deal with. No, well he does have the flash, but beyond that, it's a little bit hard, especially with Pun absolutely synergizing so well with Histo there, already up in the face of the Rumble. But unfortunately, you're only going to get so much return value going back to the Rumble time after time.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Now,
Black Fire Torch.
Yeah. So, not the burst. Orianna is slightly higher in damage, but not by an outrageous amount. It does mean there'll be the burn damage to try and cut through Galio a little bit better. Next item should, in theory, be the Leandries.
Yeah.
Dyer always spicing up his build. I think actually last week as well he went for the Black Fire into Bloodletters.
Yeah, no, I do remember that.
So maybe looking to do that again. We'll see though.
The wet noodle fight. Galio and Cassante.
Yeah, not going to be any big winners there, I dare suggest.
Yeah, rotating up. This Herald 40 seconds out. So I think likely Emo. I know, he's just potentially setting up some vision. Thought maybe they'd pivot him towards the mid lane, but no, okay, they're just going to fight over control wards.
Yeah, it would be in 2 minutes time a potential third rather, Dragon for GAM. And very, very quick on the scaling, on the stacking rather, for these Dragons are GAM this game. Rift Shield in 10 seconds. Neither jungler on that side of the map, although Histo pivoting out too there. Of course, the semi-global nature of Pantheon Nocturne means they can be across the map pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Eddie doing a decent job of keeping that the gold gap between the bot lane as close as possible.
Give me a tough position he finds himself in. Nunara, Artemis here, going to feel completely fine with the fact that you start getting more and more items online, you become stronger and stronger and stronger. And Kai'Sa, while doing the same thing, is a lot harder to find the same effectiveness as these just front to back crit scaling AD carries.
Absolutely. Paranoia Shockwave combo is available to Team Secret Wales should they need to look for it, but Kiaya in vicinity means that it gets a little bit harder for him.
Yep, teleport being used here by Emo, meaning he's going to be first at the play. Refuel startup by Levy. Team Secret Wales, they're not willing to give this one up. Finally signs of life, back to what we expect from them. Teleport coming in, but this is a Cassante. He's very, very tanky, and he's going to be able to clear the distance. Completely fine for the time being, is now control over the bottom side of the river and the Rift Shield given over to the side of Team Secret Wales. Bit of a divergence tactic. Kiaya now dealing with Pun. In comes the Paranoia. Straight onto Emo, but he's flashed away. And Histo's in one hell of a position, but Eddie comes to join him. The power of the Kai'Sa has been found as Emo's down, shut down, going over. Taki in the back line, able to find two with that quickness, but Levy quick to join in. Flash away. Emo, Elio, both dead, and now fortunately Levy will be much the same. And Team Secret Wales, these skirmishes are their game, and they show once again just why it's what we look for out of this team.
Yeah, that's brilliant stuff. That's a huge read out of Team Secret Wales. So much of the team fighting power of GAM comes from that hero's entrance bailout in the middle of that engagement, and they just jump straight onto Emo, denying that opportunity. Eddie follows it up immediately. Makes up for the fact that Nocturne isn't hitting all that hard into Agalia right now. Kai'Sa is doing pretty darn well. Command Shockwave flashed out of, but unfortunately the blast cone is Emo's undoing because it just takes Hisdo with him.
And then Taki here able to make sure that these two are locked up. The exhaust as well goes down to Artemis. He's struggling to find any avenue to do damage, and despite the flash away from Elio, it's met very quickly with enough damage from Dyer, and will result in his unfortunate undoing. And now Dragon number 3 will be picked up by Team Secret Wales, their first of the game, and importantly stopping that stacking coming through from GAM.
Herald up, Kiaya going to work on this top tier 1. Only Dyer with the TP to match, but it will just go down here. It's going to be a narrow thing, but yeah, no, with that last minute, it's just enough. But it's going to be the Noxian Blessings going the way of GAM.
Beats the strength. Picked up, so gold lead as well. I mean, essentially just an even game in that regard. It's going to come down to the execution of these fights, and at least the most recent one going the way of Team Secret Wales brings us into a position where it is even in the first place.
Supports just throwing skill shot at each other. Hisdo, once again, Paranoia up, ready and available. He's sitting on a ward, unfortunately. They are...
Well, they do know.
Yeah.
Sweeper sees it. Starting up on the Herald now. We'll see if GAM are willing to look for the contest towards it. Complete control over the river has been established. There is that one little pesky ward. They can see what's going on. Kiaya up in that top side
ready.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming straight in. GAM not willing to give it. They now have priority of this river, but Histo's just looking to recall. Thinking they're not on their timer. He's just going to give this one over.
Okay.
Herald.
We had picture-in-picture there for a second. I wasn't sure what was going on.
Shockwave lands onto 2. Elio taken very, very low. Out comes that Glacial Fissure. Redemption's there to make sure that anyone that may have taken damage will not feel the effects of it. As mid lane outer tower goes down. An important tower for sure.
Yeah. It's going to be good for Team Secret Wales to establish some priority and a vision line, which means that they can set up for some Paranoia plays, make them all the scarier. But Artemis is just continuing to ramp up. He's having a grand old go for himself in terms of CS.
Yeah, it is now Eddie with those 2 kills off the back of the last fight that does have the lead in terms of those 2 AD carries. Only bought even because of Levy finding himself with 600 extra gold. 3 kills will do that for you.
Artican top side.
Dragon, 2 minutes and a half. So Artikan, the only real thing to contest for, but a scary prospect here in the LCP. If you start the Artikan, you're probably losing the game.
Teams seeming to have learned their lesson for the most part.
It has been less egregious this split. It has been far less Artikan throws than we have seen in prior splits. So starting to work out the intricacies around that objective. Third item almost being picked up. That Nash's Tooth there for Eddie, getting very close to it.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Supportal combat. Just running away. Taki thought he was going to be fine, and then suddenly Ali was like, there might be someone in this brush. Rift Herald mid lane.
Tower seemingly not that low, so it's more or less just to establish some priority, but there's not really an objective they're going for. They do find a nice stun onto Taki, a lot of damage back, and Levy's going to block up some from himself. Charm lands, that's quickness from Taki. Rare Shield Fissure used on the other side of things, and the combo used fully onto Levy, and he's still half HP. Great Hero's entrance coming through. Emo able to land the Taunt, a lot of damage back onto Dyer, and part of the back line, 1v3. Eddie goes on in, Killer Instinct, but Artemis has found his way onto him. So many low health bars. One kill going the way of Artemis. Can they find any more? So many blinking health bars, but no way in for GAM. It is going to be the 1 for 0, but the objectives will fall alongside it as everyone turns tail and heads towards this Artikan.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious, unfortunately. And there you go, Bloodletter's Curse coming in, second item for Dyer. So he's following that same build again. Teleports coming through, but it's spotted.
Yeah, Pun not willing to give this one up. Still has the all-out available to himself, but he's here well and truly before the rest of his team. Paranoia not going to be an impact, and down will go the Artikan. Recalls can now come through for the GAM roster, and they can look to possibly even deploy out in the bottom lane and try and take this dragon. Emo's going to cancel his back in order to ensure the rest of the team gets out, even blocks the Quill. Hero play from Emo.
I mean, it's kind of what Galio does. Yeah, I mean, they just pull that trigger on the Taki.
He's just too far up. He just a dry Pantheon W takes away the majority of his health bar. He has to use his ultimate to get himself out. The knockup lands onto Dyer, and they pull everything here onto Levy, but a great timed Hero's entrance from Emo blocks all of the damage.
And a great taunt from Emo just holds Dyer in that equalizer as well. Unfortunately, Eddie forced to cleanse, splash away. Dyer just gets clipped there at the end. Artemis haven't gone empowered.
Transcended. Does get that mid lane inner, so matches the mid inner that was taken by Team Secret Wales. They will come back out and get themselves the dragon though, so evening up that dragon score to 2 apiece. Drawing out that game for an extra potential 5 minutes if it does come down to the dragon stacking.
It's only about a 400 gold game at the moment. Paranoia!
Paranoia used once again, this time it's onto Emo. He is very tanky and he is making his way back to the tower, turning around a bit of damage onto Histo, and we'll be fine. All the while, a lot of numbers committed to that bottom lane. GAM are going to have free passage on this mid wave and do a reasonable amount of damage here to the tower. Not a reasonable amount of damage, however, to the Cassante.
Yeah, unfortunately, trying to remove the threat that is going to be Emo. That Hero's entrance between a Orianna that is built to shred and a Nocturne that is built to just recycle and set up that command shockwave. Does take a bit more to get down.
Very close affair.
It's neck and neck in terms of gold.
Yeah. There is a slight combat power advantage for GAM, being that they did pick up that Artikan, so those flowers going to be improving in terms of their adaptive force, but
and the boots as well.
Yeah, true. So these small things, they do add up. Scaling as well, I'd have to favor the side of GAM just by virtue of having Inara. Pulling the trigger on something, and it's onto Eddie, but yeah, good luck with that one.
For a red buff. It's really about it. Command shockwave, clears the wave, but that tower is not long for the world anyway.
For sure. Especially all the pressure down here. It's Kiaya on the top side that has to be careful. You see Histo hovering, but now returning to this mid wave. Eddie, much the same, is going to buy himself a lot of priority around that middle wave. They can look to try and do some damage potentially as GAM will finish off the bot tower.
All the while, Artemis rather, has been untouched this game. Farming up an absolute storm, still somehow down in gold.
Yeah. Just kills going the way of Eddie. Maybe even tower gold as well.
I think it was the shutdown on Levi.
That too, yeah. And again, I do, not just because it's entertaining to watch, but Team Secret Whales do seem to thrive when looking more aggressively for plays. Right?
Yeah, unfortunately, the target they seem to repeat on is Emo. And he's a little bit harder to kill than just an Orianna and Nocturne are able to achieve at this stage in the game.
Yeah. It's never paired as well with Eddie, who could reasonably chuck down that Galio's health bar, even though he has gone a more AP-centric build. Bloodlet is helping him out a little bit. Itaki not willing to take his shield to the head anymore. Unfortunately he will.
Not learning his lesson, it seems, but yeah, the vision line for GAM, they're setting it up pretty aggressively, trying to get that control over the Rift, deny Hesto those opportunities to come out of the fog of war. Because knowing is half the battle.
That is very true. Well, another lull period. A minute till Dragon. Neither team realistically able to just take the Baron for no reason. So once again, a lot of pressure around this top side, around where Emo is. He's very, very tanky. Alio as well, coming out to the side of the map. Histo looking to potentially go for a dive, but it doesn't seem all that feasible. In comes the teleport. Elio's here. In comes the hero's entrance. Levy finds his way straight onto Histo, who does take a lot of damage. The quickness is good. The grand entrance is good. But here comes the hero's entrance, coming straight from the sky. 2 knockups there with the Grey Shield Fissure as Pun in the front line. Equalizer lands down. Levy straight back out as he goes on in. 3-man with the Q3 there from Cassante. So much damage coming forward from both teams, but Kaya gets the first kill. And Pun goes screaming outside of our map, finding a lot of damage, but will unfortunately fall. It's GAM who pick up 2 with no casualties.
Yeah, it looks so good, baiting out some key abilities, but then all of a sudden, the damage output from GAM.
Eddie, oh, the Acathian Rain will not find the last hit. Kaya able to flash away, but it's done its job. It stopped the Baron.
So they are just going to turn their attention immediately to Dragon number 5. It would set them up for Soul as well. Going into the next one, it's a Soul point feasibly achieved here, but Team Secret Whales, unfortunately, despite it being a very, very good comp, it feels like it's hit its limit now.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed. It was very, very close.
Yeah, it was just the amount of damage that was taken off the back of this Histo. Look, he's lost half his HP. Paranoia is still in pocket, and they just can't use it at all to go in.
Yeah, sometimes it's enough to turn off the lights, but this time, I mean, Levy goes, tries to find that last hit, immediately leaves. And Pun's doing a good job here of disrupting, but unfortunately, all the while, there's just constant damage coming out of this Yunara, and Kaiser has not had that opportunity to hit. Hasn't found the angle to look for that killer instinct. And
yeah, I don't know how you get that damage out between not just the... Okay.
Showing on to Levy, but it does block the majority of that damage. Redemption's coming down. It's a good amount of healing. Histo able to limp away. No, he burns down. Artemis on the back line, able to find 2 quick kills, but it is answered back. Eddie finds 2 himself, but Pun, unfortunately, will not be able to answer. Going down, another win for GAM. Very, very slightly, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, I just don't know how Eddie's really meant to get any damage out between a Brom and a Pantheon. Just both those shields come up and negate so much of the power that Eddie brings to this draft, and it's such a rough game to be a Kaiser, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, just going on to Levy, they had the setup, but he just blocks every
gets
point
the
of
shield
damage. Well played by him. Becomes so much of a divergence that it buys enough time for everyone else to arrive. They get 2 kills quickly, both teams. But unfortunately for Pan, when he's in that all-out form, a little bit squishy, gets stunned up, gets taken out pretty handily, and GAM once again come out better off in that skirmish.
Yeah, it's a rough gig. The Cassante, like you said, survives lane, but beyond that, doesn't really add all that much to the comp. And that it is more evident than ever as we see these fights play out. Cosmic Drive Oriana.
Yeah, Dyer definitely getting in the kitchen, doing some cooking with his Oriana builds in comparison to everyone else.
I think Dyer might be playing a roguelike indie.
Yeah, another fight breaking out. Taki able to clear the distance. Levy taking a lot of damage and will be taking the Bronze.
That's the one!
And that's the combo you're looking for! Able to take out Levy immediately. MVKE is doing a lot of damage in the back line. Artemis down to such a smidgen of HP, but still playing his life as Kiai is rampaging through the team fight. Eddie trying to find the damage. Artemis doing much the same. Emo comes in. Taunt lands. Everyone on such low HP. Can Artemis find the hit? No! 3 for 2 this time the way at Team Secret Wales.
There's no way there's no way they do this, right? Pings are going, the fruit is going to be there, but is that enough to allow them to take this?
We'll have to see. Already on the map, Artemis never looking for that recalls, hanging around. They know what's going on. Elio's here as well. Exhaust in pocket.
One Shockwave's almost up.
Oh, that's a killer instinct available very, very shortly. Not actually able to pull the trigger on it just yet. Pun getting very low. Teleport coming in. This should be the Baron for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, Shockwave's up now, so there's just no way. What a team fight to take. It all comes together. They needed desperately to get an avenue in onto Artemis, and while it doesn't net the kill onto him, it's exactly what they were looking for. Histo spots target, sends it in, and a great command Shockwave onto Emo as well, which means that he can't use that hero's entrance for anything meaningfully. And Artemis again just gets caught in the back line, takes so much damage. Eddie somehow survives and continues pumping up the damage in the middle of all of this.
A lot of damage. It's so close. The fact that Artemis got chunked by the perfect engage coming out of Histo and Dyer, but still was able to be there and fight, is a testament to just how skilled he is. But finally, some traction in the game. They find that combo, they put it together. And now 1 minute away from what could be the soul for GAM. Team Secret Wales have that Baron to establish control and look to stop it, look to put themselves on their own soul point.
Exactly. And a huge reprieve. I mean, now, off the back of a couple of brilliant team fights from Eddie, he's up 2,000 gold. He's sitting happy as there. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard as well, so he is very nearly full build.
Yeah, Seeker's Arm Guard there for Artemis as well. Obviously a bit of AP scaling in the kit, so it's not like it's just a completely useless item. It's going to be able to cancel out that engage at least one time.
Coming in.
Levy's going in first. They find the stun, a lot of damage. Tarking. Oh, Tarking finds nothing.
Oh no.
Histo was in no man's land. And as soon as things go great, they go horribly wrong. That's going to be the soul. The Baron has been neutralized, and GAM in a fantastic position now.
Yeah, just overstepping. Has the flash and the heal as well. But he's just never given that opportunity to escape. But unfortunately, Histo out of position, followed up on almost immediately. And what is already a scary comp is now a scary and very fast comp. Yeah, he well overcommits there. And I think part of that blame does have to be laid on the shoulders of Eddie as well. He's a little bit too far forward. Taki feels the need to try and save his bot laner.
Now, despite the Baron being picked up by Team Secret Wales, it's currently GAM trying to march down this bottom lane. A lot of CC. Oh, they've found a possible avenue onto Pun. Taki's coming! And the five-man Shockwave will not do any damage. Levy does limp away. Oh, and the Guardian Angel sniped away from that Void Seeker. Emo, though, goes in, two-man taunt, and Artemis is roaring through those health bars. Back in comes Levy. He gets the stun, but he's an isolated man as Pun with the teleport able to create that split. The Shockwave was massive, but completely negated by the Locket.
Yeah. Full build, Kai'Sa. So that ceiling has been hit, unfortunately. He's got one more level to go, and that is about it. Elder might just be the tipping point. And Team Secret Wales, a team that has been famous this year for its quick games, drawn out into a lengthy one.
Look at the amount of damage they're able to do onto Pun, and that's the tank. Just absolutely annihilates his alpha bar. He has to look for a recall. But
I mean, this is massive.
Lines up 5 and no damage almost. Only really Levy taking anything from it whatsoever, thanks to not only the locket, but also the hero's entrance shield. Nemo even coming in once again, trying to find a bit more damage on the back end, means they are able to take out Histo, but it's jungle for jungle as Levy loses his mind.
Yeah, if not for that Seekers in the back pocket of Artemis, that fight is just disastrous. And he's got the full Zhonya's finished up now as well, working on his final item.
Yeah, no Infinity Edge, so a little stunted in terms of that damage because of the stop off for the Zhonyas. And the final item is going to be, as you see there, some form of armor pen. Or
I would imagine it's going to be the Lord Dominic. So
I do too.
There's not a huge amount of healing bar Histo and Taki.
Everyone just spoiling for a fight. Void Seeker landing does a bit of damage. It's the AP Kai'Sa with that Nash's and the Zhonya's as well. Artemis will dodge out of the next one. He is now on cooldown for the extended amount of time, but Kiaya once again takes some damage there from the command attack.
Elder is still 3 minutes away. Baron, a minute.
If he's on a ward. All right. Finds that out for himself. Aggressive positioning coming through. Trading priority around these mid waves. Oh, Naya connects there with that command dissonance onto Artemis for a reasonable amount of damage. Does, well, at least did have a bit of lifesteal. I believe he's actually sold it now.
Yeah, he's now looking towards that armor pen.
Another Void Seeker connecting. This is the nuisance that is the AP Kai'Sa. If you keep connecting on it, it just reduces its cooldown to essentially 0.
A lot of damage cycling. Still, the only leads for GAM up in the top side of the map. It's about 2,000 between Kiaya and Levi. But overall, Team Secret Wales just that little bit further ahead in gold value, mostly off the back of Eddie. Rapidon's almost done for Dire, and that's where things could get a little bit more bleak for Elio and the rest of GAM. Because if you think Oriana's tickling now,
Equalizer coming down straight onto Dire, and comes that Grand Skyfall. The Redemption's there to top Taki back up, but didn't lose all that much health in the beginning. Pun finds a nice Q3 onto Elio, who's blocking a lot of damage there with the door. Sure, but Taki once again locked down. Oh, this Pantheon's been the bane of his existence. Kiaya Emo straight onto Pun, and Pun is getting melted away. Artemis going to be topped up by a Redemption of their own. Complete control of this fight, and health bar certainly favouring the side of Team Secret Wales. Pun extremely low, but with teleport available, Taki really the one that's going to struggle. Has the exhaust, can't get rid of it, as the Baron is going to be started and going to be taken down exceedingly quickly by the side of GAM.
No Paranoia.
Yeah, Paranoia down. Nice Winter's bite there from Alio, going to stunt Histo and his ability to get near this pit even more as Emo lands a 3-man taunt. Through comes Alio. A lot of damage coming down. Pun not taking all that much, however, as Kaya trying to find a way in. No equalizer. The quickness comes in. Tuck with the 3-man knockup, and Artemis trying to do damage, but on the other side of things, it's Eddie. Oh, far away goes Artemis. He goes golden, and now he's got some support. And Dyer tries to run, but Paranoia comes back up off cooldown. The flash is there. The damage is there. Double kill coming through. Everything happening in all different areas of the map, but it's GAM time, baby, as they take the team fight win.
It's so disjointed because of the timing. The Paranoia was using that last engagement. It wasn't a clean one, and Taki just gets jumped on again. It looked like that was going to be the quickness, but then you don't get the command shockwave to follow up on it, and Artemis again just somehow finds the space. Has not died this game, and not from a lack of trying either. You look at it. In comes Emo. He has just been so clean on the Galio. And it's only game 1 of the series. Command Shockwave does land on 2-2. They follow it with a Natoku Strike 3, but Artemis again. Look at how much room he's given. In fact, Pun technically helps him out of disaster.
And comes the Nocturne and flash away. Unfortunate. I mean, this team fight was it's so close. If Eddie was able to get that flash off, it could have been a whole different story, as they did claim that first kill. But now Baron and Alder being wielded here by the side of GAM. We're getting deep into this game now, but surely that is all the tools that are required. There's so much damage going to be pumped out, and the execute on top feels an insurmountable thing for the side of Team Secret Wales to deal with.
They are getting some decent damage. Rabadon's is finished for Dire as well. So if they can land the combo onto those key targets, if they can catch Artemis, this becomes a drastically different fight.
Eddie has to be so careful. Poking away with these Void Seekers time and time again, but next wave's gonna come in. Next wave's gonna get buffed up and the Void Seeker goes wide. That's a big cooldown now.
The worst bit of it all.
Oh, they're going in. They realize the combat strength they have. Dai doesn't have flash, but he's able to clear the distance. Levy lands onto Pun. That's not the target they want. It's not the target they'll annihilate, but they are able to take down the inhibitor. Now 5 men strong, trying to hit at this base of Team Secret Wales, but not the wave to do it with. So it's going to take at least another 30 seconds. You see that wave coming in down the bottom side of the map, and GAM are completely unperturbed. They don't care about the other side of things. In will go Team Secret Wales, but Golden will go Artemis. He can now transcend. It is going to be the goddess of the hunt, and it's Team Secret Wales that are getting hunted. 1 kill, 2 kill, and a Nexus will fall. It is GAM who take game 1.
The worst part of it all is Artemis' Zhonya's was on cooldown just before they took that tier 3 tower. If they'd pulled that trigger just a little bit earlier, he wouldn't have had a way to get out of that command shockwave combo. And they might have been able to salvage something, but they're just not willing to gamble. And they get that Zhonya's back up and they just telegraph the play entirely. Artemis avoids all that damage. And it is indeed GAM time.
It is already improving from their last head-to-head here as GAM take game 1 and are 1 away from securing themselves a ticket into versing CFO. Not what you want to hear, right? Okay, if we win this, we get to verse CFO, but certainly gives them a good standing in trying to get a higher seed and gives them the opportunity to conceivably fight for that first seed in the playoffs. And GAM there, I mean, just
oh my lord! Kiaya with 50,000 damage.
Insane. I think Eddie's damage in general more meaningful, but Kiaya certainly. I mean, in some of those
they were
fights,
some crazy equalizers.
Yeah, he was salvaging a lot of those fights.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it. There was, I think, a 5k gold swing on either side of that line for the vast majority of that game, and then just before the 40-minute mark, it nosedives off the back of some very impressive fighting from GAM. And they played around this Team Secret Wales combo so well. It all really starts here. You look at it. Emo was so clean on the Galio. Every single one of his taunts just ruined Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Taki, much the same on the Rakan. He was salvaging some of these plays. Admittedly, this was a moment where he probably had his worst play. He walks up a bit too far and just gets absolutely tanked. Does have to use his ult immediately. Gets himself out, admittedly, but unfortunately for him, not able to compete in this team fight. Gets the redemption, but you can see it. That equalizer comes down and just chips through everyone's health bar. And Eddie tries he might, not a whole lot he can do.
And Artemis was just completely untouched this entire game. But every single time we see this Paranoia Command Shockwave combo come out, it's on to Emo, it's on to Levi. Command Shockwave never touches Artemis.
Yeah.
It is just so crisp how he's playing these team fights, how he's playing his spacings. You look at it like, oh, he's coming up the rear. No, he's just waiting. He knows
this time it does.
Yeah, only just, and even then, it just doesn't matter. Because he's got two beefy frontliners.
Just look at Kiaya's damage.
Yeah.
This fight is so rough if Kiaya is not just absolutely annihilating those health bars. And boy, oh boy, does it get very close here. Emo playing Galio to its fullest potential. Will unfortunately fall at the back end there, but still, that was the last.
I mean, again, we're about to see it right here. Emo, just a little tip, pulls Pun back in. The amount of damage he takes means that he's no longer a frontline. Taki commits very, very deep. This is, I mean, a phenomenal command shockwave, but look at it. Artemis has gone golden. He does not take any of that damage whatsoever and can continue just pumping it out on the backside of things. And again, Emo just walks out of that brush. Another taunt straight into the face of Histo. He dies. And then Levi loses his mind a little bit. You can forgive him that, given how things have been going elsewhere.
Oh, I love
and again, he's about to, you just watch Emo. He walks into the brush.
Yeah, he gets Eddie. The important thing is that he connects onto Eddie here. You'll see it. Eddie walks up. If he's unleashed, it's a rough time for the side of GAM, but Emo flashes forward, gets that taunt, takes out the Kaiser, and that's the damage gone. That's the threat dealt with, and while, they try and make some play on the other side of things, unfortunately the Cassante Nocturne, not a viable threat onto a Yunara that does have the flash available.
Yeah, and it's just too little too late. I mean, Histo hasn't even landed and Artemis is already golden, and they have a redemption just to make it. But the crazy, like I said, before the tier 3 goes down, that Zhonya's is still on cooldown. If they just ripped the trigger while they still had an inhibitor tower, maybe they could have made something happen. And you know what, Vestian? Our fans at home watching the LCP can make something happen too. That's right, you can get behind the LCP. If you're on Twitch, you can subscribe. You get yourself some pretty cool rewards. Now until the 28th, you get yourself the Pengu Garen, or Pengaren, that's what we like to call it. Bring it emote. Let your opponents know you are the big bad boss in the lane, and it is yours for the taking. From the 29th onwards, we start rolling out those regional icons as well. You can see the LCP Dancing Grimace. That's ours. No other region can claim it for themselves. They get those kind of boring ones, but Vestian, you know what isn't boring?
This is my favorite part.
It's live finals. They are coming just around the corner, the 21st and 20th and 21st of September. We're heading to Da Nang, and it is looking like it could be a VCS home turf advantage.
Very well could be, and I believe on our screens very shortly.
Right there. Click the link.
Can I get over? Oh, now it's over by me.
It's
right
moved.
there.
Yeah.
The link. Get your tickets. Very, very cheap. Very, very good in terms of their value. But talking about value, this series is just heating up. We're going to go to a break. Once we're back, Team Secret Wales down but not out, about to fight back.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over. Baby.
我是放台北的夏天。
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Getting ready now, game number 2, about to get underway. GAM lead the series 1-0, an extremely back and forth affair where GAM were just narrowly edging out all the fights despite seeing things like 5-man shockwaves and massive team fights with Noct and Ori connecting onto Artemis. It was still GAM that weathered the storm. They get that first one across the line and they're one away now from getting that matchup up against CFO.
I cannot understate how important Archie was to that game, because they make the huge call, snipe the Galio away. Because can you imagine that comp? Nocturne, Oriana, Galio. All of a sudden, that just becomes an unplayable team fight for Artemis. And, well, they take that away from the mid lane. It does very, very well into the Oriana. It becomes an absolute monster that really just can't be killed. And it makes things just so much harder to play. But, I mean, look, their top lane, I think, was probably the weakest point. And that's because they picked the Cassandre to surviving lane. There's not really much else that goes all that well in the top lane that doesn't just result in Ki becoming an even bigger monster.
Yeah, well, this is true. And everything that is good into the Rumble was banned. Team Secret Wales. Side selection game 1. They picked the blue side. Side selection again game 2 and do much the same.
Okay.
Games remaining the same thus far.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously enough respect there. Sion again. So far we are 4 from 4 on repeat bans. Talia would be the follow-up here from Team Secret Wales if we want to keep consistent.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
There it is.
5 from 5.
What was this? I don't even remember anymore.
It wasn't the Unara because Artemis ran rampant.
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, I actually don't remember what this ban was, but it was definitely a champion. So we'll see if it's also a champion again, and that will be 6 for 6 in my radar.
Maybe we'll see
Imagine
it.
if they just don't ban.
Any. No, it wasn't any.
Was it not? I think it was.
Was it?
I think so. Oh, who knows? I could have been making things up. Nico, to me, something that's very strong that's left open. Varus, there's no Nocturne to punish it, but there is the likes of the Vi. The Bard as well.
Jarvan.
A Bard player. Jarvan, yeah, that's there.
Pretty much any jungler, realistically.
Yeah. If you pick a jungle champ here, Varus is going to be pretty poor into it. But the lane, of course, is
maybe
where Varus finds a lot of it.
Maybe if it's the jungle Zyra, she's got a little bit of a harder time getting onto you. Then you just build proto. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, it's game over.
Yeah, I've seen this one today, but it was a gem. But to the same kind of effect. I wonder if we are going to see a resurgence of, firstly, the next patch comes out, if we still are going to see Varus, but the on-hit, which of course got buffed, and it also got buffed alongside the Hextech, what is it?
The experimental Hexblade?
That's it. Damn, you.
Renekton.
Like this is your job.
Yeah. I just walked in here one day. The doors were open, you guys just let me sit down and go for gold. It's getting me to shut up, that's the trick apparently. Renekton for pun.
Blind Renekton is punishable, but I mean, a lot of the champs that we see.
Yeah.
There we go. Now, do GAM have the Ziggs? It would be very good here in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Corki can flex down to the bot lane.
I mean, we do see it more often than not in the bottom lane. Of course, earlier on in the day, we did see it mid.
Depends on what Archie's cooked, really.
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay. Not a champ we see all that often, but a champ that Kaya has had quite a few reps on historically and has a good matchup into the Renekton. Poppy.
Him and Aja, the ones to make it look good so far this year.
Yeah.
And who was it? Was Driver? No, it would have been Rest. Surely it was Rest that played it.
Rest is a Gnar player.
Yeah.
Probably was him.
But for the most part, it's just been... Look, the only reason I don't give it as much stick as I do give the Jace is because when it has looked good, it's been highly impactful, whereas Jace has just sort of been there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, the tank Jace was revolting.
It was. It was gross.
In the very first couple of weeks of the LCP.
And then the first patch immediately after they nerfed it, it was just...
yeah. The win rate plummeted. Alistair being taken away here. No mid lane possibly selected. I mean, again, this Corki can go into mid lane. I think these bans are trying to force it to.
Yeah.
But there is just so much available, and Emo's going to have something he can play for sure.
Absolutely.
If he didn't want, of course, the Corki.
I mean, that's 3 mid lane bans and top and a support. Nico denied away from Elliot. But again, you've got the Bard. Like, that wouldn't be a bad game for the Bard.
Yeah, I mean...
Akali mid.
All right, good lane. It's a really good lane for the Akali. I mean, okay. It's not a good lane for the Akali. It's a good matchup for the Akali. Eventually. Akali not really having that many good lanes.
Silas, but only because technically he's, you know, not allowed to be played.
Yeah.
So wins that by default. So, okay.
Yeah. Silas jungle, I guess, for his toe. Of course, the bug with the crit Silas has been fixed. So
yes, yeah.
We should not be seeing the Infinity Edge, Navori, Flicker Blades, Silas.
I mean, look, this is a solid fighting comp from Team Secret Wales, and one that definitely suits their playstyle.
Yeah. Interesting comp for sure.
Not what I would have expected from his toe. I mean, given what you've seen him play in the past, I would have thought they leaned towards something more like the Viego. It's been a favourite of his.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of think of it as the same as Viego, a little stronger,
a little
those
bit.
ganks. Elio gonna go for the red side 5th pick Nautilus.
There are some very, very good ults.
I'm never a big fan of when you're saving your support counter pick and then it's just a Nautilus anyway. Could have possibly looked for a better avenue somewhere else in the draft, but I mean, there wasn't much else to find. You already saw the Varus first, so you got the Corki into that. You saw the Renekton, got the Gnar into that. Saw the Azir, got the Akali into that. So got counter pick across the rift. Every single member, barring Levy, who is in the jungle and doesn't really have to care too much about the isolated 1v1.
Yeah.
In any case, these are our team comps. Don't really know how to view it. I mean, there are great ults. Silas,
absolutely,
I think, has the highest win rate in the game against Gnar. Unfortunately, will not be in that lane. But still, you just have... And you actually get to use Gnar ult quicker than Gnar, because Gnar ults has... like it's something like a... I mean, early on in the game, it's like a 90-second cooldown. But by the end, your Gnar ult is up well and truly before you can get your Gnar passive back up.
Yeah.
And so, Silas actually can cycle through Gnar ults quicker than Gnar. So we could look for some cool interactions there with the likes of the Azir wall even.
Ooh, Artemis letting the side down with Vanilla Corki.
Yeah, the vanilla Azir is just a classic.
Yeah.
Like, you expect that. The Rail, I mean, there are so many good Rail skins.
Yeah.
I'm partial to the Star Guardian Rail.
Oh, High Noon goes pretty hard.
Yeah, it does, yeah. And Horse Champs, as we know, ROP.
I reckon there needs to be like a full-on like dressage rel, where it's like super serious and like goes like through the different stages of like dressage, cantering, and then
what about
trotting.
Every time she uses Crash Down, there becomes like a hurdle the horse jumps over.
That would go. That would go really hard.
See, this works.
Speaking of, I had a Brom skin idea the other day.
Okay.
I want to see. So obviously his story, you know, things go a bit sideways. He picks up the door to defend people. What happens if he didn't? You know, vengeful Brom. It's just him haunted by the people he couldn't save.
So what's his shield look like? Just the souls of those gone? Like Senna souls, essentially, but put up as a door?
No, I think you'd lean more into sort of like the infernal side of things.
Right.
Where it's just on fire.
Right. Okay. Underworld. Brom. Good connects. See if much comes of this, but probably not. Not a whole lot of CC rather to follow up on it. Does get a pot out of Taki though. Will have control over this bottom quadrant of the jungle. Taki's going to be completely disallowed from entering lane, but it does mean that GAM are going to be late to this.
Yeah. And then Punter's just going to hit Kiai with a Batleth. And Kiai just turns around and wins out on that trade because ranged versus melee matchups are great fun.
An absolute classic. Not able to channel. I mean, actually, yeah, it doesn't start the queue, so naturally it wasn't able to channel. And I think actually, well, you do like using that heal early, looking for that extra trade. Doesn't get anything off it, so a bit of a misusage there. Histo pretty low off this jungle clear. Cool to see a Silas in the jungle. Not a unique champ.
Hunted by Levi.
Before, but
yeah, no, we've even had the Ambassador jungle. So we've had some interesting champions. Maybe if we go to a game 3, we see Captain Levi bring out his jungle Z again.
well, very possibly. It was a great game yesterday.
Ah, yes, the range versus melee matchup.
Timeless classic. Second time today. Different matchup, admittedly.
Okay, that's... Yeah, both bot lane is backing. Ooh.
Oh, Pan finding a great trade for himself. We'll take a little bit of damage on the back, though. One more attack the guy can get would be a nice little chunk. There you go. My favorite movie quotes. How are you doing?
He might get some decent damage trade back off onto Diam.
Yeah, never really going to have threat. As long as Dire doesn't do anything too egregious. We are also seeing, I believe, at the start of the year, quite often we would see the fleet footwork on the Akali, but now a little bit more confidence going for the electrocute.
He's just coming to get the vision plant.
Nice. Elio gets himself a bit of gold there.
Definitely seeing more proactivity from GAM in this game than what we have been used to in the past. A very VCS-esque playstyle, which they haven't quite as often fallen into that trap as their other VCS counterparts.
Yeah, just the nature, I think, of the champions at hand. Every champion kind of liking a bit of early aggression. barring the Azir. Of course, Azir a pretty stable late game insurance policy.
Okay.
Eddie's been stunned up for a long time, but he's trading back really well. That stat stick that is Varus. Histo here. Leo actually flashing. Really concerned about Histo's gang. To force out the recall, so calculated aggression out of Team Secret Wales' bot lane will result in a favorable trade. Of course, helped alongside the fact that Histo was in the area while Levy, busy clearing those camps, has himself a slight advantage, but nothing to write home about.
I'm doing very well in this matchup. Oh.
No way, right? No way, right? Oh my God! Oh, how to make something so good look so bad.
That was entirely calculated. Unfortunately, emo like us sucks at maths.
Headbutt to the wall. It was a great look, a great shuriken, and a horrendous flash. Oh, well. He can still say he solo killed his lane, but unfortunately so can Dire.
Yeah. They both burned equal amounts in that. Both lost flash. I mean, it was a great shuriken.
Yeah, waits for bone plating and goes in and could flash anywhere except for exactly where he flashed.
Yeah. He even just stops. He's like, okay, whatever. Go next.
Yeah, job's done.
Fastest way back to base.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a trade that, in the long run, should be favorable for the Azir, just getting through this lane, getting to those items, of course. The later this game goes, the better it is for him, although in saying
Empress
that,
Divide has just been used.
Yeah, and not the ultimate from Emo, although maybe it was the first usage, but I think it was off the back of just Alio's pressure.
Yeah. Levi, completely unscathed, will take that dragon. Histo, Tunneler first. This is looking like it is going to be AD Silas.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see how that does. I want to see the Mordekaiser.
AD Mordekaiser?
Well, yeah, I don't know if you need to go full AD Mordekaiser, but with how overpowered this experimental Hexplate is, you can just buy that first and ult someone, and then just beat them in. It's like when Mordekaiser was first released, and he didn't actually need to land abilities in the Death Realm. It was just simple auto-attack them and they're gone.
When Mordekaiser was first released.
Well, I mean, the
rework, yeah. Old Brazilian Mordekaiser back in the day.
One, actually, there's been a few. Yeah, the old Mordekaiser where it just had Malzahar W essentially.
Yeah.
Stunned up will be Kiaya, but he's not looking all that threatened. Unfortunately, he will not connect on the ultimate there. Will the piercing arrow though?
Ooh,
just
missed the tail.
Really. AD Silas starting up on these grubs. If ever there was a team to bring this out first, it was always going to be Team Secret Wales.
Yeah. First scrub taken. Captain Levi is here, but Histo having 6 means that he can steal that Cyclone.
Yeah, but might not want the Cyclone.
No.
Going to get the second grub, and GAM is just going to choose to leave it. I mean, again, similar to the previous game, they give over 3 grubs, but they did secure themselves the dragon very early on, and that was kind of the undoing of the last matchup. Eventually getting that Cloud Soul off one singular fight and able to use that to get Baron, to then get Elder as well. Very different team comps this time around, however.
Both top laners have gone for the plated steel caps and almost mirrored items. One has a Doran shield, the other a Doran's blade, and then of course Kiaya has a ruby crystal versus a longsword. Ah, Renekton. Oh, look at him, ducking and diving and dodging. And then healing.
Yep. Colour the Meek. An ode to me, actually, I believe.
The namesake.
Yes, snuck my name in there. Well, my last name. I'm sure there is some ability that has BEN in it.
Probably. Unfortunately, there's not much of anything in this game at the moment.
No.
Very big lull period.
But it is Team Secret Wales gradually getting themselves leads. Obviously, majority in that top lane. Pun doing a great job in this matchup. Up 600 gold. No kills, just some tower plates and CS. Majority CS. I mean, 20 CS up against the Nah means he's navigated the early stage of the matchup to perfection.
A lot of it does come down to that aggression. He's been up in Kiai's face almost the entire game, and he's going to do it again.
Yeah. Handily winning out on these trades. Although, when in Mega Nah, Kiai is not too concerned, has that extra armor, but tankiness.
Problem being at the moment, I mean, there is almost, there is a full level lead for Elio in the bot lane. The support for Team Secret Wales, yeah, I mean, it's just, it was a problem earlier on in the year where we saw supports just sacrificing a little bit too much XP. Without that Magnet Storm, I think they're going to struggle a little bit more in the team fights.
And generally the XP disadvantage leads to an advantage elsewhere, but at the moment, it really hasn't, right? There's a slight for Kiai, a little bit behind Pun, but that's just because of the 1v1 matchup, whereas Artemis, same XP essentially as Eddie, only very narrowly behind. Looking for aggression here onto Pun. There is the Akali, everything coming down. The Cyclone's there, the flash, the perfect execution, the Shuriken, and the kill. Second of the game, picked up there by Levy. Once again, getting a little bit of gold over onto the Akali, a little bit of priority over this lane, and will do well for her as she heads later on. Very good champ at dealing with the likes of the Lethality Varus.
Yeah, just
simple stuff.
Brush Monkey. No one expects the Wukong. And Emo plays this really well, just sort of toys around, doesn't overplay his hand. Pun has been aggressive all game. Just steps up way too far, having used that slice and dice, and that is exactly when Levi pounces.
And unfortunately for him, does go down. Histo using that bit of pressure though to make sure they get the second dragon, so they stop that scaling. Getting closer towards his sundered sky as Silas. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me right.
Pretty much every other jungler builds it. Why not Silas?
Why not? That's tomorrow.
Yeah, and I don't think he's playing Silas jungle.
Who knows? A lot of
Magnet
damage
Storm
coming down. They find the angle on, but Levy's actually bought a lot of time here, but in comes Dyer. A lot of damage back. Histo should fall, but still surviving. Emo not able to connect on any of these shurikens, and healing up is the Silas. The Shreema soldiers doing a lot of damage, and unfortunately for Emo, no connections on the queue means that Histo, despite being extremely low, will survive. And now Elio and Emo under the pump here, under their tower. Support very far away, and Elio trying to buy a bit of damage. Emo will trade back one. But that is all he can do, is 3 for the 1, going the way of Team Secret Wales and securing themselves the feat of warfare.
Yeah, big swing.
3 kills onto his ear, that's scary.
That's exactly where you want it to. Dyer, very much a lead from the front mid lane up. And when he's finding success, the team likely is finding success as well. Zeke's convergence finish from Taki, Yumu's for Eddie, and well, it's a Wukong. You're only getting so much damage out with the Tiamat first. This is a great Magnet Storm too from Taki.
Yeah, just finds his way perfectly in, and it's close. I mean, unfortunately for Emo, he does just miss too many Qs. Ready? Misses that one. Gonna miss another one here. And unfortunately, that just means the damage cannot be done.
And Silas healing is just absurd at the best of times. He does go down, unfortunately, but they get themselves 2 for the price of 1.
Oh, a rough combo. But nonetheless, get that 1 trade back at least. So a little bit of gold for the Akali, but still certainly a trade that's favoring Dyer here as the Zazia scales in and looks towards picking up himself a Rylai's.
TPN.
Coming in. They're looking for something. It's going to be Dyer that's One to arrive.
Ooh.
Oh, misses out, fortunately.
Does get the Cyclone, though. So you don't have to worry about that threat coming through the next wee while. In terms of pacings, Dire will just have the Emperor's Divide up before the Cyclone. So they will be prepared if it does come about. This tower going down. Okay, Emo comes to answer, so it won't be going down just yet. The execution is calling second for Levi.
Yeah, I mean the healing will come out of the Silas, especially with the Sundered Sky first.
And a Renekton.
Yeah. Not what we commonly see, but I think it's a good adaptation.
Yeah, someone needs to build it. You don't really. Oh.
No Cyclone, remember. GAM using it earlier on. The knockup's there, but there's a lot of damage back and immediately culled down will be Histo. Already seeing the value here out of that execution is. I was surprised. I thought that might have been a dodgy look considering the mismatch in terms of those ultimates, but Levy, knowing his champion's limits, plays it to perfection.
There you go. Apparently Histo, the first jungle Silas of this season.
I'm not surprised.
Neither am I.
It's been a doable thing, but more a solo queue thing where you're just punishing people overplaying their hand.
Hey, look at it. Comes in with a Cyclone, depth charge, and just blown up by Artemis. He just does so much damage on this Corki already. Rather innocuous game, but 170 CS to the 150 that Eddie has. Trinity Force all done.
Yeah, playing Lethality Varus from behind is not where you want to be playing. You'd rather be any other champion really in the game.
You'd rather there was a Bard support running around that you could snipe.
Yeah. Now, 45 seconds. Hextech Dragon would be the second of the game for either of the teams. Emo now arriving to the spot tower. It is a 2-item Azir, so a very, very strong Emperor of Shurima for sure.
Emo has been good at matching the lane state of Diet to avoid these towers going down. Triforce done. 3 of them across the board for GAM.
If it were Team Secret Wales to get that first tower, keep in mind it would be the feats of strength picked up by them. Although Kiaya might get some time there up on the top side. Looks like a low elf tower. Pun seemingly more willing to head towards the bottom side. Will now go to answer this Nah, who doesn't have Mega ahead of this fight. Elio opting in for the hook. It's a trade, a flash away from that Chain of Corruption. That's a missing ult now. Histo going to be able to take that Nautilus ult. The depth charge is there. The Cyclone will not be. So 2 ults now missing, 1 apiece. Chains of Corruption for the Cyclone. Mega Nah still not there, still not able to be built up, and even if it were, the Nah ultimate is down.
Feats of Strength still open. That tower goes down to Kiaya, which means it's going to come down to monster slaying. Depth charge.
No, going forward, but it's onto Alio. He's able to just use that hook to get himself out. The anchor thrown at the wall. In comes Emo, trying to really fight for this dragon. Whoever picks it up would get themselves the feats of strength. The upgraded boots. Levy, no Cyclone, but it did not stop him last time there was an engagement. Up on the top side, Kiaya and Pun battling it out. That's Mega Nah down, and Pun leaving means that is a huge advantage given over to the side of Team Secret Wales, but GAM not letting this dragon go down, looking towards putting that Herald mid lane tower low. Alio with the depth charge. Emo trying to find an angle in, but Alio going to be taken out exceedingly quickly.
Tower just saved there as well. Alio gone means they should, in theory, be able to transition into this dragon, and they are going to do just that, which would mean Noxian Blessings claimed by Team Secret Wales, but GAM have really had them under the pump this game.
Yep, dragon going to be picked up. Absolutely no problems there. Nice little pick they found onto Alio, using that mismatch. As soon as the Nah loses that mega form, he's no longer a viable threat in these fights, and so the timer goes up. Pun able to get that out of the Nah, leading to a pretty concise decision in that middle lane. Still, it's not really favoring anyone. Slight advantage because of their dragons and the feats of strength, but GAM certainly well within this game.
Absolutely. I mean, you just look at the gold in pocket for Artemis. He's working towards that second item, and there he goes. He's just got to finish stacking it up. That 2-item spike for the Corki. is going to be quite problematic to deal with in the coming team fights.
Well, I mean, it's a weird thing, this Team Secret Wales roster. They went from just fighting absolutely everything to now being a little bit more conserved, able to bide their time a little better. Still, of course, it doesn't work that well against CFO. They're the masters of that craft. But here against GAM, who, you know, are a little bit more willing to take some risks, have been able to punish it very well. Dyer be able to just shuffle out immediately.
Yeah, not worth it, not knowing quite where the rest of GAM is. Levi in the vicinity as well. So this will likely be this tier 1 going over to Emo. Dyer is going to be here, so I think they do just halt it.
Next objective is live, of course. The Artican down the bottom side of the map, so Kaya continuously cycling through that Narbar. Could be an opportunity for Team Secret Wales to take it down. While they will have low damage coming out of their Varus, the Azir, who was nearing on 3 items now, 1.1k gold advantage for him in his isolated matchup, will be a very, very valued damage increase to taking these neutral objectives. Much the same on the other side of things. The Kali not going to add that much, but the Corki now finishing up on the stacking of that tier has truly found its power spike, the biggest power spike it usually finds in a game.
Yeah. Edge of Night there now as well for Eddie, so a little bit less of a viable target for Elio.
Kind of, but
also not.
Yeah.
It's not going to take much to pop it with a Corki in play.
Yeah, that is the issue, and especially because, you know, these junglers at this level, Levy's probably coming from a flank. The smite gets rid of the shield, so you can just utilize that summoner to be able to then viably look towards Eddie. But Eddie's doing a great job so far. Hasn't gone down, hasn't found a whole lot of damage either. Artican started up though, Levy in the complete wrong side of the map. It looks like it will be known to GAM that this could be a potential threat. Blue Ward goes down. They're now very well aware of it, but too little too late it seems. Teleport now coming in. It's Pun joining Kaya. No Meganar to speak of. Levy, he's not going to make it in time. It's the Artican going down for free. The Chain of Corruptions ensures it. But Dyer's in a rough position. Goes golden. Levy goes down first. Histo follows. But unfortunately, the dominoes are toppling. Only the bot lane will stand for the side of Team Secret Wales, but the neutral does go their way.
Dominus wasn't even popped. That is a bleak looking. Yeah, look, I suppose you take it, deny that away from GAM, but they get so much off the back of it.
One tower, could even potentially be a second. I don't know how confident Eddie's going to be in able to hit this wave. Fires the 1Q, that's that. That's an inner tower gone as well. GAM, they lose the combat power of the Artican, but they gain a whole hell of a lot of gold.
Yeah. Oh no, so he did. Oh, okay, it was still going. That's why it was a little bit bugged in the UI.
As soon as Dyer goes golden, it's a sure thing that Emo's going to be able to finish that guy off, and the top side of the team fight goes just as poorly as the bottom side of it.
Yeah, look, I'm still not 100% sold on this AD Silas. He has the Shojins now.
Oh no, Panda's found his new Jace.
No, I mean, look, in theory it's good, but I
so
feel like
the Jace.
Yeah, but I feel like Xin Zhao potentially would have been a better pick in this matchup because he just survives so much longer than Histo does.
Xin Zhao's an unreasonable champion. I mean, there's Pantheon too.
Pantheon was picked in the last game.
It's always good to see creativity. That's true, actually. Levy did play it. Or Vi, then, in this case.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this really the point at which you want to start potentially gambling?
Emo. Oh, Emo. Fancy feet, but unfortunately he stays a little bit too long. Gets the ultimate out, will be fine. Able to clear the distance. And Taki
dear.
Taking a lot of damage. Artemis going forward. Ooh. Should be okay. There is Levy coming from the flank. And what do they have? The
No,
Akali
Emperor's
ultimate.
Divide.
Put up the sandcastle though. Artemis not going to be able to make it through here. Teleport. This is Kiaya. No Narbar built though. Keep that in mind. This is a pretty weak Nar.
It's Emo.
Oh, it is Emo. Hook lands. Taki, I mean, he's got nothing to do. He's just going to go down, and Histo unfortunately found as well by Levy. Is he going to be able to take down the Silas? Oh my god! Levy showing his proficiency. I was sure Histo was out. The second usage of the Akali ult, to me, made it a surefire thing, but the absolute perfect prediction on the timing of that, finds the knock-up, cancels that dash, gets themselves a second kill up in that top lane.
Okay, Silas is just Jace to Electric Boogaloo now. No, I just... Yeah, again, you got options that probably would have done a little bit better in this comp, would have survived a little bit longer.
Oh,
yeah, and this, look, not to beat a dead horse, so to speak, but this is one of the roughest showings I think we've had from Diet this split. Definitely not nearly as comfortable as he's looked in previous matchups. Picture in picture, Dragon going to be going down to GAM.
I believe that's the second from memory.
Mm-hmm. Tied up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, Dyer gets out here. I mean, ultimately, this is just a dead play, so it's good that he just finds the recall. Taki does a good job of playing his life, and Levy, oh my god, that is just so clean.
He was almost halfway over that wall too and just got popped right back up over.
It's so impressive to me that the amount of years Levy's played this game at such a high level, and he continues to still pull off more and more highlight plays as this 1v1 is going one way, and that is all the way to Kaya. The pendulum, ladies and gentlemen, of the Renekton matchup has swung.
Yeah, it has indeed.
Oh! Okay, Pun not caught shopping.
And unfortunately, with how good this game has been for Diet, he's 4-2-1, but it still feels like he cannot play the game.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to call it his fault, though.
No, I mean, absolutely not.
That one ult, of course, he wishes he hit Emo, but Emo's invisible, so it's like, okay, he's probably here. There's like one pixel in which Emo could have been that it doesn't hit, and well, he was in that pixel. That more or less was just an outplay by Emo, but other than that, I mean, it's a very difficult
that's what I mean. It's a rough comp to play into.
He would have loved to have a little bit more room being built from him, but Pun not really adding these fights. Taki, unfortunately, crashed down news. He's going to pull the trigger on the ultimate as teleports are coming through. Great Emperor's Divide. Oh, and this is where Dyer could shine. Everyone's into the thick of things here, and Dyer's left completely untouched, but unfortunately the same cannot be said for Pun. And Dyer now, as Kiaya comes rampaging on in, that is one hell of a big yordle. Down will go Dyer. Histo's having a flash away, and Eddie on this lethality. Varus desperately trying to do what he can, but it's very little, and GAM 2 for 0 look towards the Baron.
At what point do we just start calling lethality Varus the new Jhin? Yeah, it's a rough game to play for sure, especially in the current state. Nemo. Oh dear, here comes Artemis.
The forward movement. Eddie now loses that shield, takes a lot of damage. Emo lands the shuriken. I've seen this one before. Able to land and back, but Eddie with the flash, able to get the shot down. Great pickup. That is going to stop the Baron dead in its tracks. It's a 1-for-1 jungler for AD. Actually, jungler for mid, rather.
Yeah, but off the back of Team Secret Wales losing everything anyway. So, a 1 for 6, essentially. 5. Eddie survived. Yeah.
Now take a look. I mean, Dyer trying to do as much damage as possible and plays it perfectly. What an amazing Emperor's Divide. But again, the front line's just not there. Pun needs to be that front line, and he is just obliterated. Dyer at that point, he's just a sitting duck. Very apt for the chicken champion. Hook even lands onto his toe. They're not able to follow it up with a kill because the flash is there. Unfortunately, this lethality Varus is not offering the DPS. It has to be the Azir, but the Azir requires that front line. Barrier still up and available for Eddie. So Emo, despite landing the perfect shuriken, Taki standing the rings, able to create that CC, create the distance, and with the flash barrier from Eddie, able to get that shut down.
Yeah, Silas just worstens out at this point.
Yeah, it's left a lot to be desired. I will admit. You do wonder why it wasn't just the Vi or the whatever it may be. The Xin Zhao, it stands out because of that frontline ability.
I think the Vi value of this game as well would have just been insane.
Somewhat. I mean, it's hard to follow up the Vi if it's onto Corki, and if it's onto Kali, she just presses on this.
Yeah, but the number of chains that Histo has now missed it's kind of hard to miss a cease and desist.
Yeah, but that also sends you into the death realm if you use it on Artemis and he Valkyries backwards.
Yeah.
I think the Vi... Yeah, it's a hard Vi game. I think it's not a Vi game. I do think it's a good Zinzel game. But Silas was the choice. And it is always cool to see new things, but unfortunately it's a new thing that I'm not particularly eager to see again.
Yeah, I think I prefer my Silas's mid lane at the moment. Either way, I mean, look, it's not a done deal. This game is not over just yet.
Oh, not by any stretch of the imagination.
But,
especially with an Azir quietly scaling away.
Unfortunately, just in the top lane, Pun just dies so quickly.
Yeah, just the 2 items. The Steerix to buy him a little bit of extra time, but it's just not doing all that much for the time being. And the DPS coming out of this Corki is just so much higher than of the Varus. And again, it's very hard in a comp like this for the Azir to stand still and deliver on these Shuriman Soldier auto attacks.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, Corki, 3 items now, Shojin's done, has another Phage in the back pocket, so well on his way to the 4th item, which I think would likely be another Black Cleaver to add to the collection.
Yeah, Soul Point going to be picked up here by GAM. Baron is up and available on that top side as you see Team Secret Wales fighting to get some control over this river, but even so...
Which would have been great with an on-hit Varus, but less so with the lethality. Luckily, they do have the Azir to make up some of that gap.
And we must be on the patch that the lethality Varus is nerfed too by virtue of having this AD Silas.
25-16.
Yeah, this is the patch. But in any case, it is going to be that lethality. Possibly the nerfs now showing that it might not be that be-all, end-all.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen somewhat of an evolution in the bot lane. At one point, Misfortune was considered pretty strong in the bot lane, and we haven't seen her in the longest time.
Yeah, I'm reasonably happy about that too.
Yeah.
I'm just genuinely not a fan of these champs that are oftentimes picked just to navigate lane.
Yeah.
Because there are more creative ways you can go about doing that, right? With the lane swaps, I mean, Vikings are a team to look towards where they lane swap people into the mid lane and leave their mage that is a lot like higher range in general and has good wave clear to deal with the 2v1.
Even something like the Caitlyn. Like, we've seen it come out to great effect. I mean,
Caitlyn this game would be miserable.
But it's a champion that we've seen in the past to great effect, but teams just still won't play it.
Yeah, until it gets to game 4, game 5, and then they play it and it just absolutely demolishes.
It's all right. AP Twitch is just around the corner.
I also think Jinx and Aphelios are going wholly undervalued.
Yeah, Aphelios is just criminally undervalued at the moment. Okay. Kai just shrugs it off.
Yeah. And we're at that stage of this matchup.
3 items on the Gnar.
Pun can't really do anything to this Gnar anymore. It would take...
yeah, the blind Renekton really not getting all that much.
Yeah, I mean, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you don't blind your Renekton, you blind something else, it's probably even worse. Renekton is one of the better blinds in the game for that top lane. With the hindsight of the draft finishing up, you know, Jax could have been great, but
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I mean, again, Jax also feeling a little bit criminally undervalued.
Oh, I don't think so. I think Jax is great if you're into a comp with a lot of auto attackers, but currently you're really trying to get those power picks up in the top lane, and Jax just isn't one of them. And so if you're blind picking it, it's highly punishable.
Artemis now has a last hit, or he did have a last hit for every day of the year. Now he's gone past that.
Yeah, 4 items on the Corki. 4 items coming close now for the Azir too. I mean, again, it's still, it's dire. It's do or die, essentially.
Literally.
Yeah.
And Riftmaker, 3rd item for his dome. Hybrid Silas.
I mean, it could be blood
letters. Look.
It could be blood letters.
Yeah, I mean...
I think it might be.
Yeah, okay. Like, why not at this stage? Just enable Dire more. Hold up. Oh, is this going to be Abyssal Mask Renekton as well?
No.
No,
It'll
yeah.
be Kindle Gem.
Juncture, yeah. Because we did see that, didn't we? Abyssal Mask Renekton.
Abyssal Mask Renekton's good if you need to have that pen. Gives you the magic resist, gives you CDR, gives you health. It's all stats that Renekton does like to have. So, but the Juxo is a little bit tankier. Still, again, it's similar to the Cassante game. You've actually just got a Juxo with almost no resistances. I mean, sure, you have the Tarbis, but all the plated steel caps.
And a single Mountain Dragon.
I still struggle to call them plated steel caps. And I think they've almost been in the game nearly as long as Tarbi. Probably not quite, but...
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, it's a very rough game for the Renekton. Because you're just dying as a front line. You're not having that opportunity to get into the back line.
Yeah, his job essentially is to die.
Yeah.
Go in the front, try and buy some time for Dire.
Soak abilities.
Survive as much as you can, and then hopefully by then Dire's done enough damage to carry you across the line. But generally, it only works if you've been able to establish some control and get poke prior to the fight using this Lethality Varus. But here, when you are just behind, it's pretty hard to do so. I mean, a little bit of a chip there to Corky, but nothing that amazing.
Void Star finished up for Dire, so... I mean, look, he's hitting reasonably hard at this stage.
Oh.
Oh, lordy, speaking of hitting hard.
Oh!
Okay.
Love tap to finish it off, too.
Oh! That could have been pretty bleak.
Yeah, had the shield, luckily for him. So Team Secret Wales first to this dragon. It is Taki very low. Kialia, though, has done a great job of building up this Gnar bar. You'll have the opportunity once again. Lands the
Oh my lord.
He's going straight forward. Exhaust onto him, but he's not killable. He gets that to Mega Gnar. And forward goes Pun. Pun going back into the back line, running away, and Emo's in the thick of it. Does go golden, but the Emperor's Divide's great. Emo's still looking for Pun. Pun surviving. Dire, though, without that Emperor's Divide, is going to have a struggle here to try and thwart off the attack that is GAM. Now, Emo does not have teleport. He is low, does not have ultimate. There still is an angle here with that Gnar on Histo. Can he find a good ultimate here? Levy not wanting to allow it, not even wanting to offer the 50-50 teleport. This will be Pun returning to the play.
They don't know. They have no idea.
Oh, no. Oh, they saw him. The teleport showed vision of Levy. They're going to know he's there, but are they going to be able to do anything about it? They are looking. Taki finds him. The stuns there. Forward goes Histo. A lot of damage onto Elio. The smite is there. So soul point now for the side of Team Secret Wales as the knockup's coming through and Taki gets to flash away. First kill going the way of GAM, but it might be the only one as Pun will be the only casualty.
A sacrificial crocodile. And we are going down all the way to Dragon number 7 to see who takes that soul. Pings onto the Baron. Teleport's coming in.
Looking for the Baron. There is the Hextech gates there for the side of Team Secret Wales looking to contest, but they'll have to do it 4v5. And Emo here trying to play spoiler. We've seen this one before. Able to land that shuriken, but it's onto Taki, not the target he wants. Low health bars and poking away at them is Eddie. Emo on the back line, looking to get his ult back up, and it will be. Histo taking the Nautilus ult, and GAM take too much damage, not able to do the Baron and have to humbly head home. Emo, though, he's not out of this yet as down will come that depth charge, and down will come absolutely everything. This Akali's in one hell of a position, almost certain to fall. There it is. And Team Secret Wales, they're looking to take us to a Game 3.
They are indeed. And they're going to look to try and start this Baron up themselves. Artemis has just taken so much damage. Kiaya as well in the mid lane trying to shove that way, but he's going to meet Pun. Levi and Elio against the world.
The smite steal, can he get in the pit? The stun, oh, and Taki will disallow Levy from even trying, even dreaming of making it in the back. MVKE with the Gnar, finds it onto 3 and Artemis, straight onto Dire. That's 1 kill, that's 2 kills. Can I get a third? It's gonna go the way of Kiaya, and Taki alongside Pun will be the lone survivors with that Baron buff.
Kiaya with the heist of heists, out of nowhere, completely guts 60% of the Baron buffs that Team Secret Wales had. Catches Eddie dead to rights as well.
And boy, oh boy, just like that, it is going to be GAM marching down into the base of Team Secret Wales. The death timers are gigantic. And very quickly, this game went from a position that Team Secret Wales looked strong in to a rough spot. They had the Baron, they had the Dominus. Oh, massive engage, and shut down goes the way of Taki. And I think thwarted off this attack. Ooh. But Pun getting low, Elio getting lower, but GAM will have to head home.
Taki. Emo is there. I would not go that deep, friend.
Teleport in the back line. Dyer. Oh, there's a triple collateral on free-for-all here for him. And he comes. Emperor's Divide only connects onto one. It's an absolute disaster. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Collapsing at the last hurdle. Oh, you had the game in your hands, and unfortunately, you fumbled.
All they're going to get is Elio, and even then, they're going to have to work for it. Oh, Lord. It just does not get any easier. And it is going to be the Rift Maker, by the way.
Oh, boy.
Wow, we're going way back for this one.
We've had 4 fights since this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pun just taken out. So much damage. I think Levy maybe thinking there was more of an angle than there was. The teleport from Pun actually spots him out behind that dragon wall. Here he goes for the steal, not able to do it.
But look how far away Kaya is. He's just beelining. He has just got the tail end of that Gnar, and he catches Eddie by the toe.
Both carries.
Yeah.
He finds 2, and it's Eddie on the Varus, and it's Dyer on the Azir. The perfect angle.
At one point in this game, Dyer was 4-1. He is now 5-5.
Desperately trying to find himself. Rabadons, maybe that's the damage. Maybe that'll let him do something. This Silas has left a lot to be desired, unfortunately.
I think, honestly, I would have preferred the Blood Leaders at this stage.
I think so, too. I think Azir is your way back in. Unfortunately, Dyer, he had such a perfect opportunity. And GAM, they navigated as well as you could ever dream, but you have to feel there was a different angle, a slightly different look possible.
That's right. Taki has smite now.
Good dodge away from that piercing arrow, now truly hitting these lethality Varus Qs. Full build on him, full build on Artemis. We are well and truly into the late game. Another 42-minute affair between the Team Secret Whales and GAM lineups, and this will be the Dragon Soul. No matter who picks it up, this will be that massive buff. And unfortunately, Pun might not get to see the light of day as he strays straight into Emo. That's Flash, that's Dominus, and Emo and Kaya
but he's
going
got teleport.
very deep. Levy, he's going to have to do a smite fire!
Oh no!
And Histo gets it. The teleport coming from both of the solo laners of GAM. Taki's going to go down. It's a Hextech Soul. It's Histo in the base of GAM.
Oh, that's Pun.
And Kaya on the hunt. Pun, no ultimate, no flash. Levy with the ultimate himself. The Cyclone knocking up this Renekton, buying the time in 2. Swift kills for GAM.
Dyer, importantly, gets out once again. It is on him and Eddie to try and salvage this game. That's some decent damage onto Artemis.
Yeah, finds the Q. That's a good start. No Baron this time, though. Numbers advantage well and truly in favor of GAM. It's the 2v5. It's the carries against the squad.
Chains of Corruption and Emperor's Divide available.
The flash not there for Kaya, so not as threatening with this Gnar as he perhaps would want to be. Elio, however, flash on him, Artemis flash. There certainly are the tools to get this done now. Nexus Tower's getting focused down, and he loses that shield. Kaya's in, but the respawn coming through for Taki. Nexus Tower 1, Nexus Tower 2, but my lord, has Eddie done a lot of damage. They've fought it off the attack. The Nexus Tower will just barely hang on, and so will Team Secret Whales.
Eddie's on the hunt, but Artemis is going to get away. The Hex Gates giveth and the Hex Gates taketh away.
What on earth is this game? The 2v5 to save it. Taki's respawn coming in clutch. And now it's them looking to head down the base of GAM. A lot more structures in the way. No Baron to buff up. You see them, they think this is it. Respawn for Elio, 15 seconds away. Oh, the Chain of Corruptions, the flash goes wide. They do connect on the Q. 8 seconds, and Artemis is all there is. He gets away. Taki's gonna fall. Artemis is also thought off the attack. Oh my lord, what am I watching? Oh, dearie me. Team Secret Whales on the cusp of winning after GAM much the same, but hanging on for dear life.
The problem being is there is paper mache between you and Team Secret Wales Nexus, and Baron is just spawned.
Yeah, Taki's dead. 4v5 if they ever want to dream of taking this Baron.
9-0-8 for Artemis this game. And yeah, they're just going to rip that cord. Rabadon's finished.
Rabadon's is there. You're not getting any stronger here on the Azir. There's still an item to be purchased for Emo, but with the Baron in the back pocket, you have to think the end is nigh.
I mean, the craziest thing is, with the current state of Team Secret Wales base, you just walk that mid wave up, you can ignore the team, and you just collapse under the Nexus. And between Kiaya and Artemis and Levi, they just take it before the damage can be dealt.
See Emo not shoving this wave in, letting it slow push. Dire patiently waiting for it. The gold completely irrelevant. Everyone reaching their final forms here. This time around, Eddie no flash. The flash is there for Kiaya, but Dire has his to match at least. Artemis, much in the same boat as Eddie, with a little bit more survivability due to the Valkyrie.
Taki with Ghost. Not ideal.
And all it would take is one fight. Either team win a fight. We either have GAM going up against CFO to try and compete for that first seed, or we have a game number 3.
Elder is 2 minutes away. There's a very real chance it drags on to that point. And I think, unfortunately, again, given the current map state, it's pretty free for GAM.
Is it GAM time? Are we about to see the Silas pop off? Are we about to see the reason behind the pick? Kiaya, a big wave established now. Unfortunately, there is an answer. Team Secret Wales able to get there, but Emo going to be able to hit away at this top lane inhibitor. Shuriken's away, not allowing Pun to find that stun. That's an inhibitor down. Inhibitor mid is also. Levy's taking a lot of damage. Eddie doing a good job with these Varus Qs to try and thwart off this attack.
No Guardian Angel on the Wukong at the moment. It's not far off coming back up, but for now.
Naba down. Keep in mind, it is Team Secret Wales with this Hextech Soul.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Elder Dragon a minute away. That is going to be the next point of contention. These waves are just funneling on into the Team Secret Wales base. You can see they're just being shepherded in.
The bot lane tower, the bot lane inhibitor would mean 3 inhibitors down. It would mean 2 super minions every single wave, but they're not able to get it. Steerax was not popped. It was in fact a clone, a decoy.
By the time this dragon spawns, that Guardian's Angel will be up again for Levi.
Oh my lord, I cannot believe how close both these games have eventually become. We're going to make it to 50 minutes.
Absolutely.
Taki with flashback, pops the Ghost to get access to it. Control entirely in favor of the side of GAM here around this Elder Dragon. It was the Elder Dragon that secured the deal in the last game. Teleport's coming out. This is Dire heading towards the mid lane. Of course, open inhibitor on the side of GAM as well. One good play, one teleport as well. It could spell the end for anyone. Alio flashes away. That's Dominus used for Pun. For the flash of Alio, depth charge connects, but it's on to Kiaya well in the back line as Levy's going to take a bit of damage here from Pun. Can they get the Steerax? That would be a big pickup. Artemis trying to get over that wall to make it happen. You see the dance. Neither team confident enough to take that 50-50. They know whoever wins the Smite fight very rarely probably wins the game.
But look at it. They've split the difference. Emo's headed down to the bot lane. He's going to shove it in and take this inhib tower.
He has the teleport. Teleport available here for Emo. He doesn't have to convert to this. Pun does have teleport to himself as well, and he has come to join. Kiaya, no Mega.
They might just look to end the game.
This is so close. Can Levy get the Smite steal? That could secure the deal. Here he comes. He's in. Oh, and Captain Levy with the steady hands gets the Smite. Hextech Soul is the difference maker for the time being. As Artemis tries to find passage in. He has the Guardian's Angel. Bomb, 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 and bomb! Artemis and GAM will win the game. Captain Levy, you will hear his call, and GAM take the 2-0.
A bitterly fought affair to the last breath, but GAM get it over the line. Artemis, the god of the hunt indeed, hit critical mass early on and just kept rolling. There we go. Okay, the game was a little unsure as what was happening, but 49 minutes, 34 seconds, and GAM take the 2-0.
Man, oh man, it was a 2-0, but boy, oh boy, did those games last. A 42-minute affair that GAM clinched out into a 50-minute affair that ended much the same. The Outer Dragon, the undoing of both games, and Levy, he may have missed the smite on the soul, but boy, oh boy, did he hit it on the Elder. Artemis, with that Guardian Angel in the back pocket, Valkyring into the middle of 4 people and just annihilating them. What a performance from both of these squads, and truly a testament to just how good the top of our bracket is. Honestly, so close are all of our teams.
Once again, when GAM and Team Secret Wales enter the bracket, it is a different GAM entirely. They look so crisp, so clean. Artemis playing such a clean series for himself.
Everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Barring Emo flashing face first in the wall.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think you take that given how the rest of his game went.
Hashtag GAM girls indeed. Oh, it's an unfortunate affair for Team Secret Wales. It's a 2-0, does not at all tell the story of the series. That was so tightly contested. It came down to a smite. And while it wasn't the fault of having the Silas, you have to wonder if there was a different jungle champion, considering how close that really was.
I mean, this Intel just would have been so much more disruptive in those team fights as well. Oh well. It is not the end of the run for Team Secret Wales by any stretch of the imagination, but one that could have been a little bit closer.
Absolutely. So now, locked in to first seed is one of GAM or CFO. Of course, second seed still up for grabs. There could still be a rematch between GAM and Team Secret Wales to fight for that position. Of course, we will see next week Team Secret Wales against Vikings. Traditionally, the most exciting matchups we've seen here in the LCP.
Why does Archie look like he's aged about 10 years in that game?
Boy, oh boy. Taki looks just as good as always.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Team Secret Wales a little bit flat, but I think on the whole, it wasn't a bad series.
Eddie showing that there is still some power behind this lethality Varus, but Artemis doing much the same with the Corki. I don't know, there's just so much that happened in that game.
I think that 49-40 might just be the longest game we've had this year by 4 seconds in the LCP.
There you go.
Season kickoff, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, have to go back a while. But, well, I mean, it's hard to talk about everything that went on, but I think the key point of that game, at least to me, was the Baron going down to Team Secret Wales and Kiaya saying no. And speaking of, it's the highlight.
Yeah, Kiaya just, I mean, it was so big.
Saved the game. This game is a done deal 10, 15 minutes earlier, and it's Team Secret Wales picking it up, if not for Kiaya finding the angle, not only to get there, but then the ult that connects just perfect.
There you go, 12, it's by 18 seconds actually.
There you go.
And it was, believe it or not, GAM versus CFO.
Oh, GAM. Never afraid to take the game to as long as possible. They do get it done. Yeah,
I mean, the Rumble was just egregious amounts of damage and hitting some silly nars. And okay.
All right. All right, cut the film.
Stop the count. It was great until it wasn't.
Straight into the wall. I mean, game starts off other than that. I mean, I guess that actually is pretty decent for Team Secret Wales. But here, an amazing play. And Emo, maybe a bit of jitters here in game 2. Not able to land these Qs, not connecting on any of them. And with that, it makes the play is very difficult to navigate, and it leads to what we're about to see as Eddie roams down here to ensure that this is a winning play.
Yeah, it was about from this point on where the Silas really stopped impressing at all. I mean, Emo still tries to make the most of it, does get himself a kill out of it. And again, just so much of these clips throughout this and the last game even is just Artemis not being touched at all.
Yeah.
He didn't die this series.
He's just so good. His positioning is just so on point all the time. It's very, very impressive the level of which this guy is able to play AD carry and to the consistency of which he's able to as well. I mean, you've got to give credit as well to the other side. I mean, Dyer, you know, he starts off this game really strong, but unfortunately, it's not even really his fault. He just doesn't have the bodies in front of him to allow him to have that uptime, especially into the likes of the Akali, the Wukong, and even the Nautilus, who can just simply press R on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a bit of a shame for Artemis. You know, Kai had a phenomenal series, but going deathless as a bot laner is a pretty rare feat in the LCP. Yeah, this was just such a great read. Histo completely denied that escape.
What a beautiful ult.
Yeah, just well read. This was a bit rough. Taki gets caught out here. Dyer.
Fantastic.
But unfortunately, he's got nothing from here on out. Without the flash, as soon as they look to turn it around and jump on him, he just has to sit there and man fight. There is nothing that he can do other than just sitting there and auto-attacking.
Yeah. Almost gets Levy, goes gold, and is taken down immediately after. They do manage to come back from this. You'll see it here. Nemo tries to get Eddie, but again, Eddie and Taki playing very well around this Akali. You'll see Taki just sitting there, standing on top of him, able to get that knock up there, the stun.
So if Histo connects the chain there, okay, we're just going to see what it should have been. Unfortunately, yeah, the two damage dealers on your team just get slammed face first into a wall, and Histo's response is nothing. And Captain Levi, no, Captain, my captain, gets an absolutely criminal steal. And if
even here, it looks like, oh my lord, a Team Secret Whale is going to win this despite the Elder, and Artemis just sends it. Just absolutely sends it. Doesn't die either.
Yeah.
Just stands there and does it.
Which is the worst bit. If Elder had gone the way of Team Secret Whales, that was a one fight and we were going to a game 3.
We are, yeah, but as much as that could have happened, it didn't. GAM, they are able to steady the ship. 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, they fall to Team Secret Whales, going 0-2 in favor of Team Secret Whales. Now here today, again, momentum on their side. They've won 2 back-to-back weeks, and now they make it a second time even this week.
So these two teams now hold the record for the longest game in the season finals, plus the year, but also the shortest game this split. That was 27 minutes and 4 seconds.
Not even that quick, really.
No.
27 minutes isn't the quickest of games. There is our bracket. You'll see it up there in the top there. CFO up against GAM is going to come the 22nd of August. Winner of that lock themselves in. First seed cannot be contested going into our playoffs. Down at the bottom there, Vikings versus Team Secret Whales will then compete, and whoever wins that will go up against the winner, or the loser rather, of the CFO GAM matchup. So a lot still to be played for. The bottom bracket still can compete for second, but tomorrow's games, the immovable object versus the also not moving object.
Something that I never thought that I would say in my life. By the end of tomorrow, either PSG Talent or Chiefs will have their first win of the split, and it could potentially be the first win of the Chiefs' year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard-pressed... Okay. Again, we come into it. They both haven't won. PSG have, in fact, lost more than Chiefs by 2 and have won less than Chiefs as well. However, very different opponents they've both been going up against. That, however, will do us, ladies and gentlemen, for this night of LCP action. It's been an absolute pleasure once again to bring it all to you. Tomorrow, we're kicking things off with Chiefs up against PSG. Someone has to have a series win tomorrow, and then followed by the LJL derby. Last time, it impressed, and I cannot wait to see it again. See you there.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. But boy, how wrong I'd be. Do you remember 22? I was going on my own and just trying to lose you. But that night you called, you said I was your home. But I broke down on the phone. 'Cause I will always love you. I can't help it. It's something I do, like closing my eyes late at night, and you're always there. You're always there with me. It's you. You're always there, and it's starting to be you and me. And I swear I'm in love, and it's endlessly you and me. I'm under. So do you think we'll see this through? In the future, is it always me and you? When you close your eyes, tell me what you see. Am I there with you? 'Cause I will always love you. I can't help it. It's something I do, like closing my eyes late at night, and you're always there. You're always there with me. It's you. You're always there, and it's starting to be you and me. And I swear I'm in love, and it's endlessly you and me. Oh, it's you. You're always there, and it's starting to be you and me. And I swear I'm in love, and it's endlessly you and me. I'm
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that, got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, when you throwing that back, I catch that space.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
see her when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna fight just to see how I move, and if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
So you don't want no